love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome back. How on a day? Welcome. My name is Ola, coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios on the road. I am on the road. I'm in a hotel room, but I wanted to have a little free time today. I wanted to come here and just catch some cruise. Do me a favor as you're coming in, hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you are notified when we go live. I have a few stories and things like that update for you guys today, so don't worry. Shout out to Ife. We're using the first celebration today. She just got proposed to. She's newly engaged. Congratulations to her. So we're using that as the anchor today, since somebody is celebrating love today. How on a day? How's everybody doing? Do me a favor, if you're watching this at any point, leave a comment. Let me know how you're doing. Again, my name is Ola, coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios. What we do here is we basically extract life and relationship lessons from trendy topics, and we tackle them from a standpoint of social power. Social power. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry, yeah. Self-power, social seduction, attraction, and emotional intelligence. That's where we come from. That's the angle we use in our conversations. It's a framework that I came up with my wife that works basically in addressing any issues in life. Babe Wings, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Help me ping. Let's ping everybody else. It's not our usual time, and of course this is my first live this month, so the algorithms are probably going to be trying to wake up. The more you hit the like button, the more it will wake up. The more you share, the more it will wake up. Shout out to all our sponsors. I am an author, I am a consultant, a coach. You can download my books absolutely for free. There are 5 of them of manofprestige.com. All right, so we cover everything from business, relationship, marketing, healthcare, IT, consulting. All right, so how are you doing, Mr. EE? Good to see you. Hit the like button. Thank you for coming. So yes, we're going to be talking today. There's going to be a lot of, so take notes. There's going to be a lot of lessons flying through. Also, I want to respond to, some of the viral comments that we had from the viral moments we had last week. Hold on one second. I had to sneeze, sorry. So I'm going to be responding to those. All right. Yeah, so it's very important. I released a video a few days ago. Let me see if I can pull the thumbnail up. About Kunle. If you haven't watched Kunle, I'm probably gonna do a follow-up on Kunle and follow up on that particular topic. And because I every day flies by, I noticed that a lot of people are getting left out in the cold. A lot of them are lying to themselves. So shout out to Ife again. I want to celebrate Ife. I've covered Ife Diary of a Naija Girl. I've covered some of her. I don't know exactly what she does. I just know she's a blogger and she's a content creator. But in terms of maybe she has a TV show in Naija or anything like that, I'm not sure if I don't know what she does, to be honest. But so for some of the stuff I read earlier on says that she was an anonymous blogger for a while. And but recently she built a community called Nigeria Diary of a Naija Girl. So in recent years, maybe even shortly before COVID, maybe around COVID, a lot of Nigerian girls, their spirits started connecting with feminism, but of course, like everything Nigerian, when we take it to another level entirely. We don't know. We know they hear stop. Once we hear go, we don't take the time to process. We don't take the time to really listen in. If anything connects with our pain, we just tag onto it and we run with it. And it's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to do in any aspect of life we're talking about. The men did the same thing. Men started listening to the manosphere. Manosphere was actually started by white people, I think, but definitely by Americans. But Nigerian men, they connect small with their pain like this. They jump on top of it and they start running with it. It's very dangerous. There's nothing in life that's worthwhile that doesn't take time, process, patience. You have to process what you're dealing with. So hit the like button. I beg. We're just cruise today. Shout out to all 11 of you that just came in. I appreciate you for being here. We're going to be covering a lot of stuff, okay? More likely than not, you're probably going to be getting coached, okay? Coached to do what? To get what you want. If you don't want it, don't worry about it. If you don't want it, don't worry about it. If you want it, then I just want to help you achieve what you want. That's my goal as a coach, as a consultant, as a teacher, as an author. That's my goal. So in other words, if I'm speaking, there's a good chance I'm not speaking to you if I don't know your story. And this is a public platform. This is YouTube. You feel me? So everything I say here is generalized at the end of the day, even though I try not to do that. Okay? But take one or two things, rub minds with it, see if you can come up with something unique to you and your story. You want me to help you? If I say anything that makes sense to you, you think I can help you personally, I do offer complimentary coaching, consultation, and stuff like that for people who are serious enough to invest in themselves. All right. So with that being said, I hope I'm clear as a quick intro. Am I clear?
You get it? Okay. If you don't get it, forget about it.
All right. So moving forward, the first thing I want to do is, again, congratulations to Ife. We'll get to that one later. I think there's something else I wanted to say about that. We'll get to it later. But I wanted to respond to some of the comments that came in over the week. Over the week. So like I said, there's this video. Let me show you. Welcome. Let me see. Did I post? So if you have questions, you have contribution, anything like that you want to be a part of the show, I'm going to drop the link right now. We'll pin that to the top. The link is pinned to the top. So feel free to come in at any time during the conversation. So I'm just catching cruise today and I'm basically responding to all the comments that came in. All right. Then I can go ahead and, so the link is pinned to the top now. Yay. All right, good. All right. So yes. So Ife is, maybe let me talk on that first. Let me see if I can find that actual. Let me talk on that first, and then we'll get into the other stuff. Let's talk on that first. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that first. I think it's fair for those people that came in just because of that. I don't want to waste your time. So I watched a video recently. Shout out to Auntie B. I actually sent a video to Auntie B. I watched a video on the first platform, and they were talking about he had a lady on, so she interviewed people, and then she get emails. She responds to emails from anonymous people, usually about relationships, but she got into this conversation with this young lady. Let me see if I can find it. I think I found it. Some Adenika lady, a Christian faith and true feminism. I found it. and they were talking. I actually sent it to Auntie B. I said this would be a good conversation to have on our platform. I believe personally, in general, if a conversation is too female driven, I'm not too comfortable talking about it, especially if it's uh if it's attributed to the experience, the female experience, the experience of women. If I'm going to speak to it, I always like to have someone like Auntie B present, so she can also, because she's seasoned, experienced, and she can speak to it from a standpoint of a female experience. That's why all my programs that has to do with relationship also involves my wife, because there's certain things that I can't speak to when it comes to, I can relate with. I can speak to it because I've been dealing with this for a while. I understand a lot, but I always like to have that a person who is actually having that experience in real life, in real time. I always like them to speak to it, you know. So that's why I didn't really bring it here, but I did send it to Auntie B. I told her that it would be a good conversation to have with regards to feminism, cultured people, colored people, you know, and where that's coming from, and the different phases and eras that the ideology of feminism has gone through. Feminism on the surface level simply means equal rights for all genders. That's the gist of it, right? But what we find with social media is that, you know, female feminism, there's a lot of pained people, hurt people that are using it as a weapon to basically destroy themselves. Like they're using it as a weapon of self-destruction. Their intention is to destroy the other gender. Like we literally have people on the internet saying that child boy must be destroyed, and they're doing it in the name of feminism. Yes, in case you've never heard it before, you're hearing it for the first time. There are enough people. I won't point you to their platform because I don't want you to go there and get poisoned. But they are super popular, and if you know them, you know them. You've seen them. Okay? So it's a tricky thing. So the average person in Nigeria, so for example in Nigeria, the average person in Nigeria on ground, they get the news that you and I get 48 hours later. These are things, events that are happening on ground in Nigeria. We see those news 48 hours earlier than an average person in Nigeria. Why? Well, internet access, they're busy, they hustle and buzz, especially if they live in Lagos or a big city and they're always busy, in addition to many, many other factors. So if you push anything down their throats through the internet, they consume it. It makes sense to them in that instant. They don't take time to process it. They internalize it. They merge it together with their personal pain, and they just keep going. They don't really pay attention to where it's coming from. So, of course, for me, as a normal human being, we must have sense. There should be equal right for all human beings. Every human being must enjoy freedom, healthy lifestyle of freedom to choose how they want to live their life, right? Just general human rights of every human beings must be protected, right? But particularly women, right? I believe in that as well. Particularly special attention on women because of where we're coming from, but women and children, the vulnerables of our society. Like, it is what it is. We must protect them. We must put measures in place to protect them. But I also know enough about ideologies that any ideology in general, either from a religious standpoint or from a political standpoint or gender-based standpoint, is a double-edged cutting sword. It can cut both ways. You can use it to self-sabotage. You can use it to build. Most people in social media age, they gravitate more towards the negative. All right? They gravitate more towards the negative. And that's what I want us to be careful about. Okay? So, but why are we talking about that on the day we're supposed to be celebrating Ife and our engagement? Why are we talking about that, right? I know. So back in 2020, during COVID, right? During the whole COVID, especially the first 6 months, people were locked down. Um, I don't know. Okay, gentleman that used to be a prospective partner in real estate, he sent me a link to a brand new app. Everybody was jumping on it. I didn't know. I was even quite a little bit late into it, but it was early. Back then, you could only access the app by iPhone. So if you have an Android, you couldn't access the app. The app today, I think last time I checked, is slowing down. People are no longer up there like that anymore because people are getting back to their normal life. It's called Clubhouse. So we were home. A lot of people were home. I've always been home. I've always worked from home. If I'm not on a client site, you know. But it was a new thing. So a lot of people were plugged in on an audio app. People just talked, But of course, a lot of things people were talking about were relationships. So stumbled into a couple of rooms on Clubhouse. Hi D, how you doing D? You caught me live today. Help me ping people into the room. It's not fair. It's not good like this. So help me hit the like button. Thank you. All right. So people were talking, and one of the first conversations I stumbled into by mistakenly is a conversation basically involving men and women. A full-blown out gender war. People abusing each other verbally, back and forth, cursing themselves out, cursing their papa's house out, calling each other the wildest names you can think of, all in the name of, guess what? Failed relationships. In fact, one of them from that time is Clayton that I covered him here when he was talking, when he he made the whole story of Dr. Ikena popular. One of them was Clayton. At that time, I had seen a video of Clayton basically dragging African women, saying they're no longer submissive and blah blah blah. I had seen that video, but then another gentleman, Tunde, basically introduced him as like, oh, it's a viral, blah blah. Okay, all right, we'll get to the conversation. We just realized that people are just hurt. People are hurt, and instead of them to seek long-lasting solutions, they seek short-term solutions. They talk to each other. They create an echo chamber. They speak each other's language. They repeat each other's talking points. They feel better short-term, but the issues remain. So we're talking 5 years later now. Go figure. 5 years later. So as far back then, we started our coaching practice in 2018. So as far back as far then, I've been saying what I've been saying. Not just because I've gone through my own personal experience with my wife, but also because I've listened long enough to know because there were times that I didn't listen long enough too. And I jumped at it. I was like, okay, that's the other angle. Okay, the angle is still the angle. You still have to work on yourself, because trying to work on other people or holding other human beings accountable is simply not a sustainable way for you to have a good life. The purpose being you want to have a good life of love and life. You personally, okay? You want to build society. Yeah, you can hold people accountable, but if you mix it together with your own personal hurts, you're probably operating from a place of you can't give what you don't have. A place of lack of abundance mindset, scarcity. You're operating from a place of scarcity. You're scarcity. Sorry, I was mixing like 50 different accents together. All right, so if you're operating from a place of scarcity and lack of abundance mindset, you'll be depleted in no time. You're trying to teach people, you're trying to save people, you're trying to recruit people. Misery loves company. Sadly, I don't know how old Ife is. I think Ife is probably around 40, somewhere between 30. Oh, she was born on May 13. Oh, interesting. She does have a page on here. She was born 1983. Okay. That is a 42-year-old woman. Okay. All right. So I stand on this. Okay. I stand on this. You cannot put human beings in a box. You can't put human beings in a box. You can't say something is too late. It's just not the reality. It doesn't matter how much statistics you quote at me. The statistics are the statistics. It's a collection of humans, not one person. All right? That means people will be at the top end, at the tip low, and all kind of in-betweens. And then when you average it together, you call it statistics. You cannot use that to put God in a... You can't put God in a box. You can't say, once a person... One of the things they used to say on Clubhouse is that once you are past the age of 30 as a woman, you have hit the wall. Like, bam! On the wall. And then they use that to shame a lot of people. And a lot of women sadly fell for it. Why? Because there was actual pain and nerves were connected, and they overreacted. They end up in crazy ass conversations that they didn't need to be in. And there have been times that women will be in those conversations, they will come back and they will make sense of those conversations. Those conversations basically men telling them you hit the wall. You can no longer have a husband. So, oh yeah, actually, this starts to make sense. Some of these ladies are very smart, intelligent people. I say that here all the time. Smart. So the math adds up for them. You show them a little bit of statistics. They're like, oops, I guess it is what it is. Right? So they believe in it and they run with it, and it becomes their reality, sadly, because what you believe in becomes your reality. That's the funny thing about it. As human being, our human experience, what you believe becomes your reality. It doesn't have to be touchable or tangible, but it becomes your reality. You live and breathe it every day. It becomes who you are. So, faith cometh by hearing. You have to be careful what you're listening to, because the reason why a lot of people are gathering inside of a room listening to something is because it's making sense at some level. But there's another dimension you get to that it won't make sense anymore, right? But it's making sense. It's tagging on to your personal story. So you're like, that must be my story. Once it's statistics, right? It's not your story. It's the story of a collective, and it's this extreme and everything in between, right? And guess what you get to do as an individual? You get to influence the direction you go. You can choose where you fall in that spectrum to a large extent. I don't want to say absolutely, because there's a lot we don't control in our experience as human beings, right? But there's enough that we control. One of them is your mind. What do you feed your mind on a regular basis? So you sit in a room on Clubhouse, you're having conversations, consistent conversations on how bad life is, how terrible marriages are, how bad people have had it in relationships. Yeah, it becomes your reality. Like right there, instantly. You know, when I talk to people, all my clients, as soon as they talk to me, all of them, as in literally all of them. I'm not kidding. I promise you. Okay? I'm not exaggerating. They get instant relief. Instant relief. What happened? The husband changed immediately? No, because it starts from here. It starts from here. Okay? And a lot of work has been done even before they get the courage to call me, pick up the phone and say, hey, I think I need help. A lot has happened. Maybe they've watched a few videos here and there. So that's credit to them too for consuming the right information, right? But as soon as they talk to me, they get instant relief, because everything you are seeing today is started from the mind. As a man thinketh. Can somebody finish that for me? Right? Let me see. This says the Naija Manosphere Twitter branch is not gonna like this. How dare a woman who has hit the proverbial wall get engaged to a gentleman doing great for himself? I guess they're not gonna like it. Well, they're gonna just, the funny thing about people who follow this kind of rhetoric, there's always an angle to justify what you believe in. There's always an angle to justify it. They will just tell you. See, the people that follow them, they're following statistics, right? They will tell you is the exception. They will tell you it's an anomaly, right? So, like, for example, the conversation we've been having for like a week or two about child support, right? When we started having that conversation, you would think that everybody that has ever paid child support have had bad experiences, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you think that? You would think like, child support is the devil, right? So, and it's actually a content creation strategy. All I have to do is rename this thing child support to the devil, and then about probably additional 30 more people will come inside. That's all it takes. Get that mind trick. The power of the mind. You at least have the power of what you feed. You can choose what you're feeding into your brain. Your belief, BELIEF, your belief system is everything. Okay, and whatever direction you choose to go, you can find a way to justify the bullshit. I'm being honest with you. So that's why it is never really about right or wrong, because if you think it's right, instantly you are right.
Oh, you're right.
If I have some time, I just want to catch cruise and I argue with you small. But I'm not really trying to convince you because you've made up your mind. If you think it is not right, then so it is. As a man thinketh, so is he. Right? So, that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with here. So when you mix that together with social media, it's just a very powerful tool to manipulate, a very powerful tool to destroy, but guess what? Also to build. I'm not going to say social media is just terrible or it's just bad. I'm not going to say that, because it's simply not true. You get to choose what your algorithms feed you, right? One of the reasons right now why we don't have everybody here is because I haven't been here for 8 days, right? So, but since I haven't been here, it doesn't mean people haven't been consuming content. They've been consuming content. The algorithms will show them more of what they have been consuming in the past 8 days. Is the way it works. So the odds are against you in terms of, you just have to be super intentional on what you're consuming now, more so than ever before. For me as a marketer, that's a good thing that the algorithms work the way it works. For you as a consumer, it could be a good thing too, but they can feed you stuff, because every marketer understands that they are tapping into your emotions. That's how they sell. It's called selling. It's a skill set. Okay, so they tap into your emotions. They're able to engage you over a period of time. Boom, you keep seeing the same thing over and over and over again. So anyway, I ended up on Clubhouse. A lot of people were going back and forth. People were saying all kind of crazy things to each other. You see the men obviously calling women at the wall. A lot of women of certain ages were also at home alone, so they jump on Clubhouse, they engage this conversation. They go between two extremes. The first extreme, they are pissed off and they are cursing everybody and their father and their papa out, and everybody, all those Ashawo men, I'm looking for the names now that they call them. I can't remember because I don't engage such conversation, but I did at that point. I was seeing them, right? And then the man will say, you are at the wall, you are hit 30, they will say, oh, they're shaming, basically they're using shaming languages. And then when people like us chime in on the conversation, the first sentence they hear, they're like, oh, this one is a simp. And I'm like, simp. At first I'm like, what is a simp? Somebody said simpleton. Another person said sympathizing with men, or some kind of simp. Like, what is a simp? Oh, like a weak man? Oh, it sounds like it's more of the opposite. Why are you on Clubhouse cussing women out on the internet? What is going on with you? Like, tell me more of your story. Tell me the rest of the story. So, but I had to come up with ways to get them comfortable so they can tell me, and lo and behold, come to find out, it was basically, they were just simps, recovering simps, trying to recover, pissed off at the heartbreaks. The women, they're basically women who have been hurt, the heartbreaks, they're waiting around for so long, the disappointment, waiting for years, broken up engagements, just all kind of crazy stories. Like, oh, that's where it's coming from. But the social media is a multiplier. It fuels it. It fuels everything. So it just went viral and viral. Then I found out that many of them were hanging out on Twitter, and then they started ghosting each. So basically, they will put on a mask. They won't show their true face. They will use pen names that you don't recognize, so that they can cross out anybody and nobody will trace them to their job. A lot of these people are well-off people with high six-figure jobs and stuff like that. So they were trying to protect their job, their multiple remote jobs at the same time. But then lonely, then lonely. Eventually, I did find out what simp means. So simpleton means a gullible man. A man who is basically giving everything up for a woman that will never like him, or for a woman that will never reciprocate. I'm like, why are you relate so much with that person's pain? Did you do that? Did you give a woman everything and she never reciprocated? Or she never reciprocated in the way that you fantasized about? What were your expectations of women? And then as we're going through the conversation, small, then I stumbled into a lady called Cynthia G on the internet. Cynthia G was the one who basically was the leader of the feminism nation on the internet. The part of the feminism that said they should just get rid of male children altogether. So after like 2 years, I started noticing some ladies that say, okay, my spirit is not right. Something is eating me up inside. Wait, no, but I have brothers. I have a father who is not what we're painting on this internet. I started hearing more and more stories like that. I was like, oh, interesting. But I don't think everybody got away with it. Let me see here. I don't think everybody got away with it. He said they misuse the word simp. The reality is that happy and healthy couples simp for each other. Well, here's the thing. It can be used interchangeably with, I guess, being vulnerable. You're vulnerable enough, a person can come into your world, you relax your guards, as in like they actually are capable of destroying you from an emotional standpoint. They can pull the plug and say they don't want to do anymore. That would destroy you, right? You want to call that gullible? Okay. You want to call it vulnerable. You want to call it trusting, right? Well, anything in life that you're going to do that's worthwhile, you will take risk. You will let your guards down. But when people keep listening over to toxic or the worst case scenario of marriages, relationship, their guards will stay up. That means they cannot experience life and love. Not just love, life and love. Imagine walking around life looking over your shoulder every second. They're out to get you. Remember Clayton? They're out to get you. They just want to get you. They just want to eat your money. Like, are there people like that? Yes. Is that how you're going to protect yourself from them? No. You're a target now. You become a target, but they will come from a different angle, your blind spot. And those were the things that we teach. People do it not just as single people, they do it inside of marriage. There are married people that bought into the manosphere and the feminism ideologies and effectively destroyed their marriage. Wait, but something was wrong with the marriage before. Yes, you're right. But there's no such thing as perfect marriage in life, right? Or a perfect life. It simply doesn't exist. So you can always find an angle to justify the bullshit. So if you look long enough around you, you will see enough things to complain about. If you are the type of person that tends to complain, nothing is ever enough for you, right? This is human beings. This is just what we do. You look, if you're a person that's just an ingrate, it's just who you are. You look around you, you'll find something to complain about. Even if it's small, like, let me clean this table. This clean is stained a little bit because you're looking for perfection. Is that right or wrong? It's neither. It's just some people's personality are extreme of that. And so if you look inside of your relationship, there's nobody you're in relationship with that's perfect. You can find one small thing you can complain about. So if you mix that together with listening to extremely toxic rhetoric, you're going to self-sabotage. It is what it is. Oh my God. Uncle Beno, how you doing? Yeah. So with that being said, I do want to react. So I'm happy for Ife. That's Ife right there. I'm happy for Ife. So Ife used to be a power feminism house. You know, she was heavy on that. You know, apparently for a while she built a whole community around it, to the point that she said some people are now pushing against her, you know, because, and I'm like, is she in love? What's going on, Ife? What is going on, Ife? Are you in love or something? You know, and then come to find out that she got proposed. She put out a video today with a beautiful proposal video to this young man. But I'm going to cover some of that in a second. Let me see. This says, MOP, some women who claim to be happily married are online warning women not to get married and have kids. Yes, I've seen those. All right. Some of them are, those ones are even easy. You can even catch those ones easier. The subtle ones is what you want to watch out for. People that will say, if you hear anything like, if I was to do it all over again, I will wait until I'm 35 before I get married. That's the person you need to be careful with. See, that one might even be kissy and be doing lovey on the internet. But if they blub that out of their mouth, you gotta watch out for those kind of people. They are saying something that's really deep. All right, there's some, you gotta what I just said is, you gotta think deep about it, you know, to really get a full grasp of what I just said. It's the talking points that you really need to watch out for. A lot of the talking points is what you need to watch out for. They have like small, I will see if I can collect like a list of them at some point, right? If they say things like, there's no, if you're married right now, you married when you were 25 and you're married to the same person, right? But you say, so now on the surface, it looks like you're a happy couple. But you say something like, if I was to do it all over again, I'll wait until 35. I want you to understand, there's nothing that we say that it's not coming from a place that we could relate with at a personal level. All of us. Okay? All of us. There's nothing that we say, right, that doesn't come. I'm in New York City. Sorry for the siren. Welcome to the small Lagos. There's nothing that we say that's not coming from a place that we could relate with at some level. Sometimes it's not directly personally, but for the most part, it's personal. So if somebody who has been married for like 35 years is saying, if I was to do it all over again, I will wait until I'm 35. But they actually married at 26. You need to ask why. Like, why? What happened? Because they shouldn't be able to relate so badly with the regrets that they are having that they didn't wait. It's just not we're not capable of being related with. Like, empathy is something you actually have to apply energy to. You can't just put yourself in other people's shoes without extra thinking about it, being intentional about your thoughts, right? If that person is the exception, maybe they maybe they're the exception. But usually, the way you look at it, if you've been in like a 35-year marriage, right, you're looking at overall, you're saying it's been worth it. That's what your mind will be processing. If you're still processing like I should have waited, there's something personal at a deeper level there. Now, if somebody has been divorced, and I can understand even the other person too. I'm just saying you need to think deeper and ask them more questions, right? If somebody has been divorced and they feel like, you know what, we didn't really know each other, they have a solid reason to feel like I should have waited. Some people should wait too, by the way. Some people should wait. But overall, that is not the factor that creates a bad or good marriage. The main factor that creates a bad or good marriage is your ability to handle crisis, to process and handle, to interpret, process, and handle crisis and conflict. That is inevitable in any relationship you find yourself. There's no way around it. Okay, you cannot marry a kind person and then think suddenly you won't have conflict and crisis. I hear that kind of thing all the time. Just because you marry a kind person does not mean, and I'm repeating it intentionally because I know you guys have been floating around all over the place. Okay, I've seen it in like at least 10 platforms in the last 1 week or so. Just marry a kind person. That doesn't guarantee you shit, okay? Because it just doesn't, okay? You should marry a kind person before, uncle. Of course you should marry the kind person. So who do you think sat down there and married an unkind person? You are the smart one who will marry. The other people are just dumb. That's another way of putting ourselves on this pedestal and we will fall off, okay? Your partner, your romantic partner is going to put you in a position one day you're going to feel like they're not being kind to you. So if you have enough of those, and you find yourself in a conversation where they are dragging the opposite gender, you will self-sabotage because you will connect that pain with their short-term solution. You will destroy everything you have going on. Literally. And guess what? You end up on the internet and say, you should marry a kind person. What happened? Did you marry an unkind person? Stop the cap. Tell me the rest of the story.
Stop the cap.
What happened? The person just woke up one day and they became unkind. You just happen to be the only one that married into a bad family with what do you call it? Dysfunction. Everybody's on the internet since Dr. Ikena's passing. Be watchful of what family you marry into. You're supposed to be watchful with that. What does that have to do with the gazillion people in divorce court? What does that have to do? Can that be a factor? Yes. I'm not saying it's not a factor. I think it's not a major factor. I think those are things those are bare minimums. You're supposed to marry a kind person. You're supposed to watch the family that you marry into, of course. You're supposed to marry a person that has the right people around them. If you see somebody hanging out with drug dealers, you're supposed to not marry that person. Ladies, before. Okay? So, if I don't know who you would teach that to. Maybe you should teach that to a 7-year-old young girl. If you see a drug dealer, avoid drug dealer. Why are 33, 34, 35-year-old people on the internet teaching themselves basic bare minimum nonsense when in fact we're talking about crazy, extreme, worst case scenario results from a marriage? Why are we doing that? We're not even scratching the surface of what the main issues are. We're not touching anything. And then we repeat the same thing over and over. We repeat the same problem over and over again. Why do you think second and third marriages have a 75% failure rate? Did you marry an unkind person the first time and then the second time around? What happened? Well, it's stats. Stats are good as far as they get. You can change your own story. And that's why I'm happy for Ife, because it's never too late. And that's why I said who is left. Okay? Who is left? Because if you're still alive and you're breathing, it's never too late. And it's okay if you've made mistakes in the past or you've had the wrong ideologies in the past, or it's okay. If you are breathing today, you have the rest of your life starting today, and you can change that. You can change it. Uncle Beno says, let's see. Let's say, people think it's only single people who are fueling this gender wars. Interesting stuff. No. I've always told you, either you're single or you're married, the same story. It's the same story. Same story. When I say you need game, I've always told you that married people even probably need more game. Because some of them just married because it was just time to marry. Tomodeba to loko, afun loko abi. Tomodeba to lada, afun lada. Someone just married because it was just time. And, there's another person who is, it's time. Let's just marry. And so, of course, they don't know what they don't know. I think majority of married people need more game than actually single people. Because single people, they're single. There's not so much at stake. But when you're a married person, there's a lot at stake. You don't want to come out here and then we're telling your story like Dr. Ikina's story. Oh, that will never be my portion. Amen. Sometimes people stay alive and they're dead to life. It's not just people buy. Some people are alive, but like they're not alive. Okay. Living a miserable life inside of marriage. I don't know the actual number because there's no real way to record it. But I'm convinced that most marriages are actually terrible marriages. So you're right, D. So it's only single people feeling gender wars, interesting stuff. No, the stories are coming from people that don't know how to stay married the right way. People that are married people listening to single people on how they should do life. Right? Married people comparing themselves to single people because they're in a bad place. So they're now comparing themselves. They think the grass is greener on the other side. Men and women, both alike, they do it. The grass is not greener on the other side. It could be, but it's probably because somebody is watering it. Or because it's fake. Synthetic grass. Anyway, Uncle Ben, so what is this girl's story? Is it age or what? So, she's just known to be a die-hard feminist for a while. And then suddenly she's changed on her people. And they're saying, because this girl too, Oloni, there's a girl, Oloni from the UK, who was like that too. And then suddenly she announced she's engaged, and a bunch of people were disappointed. And of course, men are saying, I told you so. I don't know if it's an I told you so thing, because it's actually, when men engages this type of rhetoric on the flip end of things, it's actually worse in my opinion, because I strongly believe, I stand on it, that women follow us. It's not a decision. It's subconscious. It's our reality. It's our social construct. Women follow us in the long run. So a woman can be disrespectful to you in this moment, but if she keeps being disrespectful to you, she's following your lead. What do you mean? No, listen to me. Like a disrespectful woman, she can just be disrespectful. That's normal. She's just a disrespectful person. They exist. But you, this same person, you continue to experience disrespect from women. They are following your lead. It's just the way it works, just the way it works. But really, on our Wikipedia page, she built a community of young lady in the time that's very important in our stories, with the blown up of social media and all this kind of stuff. So of course people tend to make the most negative stuff go viral. I've noticed in most of some of our recent shows, she's covering more of stories. She will pull up emails that actually help people build stuff. But I think she's still playing the middle, and the middle can be very dicey. The middle is like, but it is what it is, So her story says in 2015, Ifedayo began her journey by launching an online diary where she shared the everyday experiences of an anonymous Nigerian woman. If you notice recently, she she's had a failed what do you call it, engagements in the past. Now, if I were to predict, okay, if I were to predict what I just saw in that engagement video, doesn't mean they're not going to have their own ups and downs like everybody in life, but that is a solid connection that she has with this young man. It was just too obvious. Okay. And unfortunately, people have been so desensitized that they do. There's some things, there's some cues. Maybe I'll do another video on that. There's some small cues that you can just take notes and you just know something is authentic. And it doesn't have to be overly spiritualized or over spiritualized. No, it doesn't have to be gossip. No. In fact, those ones are red flags at this point in time. I don't know if you guys are paying attention. Okay. Those ones are red flags at this point in time. Like that's saying God said, like I'm talking about, let me put some audacity on this right now. Let me make a very bold statement. Majority of those young people on Hardly Initiated, the podcast, they will collect. Majority of them. Now, I didn't say all of them. It's never all, right? Majority of them. Because again, ideologies have a thing. There's a way that it just makes everybody just face one direction. And why they face all? Because it's sweet. But it's because it's connecting more so with very fluffy, surface level, myopic, in the name of Jesus type of rhetoric. We're in times that the devil is very cunning. The devil is very sneaky. He's all, if it's a he or she, I don't know, but it has always been, the devil, whoever it is, has always been very cunning. It always comes from a blind spot. Most people are looking for cookie cutter, short-term solutions, even if it's in the name of Jesus, as long as it makes us feel good now, and they don't want to do the work. While celibacy is honorable, celibacy, remaining a virgin until you're ready or until marriage, that's a honorable thing to do. Once it's turned into, when you mix it with social media and it's turned into this thing that people, they idolize it. See, anything can be turned into idolatry. Anything. That's when we need to start to pay attention. You know what you can turn into idolatry? Anything that involves you doing the self-work on yourself. That means you're not just doing anything for 90 days. You understand this is a lifetime. This is a lifetime. You understand that this is my life and this is how I plan to do life. With or without another person. See, that is very hard to do. But it is very easy for me to cram a few, especially if I was raised that way, to cram a few scriptures and throw it around like I know what I'm talking about. I just hope that everybody knows what they're doing. You know, people are mixing real life stuff, real life experiences. They're mixing it up with, I just need to sound better than you. So I just, if you notice, sometimes I just slow down because, like, even this whole idea of chasing algorithms, right? I just slow down. If it can't stand on its own, if it has to be this rush, there's an angle of that where you have to play the game, but there's an angle you just have to know how to chill and not do the rush with everybody. You just gotta chill. And the harder work, the hardest of all the work that I'm saying is that everybody's story is unique. Algorithms or anything that looks like popularity, they thrive of everybody thinking the same way and generalizing everything. Self-work is self-work. It's unique to every single one of the 8 billion plus human beings. Everybody's story is different. The statistics is after story, is the results recorded of collectives. of people after a while, like samples, thousands. So you cannot use that to tell somebody stories. You can use it to make informed decisions, sure. But when it comes to your life as a person, how you're going to do life, much wisdom is required when you're interpreting statistics or even anything trendy, which is it's like you definitely don't want to be doing right and wrong stuff, because you're going to fail. And religion tends to, or maybe it's used by, because there's many scriptures that can use to back up what I'm saying right now. People tend to interpret religion from a standpoint of morals, right and wrong. It's either you're right or you're wrong. You cannot be anything in between. And that's the problem. So anyway, let's see. Hello bro, your beautiful wife will date you. I love that sister of mine, so don't let me report you if you look. What is going on? What I miss? Every kind of person is just one terrible encounter away from becoming unkind. Thank you, D. You guys know how to say it better than me, funny enough, but you guys get it. I love it. That's it. That's it. If I have one bad experience about you asking me to be kind, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to protect myself, trying to take care of myself, probably in the worst way, probably in the very unskillful way. If I'm married to you and I feel like I don't collect shege from you and you want me to be kind, I feel like I'm already kind. What do you mean? Oh, so now you have the audacity to call me unkind? Okay, I'll show you some way. And then you know the difference between kind and unkind. Well, let's just tell people to marry kind people, so we could just write it in the books. You're right, we should, but it's the bare minimum. There's more work that we need to do. In real life, 40 plus women are getting married left, right, and center. And I don't understand the talking point against it. Well, the talking point against it is the statistics, right? The older you get, so we don't encourage people to just lay around and just say God's time is the best. We encourage them to continue to work on themselves starting now. That's what we encourage, right? That does not negate God's time is the best. Two things can be true at the same time, right? God's time is the best, but the second side of the truth is that your best chance of attracting God's time is to continue to work on yourself, either before you're single or after marriage. It doesn't stop because you're married, but marriage is another thing. That's an ideology that we worship, right? It's an indication of some type of success, indication of some type of advancement, achievement, right? Even if it's not for you, for many people, right? Society in general. So, and when you have something like that, we idolize that, and that becomes, unfortunately or fortunately, our reality. So that's where this coming from. When they group you, when they do the collective, right? The older you get, the more of a red flag you become. If you've never been married before, it's just what it is, right? Does that mean you cannot change your own story? Does that mean you cannot be intentional on how you move for the rest of your life? No, it doesn't mean that. You in fact still have a unique story, and your story is your story, and you can definitely do something about it, right? And you can attract what you want for the most part, just because you know that all the greatness you're going to experience comes from the inside out. It's not somebody that's going to hand it to you. In the same token, anybody shaming anybody because of age, they're obviously people you shouldn't be hanging around. So I tell women, they go in those kind of platforms and they argue with people that are obviously trying to shame you. And I just laugh, kiki, as this one go collect, right? In fact, some of them will push against me. That's why I don't go into a platform and try to save women there. If I have a point to make, I'll make my point if I'm being asked to make a point. But I'm not like I'm not putting anybody who agree with me, I'm not putting them on the pedestal, because they tend to be the worst sometimes. There's a reason why they are attracted to that conversation. It's because it's connecting with the nerves, and I needed to be careful. There were times I wasn't careful enough. right? So it's about what do you want? Like even when I talk to my clients, I go from what do you want? That's where we start from. I can't help you if I'm not asking you what do you want. I can't offer you any value, basically. You know, you can get value if I didn't ask you directly. That's not what I'm saying, but it's because you connected with something. You could relate with something in what I said. So it's still personal. It's something that connected with your personal story. That means tomorrow, potentially, I might say something that's a little bit slightly different. I might not offend you. Offensive, right? But if I'm dealing with you on a one-on-one, then that's the goal. What do you want to help you get there? As long as it's something, as long as what you want is ethical, right? Then I can work with you to get you there because I'm a source of support for you to help you navigate. Because sometimes you need somebody on the outside of the forest to see what's going on inside. So that's where it's coming from the stats, the social media. Let's blame social media for that. Ways to determine lateness anyway. Is it better? Society does. We have a timeline for everything in life, unfortunately. Or fortunately, we do, That's why it's neither right nor wrong. That's why it comes down to what do you want, right? But in society, there's social intelligence that I always talk about, social awareness. You have to be aware. Social awareness is partly because of you, because it's part of your belief system. So just like in anything, like in career, there are some things that you want to do in a timely manner. Time is of the essence. We can't deny that just because it's our personal life. It's part of life. Okay, but there are nuances to that. There is somebody just want to sit there and shame you with your age. That is a person that's going to make your experience worse, right? But if somebody got your attention, it's because it hits a nerve, and I'll be very, very careful because it's not everybody that hits a nerve that's beneficial for you. So I'll be very, very careful on who you're talking to. There are some of my clients that they beat themselves so badly. I was like, chill. Like, why you? I will ask them the same question you're asking. Like, where'd you get the idea from? What timeline are you using? What's the baseline here? Right? So there is a baseline, but who is determining the baseline? It's 2-in-1. Society does, you do too. Right? But you get to decide how much you want to conform to what the society, right? But you have to do that from an intentional standpoint. You can't just do it and cover your eyes. I'll pretend like I don't live in this life. No, you do live here, okay? And if you go to sleep like that, you wake up tomorrow still feeling bad because it's part of your core belief system. And to change a core belief system, it takes intense work. Repetition, like you go to the gym, you can't just snap your finger and then suddenly you believe something else because one day somebody resonated with you. You will always revert back to your equilibrium. You'll be like there's like a pendulum, right? If you come back to your center at some point. Now you can change that center with intense work over time. So is it better late for some people than early, or vice versa? Make people the rest. That the statement you just made is right because we're not talking about anybody specific. If we're talking about somebody specific, I will want to know what they want. But she didn't tell anyone not to marry now. But she has a community. Oh Lord. Oh, Jum, where did you enter the room? Jum, where did you enter? but she has a community now. See, once you have a community or you're leading, if you're a leader, you will be held accountable to your influence. It's just what it is. Sorry yo. I'm sorry. Her feminism is not against marriage, not now. But another thing I wanted to speak to that is this, right? You see, all of us have small worry in us. I could hear somebody say, no, I don't have worry in me. Okay, but all of us have small worry in us, right? See, when you do your own small worry, right, and you're like, I didn't mean it that way. Well, just keep in mind, especially if you have a community or you're a leader, you're a person of influence, keep in mind there's an impressionable mind that's going to help you take your worry to the next level. Okay? Sometimes when people hear me talk, they were like, in fact, somebody still said it to me yesterday. Somebody like, You talk like some of those rhetoric, like the alpha male people are like, what part of it did I say? The part that men, their commitment is family, and commitment for women is self, maybe by extension their children, but social construct. Is that the part that sound like alpha male? Oh, like one little small thing. Well, I'm just telling you the experience of a man. When he says he's committed, it's not just committed to self, and it's not just committed to his sexual urges. That's not what commitment is. He's talking about family, as in like innately. Okay, I'm talking about a wholesome man. Innately, he's not just about taking care of himself. It's about taking care of a family. Sometimes to the detriment of the family he created, which is why you see some men get into disagreement with their wife on how much money they're sending to an extended family somewhere, right? Because he feels like he's on his shoulder, he has to carry it, right? It's not he chose to, it's internal, it's something that he's built with. We come together, we build family. So you see some men struggle with those kind of things. Some men don't, but I'm telling you, majority of men, when you say commitment, it's not just about sexual urges. For a lot of women, it's about sex. They're thinking sex, that you have sex with somebody else, that they're thinking commitment, sex, right? So, and if a man is going to be faithful, it has to be attached to his purpose. Like it has to be bigger than just sex. It can't be about just, oh, let me just be celibate. No. If that, maybe teenagers, maybe young men, but after you get to a certain age, it's none of that. It's purpose, something bigger than anybody's life, something that goes long after I'm done here and I go to where old people go, right? So we're leaders. The point there is that if you're a leader of any type, you are accountable to other people's well-being, mentally, physically, and if they take your way to another level, don't be surprised. Okay, you meant it small, mild like that, but then they help you. So you now have men on the internet just cursing women out on the internet in the name of their alpha male. Did I send them to go and do that? No, I didn't send them to go and do that. So I get your point, Jum, right? I get your point. But if I had cooked a room once upon a time and people are saying, you trained this one. People do that to a guy called Jordan Peterson today. Some people give him the credit of the manosphere. But then if you watch him long enough, you see him saying, hey, like clean your goddamn room. Why are you talking about women? Are you mad? Right? But the same thing with Kevin Samuels. If you listen to the viral clips, you would think he's just talking at women, right? Whereas it's those women that actually jumped on the platform to collect woto for being unrealistic. So it just depends on what angle you want to look at it from. That's why we have to listen long enough to people. If you care, you listen long enough to see where they're coming from, because they might miss you today and it doesn't resonate with you. Tomorrow it might resonate. If you know them, you have a relationship with them long term, you know where they're coming from. How much more people in our lives, right? But the point here is that I think she went through, which is good, which is beautiful to even say. I think Ife went through a growth phase. I think anybody who connects with I forgot what they call it, with that social media feminism thing, is not the real feminism, but anybody who connected with it at any level from a pain standpoint, it's because there's real pain, heartbroken, whatever reason. They want to change, they want to recruit other people into their misery, or they actually want to help people. Clayton wants to help people, remember, right? For every single one of those people, if they become large or they end up going and propose, like there's a guy called Donovan Sharp in the manosphere. Suddenly he had been telling people, there are two of them actually now, he had been telling young men not to get with single mothers. Right? And then lo and behold, come to find out that the young girl that's always playing behind him or something in the videos, that's actually a stepdaughter. And then he got married to a single mother, somebody who is after the wall multiple times over, right? So he actually defiled the same thing. Like, well, it's still the truth. There's another guy called No Fugazi. I think I covered him briefly here, right? He was telling everybody not to go and marry single mother. Come to find out that he's nursing another man's children. He told people, don't get with another person with other men's children, right? So I'm the one that I would say, hey, you can't tell people not to get with single mothers. They'll fall in love if there's need to fall in love. Okay. And single mothers have a thing. For those of you that are single mothers out there, sometimes you don't realize the power you have. Young men have a thing for single mothers. Okay, not the weirdo that's talking 24/7 on the internet. I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about when you get out in the street. Young, if you take care of yourself, there's something about the single mother who is just like a surprise mystery thing. Like, wait, you have a daughter? Oh, interesting. That effect, they will marry you over and over and over again. Okay, that's why you see people that have been married before, they have no problem getting married again. Usually, people that have not been married may, if they stay, get harder. But people that have been married before, it's not an issue. Whenever they are ready, whenever they start taking care of themselves, it's not really an issue. Okay, so again, from a talking point standpoint, it sounds sweet, but we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful, because I started this session saying you cannot, just like God himself, you cannot put human beings in a box. All of our stories are unique, right? Which is why if we're trying to mentor people, trying to coach people, remind them that their story is unique. We're going to share some things about certain principles that are true across the board. One of the first principle is self-confidence. Self-confidence. Confidence is always going to be sexier than your ability to be perfect. Confidence is always going to be sexier than your ability to be a perfect person who walks a straight line. You never had children before, so after you see, they lied to you, because actually we find imperfection sexy. They lied to you. I'm a church boy. One of the platforms that lied to you, directly or indirectly, is the church. And we don't say that everything is perfect, but your everything, your action dictates that everything should be perfect. There's no such thing. Not only that, anything that smells like it's perfect, like your shit don't stink, it's just not sexy. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes a person who their shit don't stink. Like, huh? What? I don't want shit. I don't want stinking shit. Okay, I get you. My point is that perfect people are socially awkward people. No, everybody gotta watch around them. Like, I don't want to offend that guy. Everybody gotta, like, it's not sexy. So confidence is sexy. That is a principle that I can generalize. Everybody's attracted to that. So, but how do you get confidence? How do you get confidence? You create small wins and you celebrate them. You create small micro wins, write them down. Okay? Don't wait until you are married before you celebrate. If you are the kind of person that showcases nice, beautiful photos, that like Ife does, men will look at quote-unquote toxic feminism and walk right into it because it showcases confidence. I'm telling you, like, all the talking point is bullshit. Men will look at quote-unquote toxic feminism, but because it looks like he's always having fun and celebrating, he will walk right into it. He will convince himself that he will change it. Are you paying attention? I'm just talking though. I'm just chilling. Just cruise. The link is pinned to the top. Confidence. I wish I could spend some more time on it. But anyway, there's some principles here. Self-power. Power is always at play. It's always tossing back and forth. Sometimes you and somebody else against the world. Sometimes you self-sabotage. You think it's you against the other person who you're supposed to be having sex with. It's a problem. But social meaning there's social construct. There's baselines that are being set by society. By not just society, sometimes biology. And oftentimes you see people in social media streets trying to be in denial of it. You cannot be in denial of certain baselines that are just what they are. What you can do is you can choose to say, I want to conform to it, I don't want to conform to it. You can choose that. And people do that all day long, by the way. But usually when people do that, they're not really arguing with it. They just say, that's cute. There are baselines that I don't agree with. Let me say like there are baselines that it's not that I don't agree with, but I don't conform to it. I see them as what they are. Like if I see you running that lane and you're running so fast, right? And everybody say, this is how they do it now. There are some of them that are saying I'm good. We have the choice to do that. But we can't be in denial about the fact that there are baselines, especially if it's biology in nature. Everybody is born, they will die one day. Okay. Rest in peace to Ifedayo. Ifedayo is the producer who was behind Ashanti, Jaru, who else? Charlie Baltimore, Lloyd, even Jay-Z, even DMX, right? The guy just passed away. And there's a video of him saying, we all were born one day we're gonna die, and we must live, right? He passed away at the age of 54. He has lived, right? But that statement, we have to live, can be taken out of context by the wrong person. Somebody said we have to live, so I'm just going to drink my liver away the first 20 years of my life. I'm going to drink every night alcohol, hard liquor. Well, you're going to have to pay for that. That's going to have consequences. Sure, you can live, sure. And some other people will take care of their body and they will live longer. Is the statement still true? Yes, it's true. Everybody was born one day, everybody will die. Everything that starts will end, right? But is the longevity a thing? Yes. Should we lie about that? It's a thing. Is there the right timing for certain things? Yes, there are. I didn't get to the comments that I wanted to react to. I didn't get to the comments yet, so. D says she changed. She was never anti-men or marriage. I don't see any trace of her being that. I don't see, but to be honest with you. So she only encourages women to choose well and make their own money. She has always been known to be a lover girl, and she is quite vocal about that. The beautiful thing about that is that when I was watching that video, I ended up asking the same questions. Like, this is a girly girl. She's still acting like a girl, although on the show. But in that video where she was being proposed to, she cried multiple times. But that's the thing. People accuse Beyonce of the same thing. They accuse Beyonce. Who else? There's somebody else that they accuse of the same thing. Ciara. They said they are selling all this sexual liberation thing to everybody while they stay married and enjoying their marriage. Now let me throw that question to you guys. Do you guys agree with that? Do you guys see that as a thing? Maybe it's not their fault, but are young impressionable minds misinterpreting independence, and then they're not paying attention to what people do? See, in my world, right, in my world of consulting where I train people, I also noticed the same thing. I noticed that people will buy anything. They will buy anything, but they're not paying attention to the lifestyle of the people or the actions, right? People will literally do what you say and be completely disconnected from the reality of what you do. I'm the one who say, hey, that person told you they're selling you this, but did you pay attention to what that person does? Just a thought. So she has always been, she doesn't sound like, how people say pretend, and people can just pretend. And I said pretend is one of the dangerous words on the internet. People can only pretend for so long. But if she's pretending and suddenly she changed, because I wasn't following Ife before. If she suddenly changed right now, she's a good actress. But that person looked like they've always been that way. But for every story, they will see a 40-year-old person and they will say they might try to justify the same bullshit that they're thinking. Meaning, I told you, see, they left you behind now, right? But that's was what they're talking about on the internet today, particularly the Naija manosphere. Let me bring Jum Jum.
Hey, MOP.
How you doing, Jum Jum? How's your
I'm
Saturday
doing
going?
fine. My voice is a little bit somehow. I have cough, so manage, please.
Oh, Pale.
Where's
What?
Chinye? She asked me to come in.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, well, you
But
guys,
why
you
she
you
come?
you 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 permitted me to go and eat my suya, so I
Yeah,
did.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you need strength to do all this.
Yeah, I did. I
Yeah,
did. I did eat my suya.
that's good.
Yeah.
Um, Before Chinye come in, I mean, my contribution would be that I haven't followed Ife for a long time. I
Okay.
don't know her at the beginning stage of her, community or sorts.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I think that this is why the lesson I would take from this is to be, cautious when you're following people online, because
Mm.
at the point where their transformation will come, they will not carry you along. So this is what I'm
Fact.
doing. This is what I'm doing. That is on you. Something attracted them and that those communities. She did not put rope on their neck to say come.
Good point.
She did
Okay.
not. By the time she changes, she's growing, and everybody should. She's growing.
Mm.
So what the next 10 years will look like for her, you don't know. Now that she's married, maybe somebody else, somebody else engaged at the same time. And like,
Mm.
oh, we engage on the same day. No, our journey is different. Mind your business. Let me mind mine. You
Exactly.
cannot work with my time.
Exactly.
I believe that
Exactly.
maybe she started that community from the place of
She started that
pain.
community. She had her own journey.
She
She
has
was
her
on her
own
own journey.
journey. She's not responsible for all of these people. She's not.
Yeah.
And from the time that I saw her, I saw someone that is very passionate.
Yeah.
That is why all these people, community people, will send their story to her. She will read it. I think
Mm-hmm.
she's very opinionated. She will
She
give them
is.
address,
Mm-hmm.
advice, and all of
By
that.
the way, I think being opinionated is sexy, and I think
Yeah,
most
yeah,
men
yeah, yeah.
find it sexy. They will tell
Yes.
you, the weirdo ones will tell you that if you are, how they say if you have opinions or if you are assertive, or they will say they will make it an
You are
absolute.
insecure.
So,
I
but
mean,
but
she got
that's the
engaged
problem
to a
with those talking
Nigerian
points.
man, not a Cameroon man. This guy is a Nigerian man.
What do you mean?
All those
Why did you say that?
because the Nigerian man that are crying online, I don't know their problem. You don't even know this girl. You saw her, what you think she is online. You don't know her. And
Yeah.
everybody is transforming and everybody is growing. Looking back, my last 10 years could not recognize who I am right now. And if I have people that I inspire by, oh, my husband is such this. Now I am in another phase. What did you expect me to tell you? Don't copy me because you don't know what life supposed to look for me, where I might
Yes.
inspire you. So that is the story I see from her. Like she has never for one time tell them not to marry. If for anything, all these
To
crazy
marry
stories that these
to marry or
people
to not marry.
to marry or not to marry, she will only advise them. If you see all this story that these people will send, also my husband do this, and then he collected all my money. She will even feel pity for them. How did you allow a man to treat you this way? And then she will give advice that she could and keep it moving. So whatever you want to do with that advice is on you. I watched the whole 52 minutes.
You did? I watched it too.
I did. I love it. And this guy is so
You
intentional.
know,
He takes the
I was going to ask, is he a filmmaker before you drop the link that he's been doing stuff on Instagram?
he is
I didn't
so
know
I
him.
noticed the difference in the life of Ife. I know a man is in this lady. She glowed differently. Her makeup, she pay attention to herself. You can tell this lady is in love. And again, her content changes. Why? Because this guy is the one that have been shooting her content.
So
You can see
slow down, Jun Jun. Just slow down. So here's I want us to really point out some things there. Okay,
yeah.
some very very important things. Okay, you
Okay.
notice that place where he filmed her sleeping, right?
Yes.
See, small things like that are much more powerful
Yeah.
than a pastor telling you to go and look for a God-fearing man. Of course, you should look for
That
God-fearing
one, please
man.
don't even. I agree with you where you say God said, God said.
Let
At
me
this point, it's a red flag. Don't take your
Le- le-
dog's bed
Do you
somewhere
notice
else.
that even out of fear, I had to say as a follow-up, of course you should.
Yeah.
That's me not want to be misinterpreted.
I
Let me say
know.
what I'm trying to say with my full chest, okay?
Yeah.
The God said is red
No.
flag.
Yeah.
A man who covers you like he said in that video.
Oh my God, this guy presented a whole presentation. Kilo day, a
It-
finished man.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to.
I mean, he might be
I don't
handsome,
know.
but
I
I
don't know
love
how
that.
to catch up. I don't know how the men that haven't done this will catch up with that,
Oh my God,
or
you
match that.
increase the bar.
The bar has increased.
That's
But
why I'm saying this is a Nigerian man. Why are the rest of them crying? Because they are the one that is taking advantage of their wives. And this guy is
because
advising them.
any man, in the same token, any man who overreacted to feminism or toxic feminism on the internet is a man who is not sure of himself. Is a man who is not a
Who want to
man.
take advantage of their wives and did not want Ife to liberate them. That is their problem.
Exactly. So a man. Now, some people make it random talking points because it's become popular. But I'm saying a man
Of
who
course.
internalized this, who is always about, you see this feminism thing. If that's your talking point all the time, you're not
have a
sure of.
problem.
You have a problem. You're not sure of yourself, because the reality is that that's just the loud ones on the internet. There are good girls. They might be hiding somewhere. They might be at work. They might be a little bit socially awkward because of the times we live in. Maybe they're not at every nightclub. Maybe they're not. But they are. So that's why I always say, change your circle. It doesn't matter what gender you fall in. Change your circle, and changing your circle, if it sounds simple, no, it is not simple, because there's a reason why you were hanging out in that circle you were in the first place.
MOP, another sorry for cutting you. Another
No
thing that
problem.
I want to say is, if all these ladies were following her during the time that she was in pain and were just doing, and let's even assume that she's anti-feminism, are you not happy with the growth that you've seen in her so far? Did you not want to heal? Did you want to stay broken? Because that is really my problem. If you look at this and the only thing you want to say is, well, no, something is wrong with you. Something, either a man or a woman, you see something good as this, either they are faking it or it is scripted. I don't care.
Yeah.
This is like a possibility of what could be. That is how I see it. Like, why is it that your mind quickly runs to, oh, it's a lie? She's been living a lie before. Now she wants to be living her truth. Don't you like that?
They said you said you disagree with something. Is that what we're talking about?
I disagree with you. You've been talking since I'm like, what is MOP talking about?
Which part? Let's dice it before we leave. Which part?
Which one did I even disagree with? Like, she is
Oh, the
like
following,
that
the
she's
followership.
responsible for the community. No, she's not responsible because she did not force them. Even if the community are loyal, they should now what is the English now? They should, like this for her and see it as inspiration for them to also heal. So that means they like the version of her that is broken. They like the
Let me read this.
whatever.
Let me read this thing to you, right?
No.
Somebody said on Twitter, Ife has been one person that preached about knowing your worth as a lady and not settling for less.
That's it.
Reason why I am not surprised who she bagged. A woman
That man
who
is solid.
A man who knows her worth will attract a man worthy of it. Congratulations, girl.
That's it. That is so true.
Now listen carefully, okay? That statement is true, right? That statement will also be false for many people. They go wait tired.
Because our journey is different, and the more, for me, if I am in a community and I'm broken in a way, this will look like a motivation for me. How can I work myself to getting better as well? Like, did you want to remain sick?
Right.
That's my point. But all of them are so toxic.
Do you agree with being intentional when it comes to your love life? Do you agree?
Of course. In fact, let me put myself on. I do this all the time, right? I realized that I have been complaining that, oh, my husband did not do this. I realized in the last 7 years, let me evaluate myself. What have I been doing for this man that will qualify me as a wife? Like, if I'm asking you to be a husband to me, am I being a wife to you?
Right.
Yeah, so you are intentional.
So when you tell people to wait for God's time, right? It's a double-edged sword, is my point. You should
That
wait
God's
for
time,
God's
I don't
time.
know.
Wait now. That's how some people say it now.
I mean, I'm
That's how some people say it.
okay.
It's all different lingos, right? For those of us that
Yeah,
are church people, we understand the lingo.
yeah.
There are more than enough things in life that you will have to wait for God's time. You don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice because life will play itself out. The
Life will show
process,
you
the
shaggy.
process will have to take its
The
course. Yeah,
alternative is for you to be depressed in those
yeah,
things.
yeah,
So of course you should wait for God's time and don't beat yourself up. I tell you guys that all
yeah,
the time, right? Chill.
yeah,
Sometimes when people come to me, they start giving excuses for their spouse already. I was like, stop.
yeah.
Tell me what you feel. Tell me how
Mm-hmm.
you feel.
Yeah,
What are the resentment you have against this person? I want to
yeah,
know. I will be
yeah,
the one to tell you that you are, what do you call it? You are entitled. Let me be the one.
yeah,
Don't be doing
yeah,
it ahead of me. You start with that. I know that sometimes my own can be too much. Did I ask you that? Tell me
yeah,
what they did to you, what you
yeah,
feel, right?
yeah.
Because it's one layer at a time.
Yes.
When I get to it, if I smell it that you're beating yourself up too much, it's not going to
Mm-hmm.
be about the other person. I'm going to just tell you
Yeah,
straight up
yeah,
to your
yeah.
face. You're beating yourself up too much. Chill,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's the
Yeah,
same thing. So a lot of times in life, you don't have a chance, you don't have a choice than to wait in
yeah,
many things. In
yeah.
certain things, the issue is not waiting. The issue
Mm-hmm.
is that you're nobody wants to be around you. You are
Yeah.
pushing people away.
Yes, yes. That is so true. That is so
So
true.
if you are seeing
Yeah.
patterns, and then somebody is telling you wait for God's time, I can see the confusion.
You can just wait and wait in vain because when the right person even show up, you are too strong. You've been shouting strong woman, strong woman. Your husband don't need you to be strong. He's strong for you
Yes,
already. Rest in
yes,
your femininity and
yes.
imagine effect doing I'm strong, I'm strong. How will this strong man like I don't want another strong person. The I mean
So I'm not saying don't wait. You will
you
have
don't
to.
have choice than
You
to
don't have a
wait.
choice. You
You
will
don't
have
have
to wait.
choice.
Here's why I don't want you to wait on self work.
Yeah.
Don't sit down there and justify bullshit
Yes.
because you look and say, okay, hey, it's God's time, but you're just trying to justify nonsense.
Yes.
No. We can tell when you're trying to justify nonsense,
Yeah.
and you can call it
Oh,
God,
I see
Jesus,
your
all you
point.
want.
I think this is about those that are married at 40 or 25, right? Like, don't
No,
just
it could be about
wait and
anything.
waste time.
That would be the core example now. But it could
Yeah.
really be about. It could be a young man who is
Mm.
waiting for God's time. But then I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking at him. He's been sitting. He's 23. He's been sitting in that
Mm.
same corner.
Yeah.
He's supposed to go to community college. I know he can't go
Mm-hmm.
to 4-year college and all that NCTs,
Mm-hmm.
but he can
Mm-hmm.
actually take his butt and go to community college and work at FedEx. But
Mm-hmm.
he chose to go and work full time, 60 hours a week
Mm-hmm.
at
Mm-hmm.
FedEx or Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, I said, I bet don't rush me. God's time is the best. That
Mm.
man is going to be 50. He'll be saying the
That is
same
part of the
thing.
lie the church has been lying. God's time is the best. Like you have your own will that God determines.
Yes.
If you are very determined,
Yes.
God cannot override that. Stop being determined. If for
Thank
anything,
you.
God allows you to even be that determined, and it will make. I don't know. We are going
So
religious.
if I has turned down a couple of engagements according to a
That is
previous
someone
story,
that knows what she wants. She
right?
could have settled.
Right, and that was the point she was making then, right? So
Yeah.
when she turned, that's a person that's clearly have no problem attracting men, right?
Yeah.
If I is the kind of girl that if she's sitting and have a conversation with you long enough, you will fall in love.
Yeah.
That's the kind of
Yes.
girl I see as right. It
Yes.
doesn't matter. She's a pretty girl, but it's not even about that. I think it's more so about she can engage people. She's like the homie
Yes.
that you will fall in love with, right?
Yes.
So she's had engagement a couple of times. So that's
Yeah.
not a person that's just been sitting around.
Yeah.
She hasn't been sitting around. She's had some unfortunate situation that she probably couldn't control, right?
Exactly, especially because when you're dealing with another person that has their own will entirely, you don't have full control.
Exactly. So if a person wants to be with you, but they continue to move in disrespectful ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't control them. All you can do is excuse yourself from their life. this is how you'll be wrong. You're not going to marry that person because somebody said time clock, biology clock, and you can clearly say that this is problematic, and you're not going to marry that person. See, now you're collecting on the other side, right? Because you don't have to marry a person that already make you feel unsafe. I don't care if you're 70, you never have to marry ever. Yes, society rule, but at some point you just look at your own journey. You say, this is my unique journey. You find where your strength is, you find where you enjoy life the most, and you build on top of that. Let me make sure I'm still here because I don't see what's the happened to my screen. Am I still here? All right, how you guys doing in the chat? What are you doing? Picking up the babies?
Yes, I have delivery. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So I hope we address that. It's a double-edged sword. That's what the issue is, and I'm glad you came up. So
yes, and another thing I want to say is like it's not like she's anti feminism. When so let me do this example. Remember when Daddy Freeze was talking about this doctor, many people turn it to their own story. They turn it like Daddy Freeze got his own share of his own story. Oh, when I was dealing with my ex, no, we're not talking about you. This is not about you. We have this fake Ramsey Noah that came and started saying, no, this is not about you. Did you get?
He did. Who you calling? You're Clayton. Who you're calling fake Ramsey Noah?
That's the guy that I heard people calling, so I'm like, yeah, it looks like fake Ramsey Noah for real.
Yeah.
So when whatever Ife said, it can be subjected to different interpretations.
Yes, it's
based
subjective.
on people's reality, right? Not really because that is what she's trying. In fact, they can turn the whole community to this is what I'm getting. This is the vibes. No, that is not what I'm trying to communicate.
Yeah.
But she stayed true to herself. Whoever that is saying, oh, why did she get married? No, that's on you. Because I did not write on my page that no marriage here. Like, did you see how this guy is giggling? You cannot tell me anything. That is, my mom will say, if they ask you to put your hand in the fire, will you? Even if they come out to say,
that's the other side we're talking about, right? You are responsible for your own well-being.
Yeah. If Ife said, I don't want to get married, what attracted you to that?
Ultimately,
you not want to get married.
Yeah, ultimately, you're responsible for your own world. When I say accountable, responsible, it's just, I think it's a matter of a choice of word, but I meant exactly that in terms of people are going to question you for it. That's what I mean. Yeah. You're not going to go to jail for it.
So the men that are crying, I haven't even seen that. He married a Nigerian man. So those one, I don't know their problem. He did not marry outside of
They will say, let me tell you something. If you try to argue with them, they will tell you he married a simp.
Me, I'm not going to argue.
So
I can't win them.
They will tell you he married a simp. And because what does that prove?
They are arguing from the place of their reality. So I cannot win. I'm not going to engage. I am arguing based on my own reality. So you have to heal for your mindset to shift.
Yeah.
But they don't want to.
Yeah, there's this guy, John _D _Doe. Can you see that? John _D _Doe.
Is it John that used to come to Daddy Freeze live?
Maybe, I don't know. Is that Twitter or Instagram?
Something else. Let me go to chat.
I'm not even sure if that's Instagram or Instagram. Anyway, so let me see. He said them say lie storyteller don't they engage.
Imagine.
At what age did he start grooming her? And okay, so here's the issue. Remember Ife was angry at Two-Face some few weeks ago about grooming a person, right? So I guess that's what he's saying. Like, so at what age did the new person started grooming her? Is what she said. Again, when you jump out there and you have, this is what I mean by accountable. I think people will hold you accountable.
No, that's on them.
So it's on them. I agree with that. Yeah,
it's on them because this girl never said don't marry. I mean, I've listened to her. I started listening to her of recent. She had a show. She invited different people. I can tell from the way she's thinking. But now I'm not, justifying her because I haven't known her for a long time. But I mean, it turns out she's been doing it for like maybe 5, 7 years. I didn't know her at that time. Okay, so I can't speak to that. But the effect that I know right now, she's
Right.
not anti anything. And if you've been with her for that last 5, 7 years and you are not inspired by
Right.
this growth and glow that you see in
I
her,
think that's a major point you just made.
you have
That's
problems.
why experience is key. If a person has not demonstrated or in their story there's some growth that they've seen, you probably can't learn much from them. You know, the fact that she has a story right now is the bigger deal here. You know,
She
that
has
she's coming
dealt
from a
with
place.
many turned down engagement. So she has a real story of her own life. What have you gone through? You've gone through divorce. This is a motivation for you right here that your own person will find you. So what are they saying? I don't get. I mean, the girl is
Yeah.
enjoying her life while they're there ranting. So
Have
it's
you
okay.
ever entered a conversation where women are dragging men and
No,
they
I
call
will not
themselves
be
feminism?
there. No, I will not
That's
be
what
there.
that's why you're saying that.
Yeah, I will
So
not be there.
those men don't collect. Let's just
Because
say.
not all men, because they are kind of stupid. I'm sorry for saying that. Not all men offended me. I'm dealing with one man. So I can't be speaking for all men. When people say we men, what do you mean? Am I part of them because you don't know me? People
Right.
that speak like that, something is wrong with them. I have
Yeah.
2 boys that is gonna grow. I have a husband, I have father, I have brothers. I dream date all of them, so I can't generalize. People that talk like that, it kind of like is a turn off for me anyway.
Let
So
me paint a picture for you, Jim
okay,
Jim. Ife posted on January 2nd.
okay.
She said on Twitter, she said, I want to post something amazing my bobo did. Oh.
See, I'm
But
on
this
to take
20
that you right.
nah, but,
Flower man.
but this 2025, I'm all about empathizing with the singles. Let me wait and not say it.
See.
Dang
But
community
yeah, that was
singles
then. That
chapter.
was when they even engaged. This engagement is not new.
I think so. Let me tell you. When she posted it, there's a feminist on the internet
They were angry, right?
who roll their eyes.
We don't care. He
Needs
said
to
do not
rule
care.
this. Needs to rule. This.
She didn't cause their
You
problem.
drink water. Drink
Everybody
water.
is entitled to happiness, and if they don't want happiness, that's fine.
There's
This
a
girl changed. MOP, did you not? I noticed the changes in her. Her makeup changes. The way she's
this is how I
dressing.
know she changed, because
She changed.
in this video, right? Because I wasn't following her then. You know,
Well,
the people that follow her then. You
she
see,
added weight.
let me play a little bit of this
To
video for
look more
you.
beautiful. You need a man in your life.
Let me play
Well, the ugly
let me
one.
play a little bit of this video and then we'll talk. Listen,
Okay.
listen.
Okay.
Okay.
Promise
Promise
to be kind,
to be kind,
to be honest,
to be honest.
and to not ask Ife who wrote in the story.
I'll try not to ask who wrote this story.
Yes, you should not promise that one. I'll still not tell you. Because confidentiality.
Okay.
is
I
what we
want.
do.
I want.
Yes, let's get into it. Dear Ife, let me say what's on my mind and why I'm writing this email to you this midnight. I told my female boss that I'm not a feminist, and she has looked at me with disappointment since. In fact, I don't seem to be part of her inner circle anymore. I love feminists, but why can't they accept that a woman who is not a feminist can live her life and be happy? I also told my boss, I want to be a stay-at-home mom one day. I'm working hard now, but I know that later I'll quit and stay home. When I was pregnant with my last child and at maternity leave, I enjoyed following my kids to school and picking them up. I have never been happier since. She told me, will your husband quit his job? Why do you want to quit yours? I said, because my husband is the head of the home and he's supposed to provide, and I am his supporter. I want to be able to balance things out. She made me feel ashamed of myself that day. Also, I'm a hardworking woman. I'm in a top position in my company and I'm aiming higher, but my husband is still the head of the home. I have taken his last name and I follow his lead. He has no doubt about it. I make him know it. When women talk about equal pay, I don't support them because this is my stand. Negotiate for what you think you're worth. Don't blame men for that. I believe women are fragile and also strong. Else, how do we birth kids and still have the strength to nurture them. There is a role for a man and a woman, and that is okay for me. I have come to accept this. It is not okay to shame some of us because we don't like to be feminists. I beg, Ife, tell your feminist sisters their cause is good, but we all can be feminists because for people like me, I'm happy being who I am, a hardworking woman, a submissive wife, and a devoted mother.
I wish I had a.
All right.
Feminists will almost want to kill this girl. How dare you? How dare you?
So, what do you think about, before we get into what they said? What do you
I
think?
watched the whole. I love this lady. Actually, the guest. I didn't
Okay.
say I love her. I'm following her.
Okay.
And I love her take on that as well. Like, you can want to. I can claim to be a feminist. Yes, I am married. I listen to my husband. Because now feminist is, he has like 1,000 definition, and anybody that does not agree to your own definition of feminist, then there is a problem. No, I don't agree with where she said I don't where they should be paying the man and the woman the same amount or negotiate for what you want. Like, we submitted the same result from the beginning, so I shouldn't have to negotiate. That is what I don't agree with. But that she desire to be taking her kids to school, I do that every day. That does not reduce me. I don't care.
So this is an example, Jim, of when people take your worry to the next level.
See, Ife is not responsible for that, because this lady right here that sent this message, the only thing I disagree with is the payment on every other thing. That's what she wants, and she should be allowed to. Like, is feminist a cult now? Is it like a gang? No.
Did you want me to answer Abi's rhetorical question?
You can answer me. You can answer me. Please.
No, you ask a question. Is feminism a cult now? Oh,
Yeah,
you
you can answer me.
So, I think most people think the word cult is negative. And I think it's for a reason. It's because people have weaponized it, right?
Yeah, and I mean it from the place of negative.
Right. So, in the
So
real meaning of
thing, or is it a must? Okay, let me rephrase that. Is feminist a must?
no,
Minding it that there is different types of feminists right now.
no. So this is what I think. Ultimately, this is what I think. Hi, the mom of five. How are you doing? Hi, Chinye. Sorry, Jerry.
Oh, she's here. Good.
Yeah. So this is what I think about that, right? Every not most though. Every new solution creates new problem.
Yeah.
You understand? It's just life. It's just what it is.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
Yeah. So when you are aware of that, you don't put any ideology on a pedestal.
Yes.
Because there's a person that will help you take the way inside that thing to the next level.
And the way here is the boss. Like, why are you arguing with what she wants? Why are you arguing with the way her home runs?
Not only that, she has the power to effect or affect her life.
That is wrong, because there is understanding between her and her husband. It's not like they are dragging submission. These are people that have come to terms with, I want to submit to my husband. It's not a problem. I want to be taking my kids. Like, we agree that. Why is the boss having problem with that? That is a toxic femininity there.
Yeah. So that's what we're dealing with. So it's not even about these persons. It's about whatever ideology, either you want to say Republican, political, Democratic,
I know.
any one of it. There's somebody out there who don't know how to slow down and say, hey, the problems are being created because they will be created. But now
the people that created this femininity, this is not their ideal. No, so they will not be responsible. This is your problem.
Yes. So that's one angle. That's one angle, right?
On it. I like the take of Ife. Generally,
no, I'll play it more
as well.
I'll play it more, right? That's one angle to it. The other angle to it is that this is a world that's always moving.
Right.
Our world is always moving. So what used
Right.
to be a solution? Remember, I said solution will create problem. In
Definitely.
addition to that, what used to
Yes.
be a solution 50 years ago is now a problem today.
Yes. Yes.
So, just a basic example: television set in the 1960s was a solution.
Yes.
Okay, telephone was a solution in the 90s. Let me give this. In fact, I have a better example. Sorry.
Okay.
Shout out to my parents. I have very lovely parents. Telephone was a solution, right? But yesterday, my father was trying to pay his car note, and he used that same telephone to call me, so he can tell me all the account number on his pay slip, so
And
I can.
they will still use account his information.
So no. That's another one. That one has happened before. But this one, he want to tell me everything on the phone, so I can go to the computer to go and create the account, so he can make a payment. Okay, now the solution today is there's actually a laptop in front of him where he could do the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Right? Now, obviously, this is my father. As a Yoruba boy, I help as much as I can, right? But that telephone is being problematic because it's easier for him, because he came from that era. He can just dial and call, right?
Yeah.
That same telephone, for you ladies, if you've had in-laws before, there's a mother-in-law that has told you don't call me every day.
Yes.
Whereas when she was dealing with her own mother-in-law, there was no phones to call the village every day.
Phone. Like, we have problem that we don't even know how to handle, because different generations are dealing with different problems, and all of us are here.
I say this to say that every ideology has a downside to it.
Fact.
Every ideology you can think of that some great man or woman created once upon a time that helped people, right? Because humans no be your mate, they are taking it to another level where you have to be wary, you have to be careful and say, okay, we are creating some problems, let's adjust with the times.
Not everybody will now be willing to adjust.
They won't, because they rather stay stuck. Human beings hate change, even though it's the one constant.
Some will agree to the change, but then manipulate it to something else.
All kind of angles. It will go in all kind of different angles. So that's what we're dealing with here. So we're talking about first personal change as a personal person. We're talking about she's carrying the community along. We're talking about Auntie B posted something today that a woman sent to her in her story.
I know, right? That she should not grow.
Somebody who once upon a time were probably loving on her because she said something she liked. But now suddenly, I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to unsubscribe. People are weary out there.
I said, but what consult it? To create channel. Like, are you part of the stakeholders?
I'm sorry, I haven't engaged for so long. But just disappear quietly like you've done before. So
like, that is not. I mean, this is, for me, I see lack of respect from this person, because you might not agree with what the owner of the YouTube is doing, but you could respect them, because from the beginning, when they are even creating it, they did not know you. They did not have you in mind creating it. Like,
no, they were in a different world entirely.
Problem coming out to say,
they were in a different world. So we have also young girls today who will say, what my mother went through.
I know, right?
Right? Because of what my mother went through, I bought into this ideology, but the person is
that myself. I suffered that myself.
That's and they don't want to go through that. But here's something that some of our mothers, not all of them, here's something that some of our mothers did, right? They told the worst of the worst stories only when they were upset.
For me, in my own case, my mom did not even tell us anything like that. Even when we are all grown already, and we can tell that this was what this man is doing, she will tell us, no, I marry her. I marry him, not you guys.
No, you're talking about your own mom. I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying. My own mom. Yes, it still affects me. Is what I'm saying. Now, imagine those mothers that will, talk negatively about their
No, I'm
Their
talking.
husband.
I'm even talking about a mother who is not your mother, but who happens
Yeah.
to be somebody who are supposed to be our mother's age range, but they are
Oh,
the
yeah,
loudest. They are on the
yeah.
TV somewhere, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The most entertaining stories are the most negative ones,
exactly.
right? So if you go to, like, for example, for us in Akure, we had the Joko Ojogbon, we had the TV shows that were designed. I think in Lagos they had Boromiro. They had the TV shows that were
Boromir,
designed.
oh my God, how do you remember God?
They had the TV shows that were designed to gather ratings. You
Yeah.
cannot gather rating. You have to do extra work to
Yeah.
put a happy couple on TV, and they're
Yeah.
not talking lovey-dovey. You have to do
Yeah.
extra work in that storytelling, because people will disconnect. They don't want to hear that nonsense. It's
They
boring.
would rather want Ife to stay single for the rest of her life.
That
and be
is
using her as,
entertaining.
yeah, than for her to now finally find love. Like, nah, you
Yes.
people are evil.
She can do it. She can do it over and
people.
over and over again.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, we wanted to hold on one second. Let me. This says, but the reality is that in relationship and marriage and life in general, we will make some sort of adjustment, change our take on things. That is a constant. Change is constant,
Yes.
right? So people that get stuck in pain, there's a part of pain, even with bulaso, right?
Yeah.
That in a weird way feels good. You're touching it. You know, it's like a hick. You know, you can't.
Especially when it is healing and you are scratching it. It's
Yeah,
always
you're
so
touch,
sweet.
you're messing with it. You want to feel if it's still painful, right? But a part
Yeah.
of you like Thomas and Sarah. Wait, a part of you like to whine a little bit about the pain, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, ultimately you would like to heal, but
But
when it comes to
there's a part
emotional
of
pain
the pain that you held
that you are
onto.
addicted to,
Yes.
you get addicted to a part of your pain. All of us do it to a large extent.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
some people just have a hard time, especially if you can get away with it for a little while. Eventually it will deteriorate who you are as a person. It will
Yeah.
destroy you, you know.
Yes.
So yeah, so that video is what I sent to her to be that I thought, you know, I said but let me play this lady and then let's talk more.
Okay.
Piece of paper and pen. There's so many.
You also made the points to
Yeah,
write down.
there are many things to. Oh wow.
Yes. First of all, again, this is why I told you I'm in front of this. You already know of this of these conversations, and many times I've said very, very clearly that a lot of people say they are not feminists. They just don't want to be tagged with that name.
Yeah.
They act feminist.
Yes.
Like
Their thinking is feminist.
their thinking is feminist.
Their desires align with what the true.
What the true color is, but they don't. Why do you think that tag is a problem?
The tag is a problem, if I'm honest, because there has been several attempts to recoin what feminism stands for.
Into what or what?
Angry, bitter, men bashers.
You see, when Ife just said into what and what, those are small things I pay attention to.
Okay.
You know why? Because
Why?
Because she's looking at frame of reference, right?
I mean, I feel like she's trying to get an understanding of what this lady.
Yes, she's
Let
digging
me know what
deeper.
you're talking. Yes.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah,
good. Like, I don't want to just agree. Like, expatiate what you mean. So I'm
Yes.
not getting you wrong.
yes,
I don't
yes,
see anything to that. Someone
Yes.
that's just digging for more understanding.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's basically the difference between 50 people died yesterday, and when you say 50 people died on that street yesterday, one has one on one street 50 people. That's crazy. The other one is like 50 people died yesterday. You would ask, what do you mean 50 people died where? You would ask where,
Yes.
right?
For
Or
context.
for context, or certain numbers we like to throw around when we're talking about statistics, and it's just number. If you put a percentage, then I have better understanding.
Yes.
The percentage will tell me. So when she said from where to where, that's frame of reference. If you look at most generalized talk, they lack that frame of reference or
Which
that
she's trying
depth.
to avoid. Yeah, I like that.
She's
asked
trying to
for
avoid
more.
that.
Yes.
That is an intelligent woman.
Very, very.
You understand what I'm saying?
Very.
Some people, all they need to hear, like the extreme of people who fight against feminism, will hear that say,
Yes, and they will run with it.
They will just run with it because it has been changing. We know what do you know? You don't even know.
What
You
do
don't.
you mean?
You don't know what she's saying yet.
You
Please
don't
ask
know.
more questions.
Yes, you don't know.
Yeah.
Not submissive. I can't remember
Sintra has just released AI employees, and it has me terrified. Meet your team for all core
all the Twitter rants. But these are just
Twitter rants.
you know.
So you're talking about Twitter feminism.
No, and I'm going to get there. These are some of the realities that unfortunately has now covered up what the true core of feminism has meant. Now, evolution happened,
Yeah.
but what the original creators of something intended,
Yes.
no matter how much evolution occurs,
I say this.
we must go back
To what that is. Thank you. This is what I say.
what it cannot mean to you.
Another thing.
Cannot mean to you today what it did not mean to the original audience.
Yes.
Why did the cause have its popularity? Why did it gain its popularity? I believe that a simple, quick Google search will help a lot of people. What started the whole idea? Why did it start? What were the surrounding circumstances? And takes me to my next point.
All right. So if you want to watch it, go watch it on our platform.
Yeah.
See the question she's asking right now, right? A person that's feeling pain and they mistakenly fell
We will
into
not listen to all of this. See?
fell
Why are
into
they
a community
crying online?
where they are dragging men.
Why are they crying online? Did you hear what she said?
Uh-huh.
You cannot change it. It has to mean what it means 10 years ago. But I mean, the creator does not have power over that.
Jum, most people on the extreme of either of this side will not listen to the Shalaye.
They will not.
They
And that is why they remain in
won't.
pain. They don't even want to
Yeah.
hear something that will liberate their mind.
Because they don't want to listen to anything that can remotely remove them from the addiction to that pain that they are enjoying.
Yes, I listen to a lot of stuff and I know how to filter, like, oh, this is not staying. Oh, I agree with this. Like that fake Ramsey Noah when he came online for Daddy Freeze to even disagree with him. I know crazy.
That feels like wait, let's not speculate. Because Daddy Freeze is enjoying good old loving from his wife. He can't
Yes, he's trying to tell him that no, let us know that you will know that this guy is really crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So those are things we need. Those are small things that can be poisonous or that can be what you need to look out for to gather wisdom. Generalized views are popular because 80% of the time they are popular or they are true, or 80% of the most popular things have those truths. So now you say, normally now Nigeria, that's the new thing they say in Nigeria, right? But normally as per normal now, everybody's enjoying, Gege, right? Everybody's enjoying Gege now. So that's the thing. So we need to be, when we're dealing with real life stuff like relationships, it's such a dangerous game to play, to follow generalized views blindly. You have to be very, very careful.
You see those people crying online, they do not have data to watch this. Hence, they don't even know what she stands for anymore.
What do you mean? There are people here that do this.
They just want to hold on to their rhetoric. Like, no matter what you say, this is who you are. Like, are you okay?
Yeah. Unfortunately, there are factors that obviously encourages that more in Nigeria, but they are everywhere. If you just look around you, you will see just people that buy into very toxic, negative, and it's hard to argue with them because they will tell you 80%, 90%. Most times you will hear things like that, and I just rest. Once I hear that, I just rest.
I mean, there's no point.
Yeah, unless you paid me money. If you pay me money,
yes, I will know we are in business. We are in business. Engage me.
You know what it takes for all to get to a point where they pay me money.
I know, right?
Yeah, I have to basically do 2,000 videos with 8 views at a time. Or somebody has listened to 20 videos of me talking and they're like, what I believe is not working. I need some
Yeah.
additional insight. Obviously,
Yes.
that person will be more open-minded. But once somebody jump on a public platform and they have extreme generalized views,
Yeah.
just let them have it. Everybody can have their opinion, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm looking at this person's post, right? This Agbajon Do. He said,
Okay.
"You dedicate your life recruiting young girls into toxicity.
Lies.
Pretend like men are not important in your life."
Lies.
You see the word pretend came in, right? I told you.
Lies.
Guys, start looking out for pretend. I've said that like 3 months now. I'll keep repeating it. Okay, anytime somebody says somebody pretend, they're saying, I don't like you. Okay, and you're pretending and you want to get me, you want to hurt me or my group of people, and you are the devil. That's what they're trying to say. So you sat down there and you planned how to hurt my own group of people, either hurt black people or hurt all men or all women. They tend to use that word in strategic places. So this is one of them. So you pretend like men are not important in your life. Me, I will not think somebody's pretending like men is not important in their life. I would think that person is hurting. Men as
There's
men.
nothing you can't say.
Yes.
When I saw that guy, my comment was, "You are broken. You are probably divorced. You don't even have to tell me your story."
Oh, you
are
left the
married,
comment.
we were going back and forth. All those guys were attacking me. I don't care. I said,
Where? We need to see that.
Yes, on that live video, you will not see the comments.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You're talking about Daddy Freeze, Clayton.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dropping comments. I said, "You're broken. You need to heal. I am married. I have husband. This is not. I'm not saying this because of I'm fighting men, but you need to go." Oh, I don't engage in their chats like that. But this guy was so crazy, saying all this rubbish stuff. I'm like, where did they bring you? Your wife must have dealt with you. Did they collect your money? You didn't see your kids. What's the problem?
Yeah, there are many of them out there, but that's not him that I'm reading right now. I'm reading John D. Doe on Twitter. So this person said, "Pretend like men are not important in your life. Tell everyone that marriage is not an achievement. But now you set ring light, hire professional cameraman with makeup on fleek to announce I said yes." And and then he continues say, "My posts tonight are referring to that stupid girl called Ife. She should not think that I've forgotten how she attempted to use her stupid page to malign me. So it's personal." You see how quick he told himself? It's personal.
Yes, you will know. If you are talking that bitter, yeah, she has done something to you.
Yes.
Maybe she liberated your old girlfriend that you want to buy, and then the girl is doing very well for herself now. Then you can't let go.
Right. So he continues. He says, "I repeat, your marriage must work. If not, I'll be the first to mock you. And you know I have a bad mouth." And
Who is this? I didn't know him. I don't know.
I didn't know
bad
him
people.
too. But
I don't know. They are like a red flag. I run away from such.
But guess who lifted it and decided to push this message even further?
Oh.
Look on your screen now. Look on your screen.
Agbajon Do.
Look now. Instablog Naija. This is the kind of news they carry forward now. That's my point.
Yeah, you choose what you engage. I follow Instablog. Stuff like this, I swipe up. I swipe up.
Oh, if you see this, well, it's true
like
because we're celebrating Fair today, so I just wanted to show you guys what these things look like on every hand.
Even if it is not about engagement, even if it's just like a personal exchange between both of them,
right?
Because I don't know what's happened between both of you. That things like this will poison your mind. Yeah. I don't know when you guys are fighting. What's my business?
So
but
now here's
bad stuff like this.
Here's the caveat, right? Here's the caveat. You see, because Ife has a community and she's popular, and she's rubbed a lot of those kind of men off the wrong way by, like, for example,
they misinterpreted her.
Yes.
She didn't rub nobody. They just want to continue to behave crazy, and they don't want. In fact, having opinion. A Nigerian man seeing you as having opinion is a problem on its own. You can see why they don't like her. Yeah. When I'm talking, you keep quiet. Did you see the video I share on the WhatsApp group? You keep short. You know when to keep short. You know when to. Yeah, see, a guy like that would be angry.
Right.
I don't want you to have opinion. Not really because she did anything wrong. Because how dare you think you know
So
you have
I
opinion?
think so, Junjum. I think it's something deeper, and
Okay.
it's as deep as what you've said previously, which is swipe up. Just know that that person is hot,
That's it.
and it's personal.
It's
They
personal.
will now. They're the one pretending like everybody's going through it. They are the only one going through it.
He's the only one going through it. I cannot relate.
Anybody on any side of the gender who are making generalized statements,
Yeah.
especially if they can back it up with real statistics,
Yeah.
especially if they can back it up with real statistics.
That's like a rabbit hole. Why did you know the statistics of people like that?
That should be your evidence. How did you
Yeah.
know the statistic? You're trying to do
It's
a
a rabbit
shalaye.
hole.
You're trying to
They
make
are
a
deep
point.
in there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm looking at his post here. I came to his page just to come and look. How does Twitter? I don't understand how Twitter works like this. But this
I don't
says,
have Twitter.
okay, this was pinned from 2022. I do have Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter, guys. Man of Prestige _ So this page right here, this was pinned from 2022. It says, for those of you that are dating working class ladies that are making good or equal amount of money as you, be careful how you indulge in discussions on how you'll be spending money at home if you guys plan to get married. If you tell her that she'll be bringing this, and you will, let me see if I can see it, and you will be bringing that, she may start to withdraw from you, and you may eventually lose her because of that, unless she's desperate and just wants to get married. Women are designed to suffer differently from men. A woman's sufferings are, let me see if I can. A woman's sufferings are: 1, to get pregnant and carry the babies; 2, to give birth to the babies; 3, to nurture and care for you, the home and the children; 4, to ensure the children obey and honor your authority as the head of the home; 5, to cook and clean for you.
Amazing.
In all
Amazing.
Trigger alert.
No, I'm not
Right.
trigger. No, faster.
Not you. For the
I have
audience.
grown on this.
For our audience,
I
Jum
have.
Jum. For our audience. By the way, everybody make sure you're supporting Jum Jum at Beyond Beauty.
I
For
have
our
grown.
audience.
Don't work on me.
It said, in all I've listed, I did not mention making money. Women are not designed to make money. They are designed to
Maybe the mother
enjoy
did not make money.
and spend it. It
Yeah.
will irritate any woman if a man expects her to do all I've listed above and still expect her to contribute financially, or she's
Yeah.
mandated to contribute financially. They
It's
would
all about money for them. The moment they give you money like this, they own your life.
well, women love financial security. What can I tell you?
I
You know,
mean,
if that's a surprise for somebody,
let's talk about this. See the video that I share with you on Instagram. I mean, on WhatsApp. That guy that wore very nonsense suits like that, saying, "I will pay the bills. Shut up when you have to shut up." Remember that when he was saying that, "Oh, I
right, that
paid the
guy.
bill," the
Yeah.
lady was smiling. She was so happy.
Right.
Until he started saying the rubbish.
So that woman is obviously
a
healthy.
gold digger.
You know, no, I'm talking about the lady that do from the pop the balloon, right?
Yeah.
That which
Yeah.
one?
From the pop the balloon.
Yeah,
She
pop
was
the
happy
balloon.
when he's talking about money. That is too much. You will know there's a problem here. Why is providing for your family a big deal? That you keep emphasizing it. I paid the money. No, you should know that something is coming. Even if you didn't say it on that show, you yourself should know that. What is this guy?
So let me ask you this, Jim. He said 1 hour ago. I'm looking at his page. Since they making, you're gonna be famous. He's gonna be famous. He said, put women in their appropriate places. They will always be wet for you, even with their wrinkled faces. And
Oh God,
what do you say about that?
I don't have anything to say. Oh God, I don't want to laugh because it's going to trigger my cough.
So you don't.
No, I don't have anything to say.
So you don't have anything. Okay, somebody had something to say. Your online sister VV has something to say. That's the name on Twitter. Your online sister.
No, I don't know that.
He said old fool.
See, because
So
any answer I'm going to give will take me out of character. No,
wait,
I don't have any.
wait. Somebody's going to say I'm laughing too much, enjoying this too much
I
now.
mean, it's funny.
Let me calm down. It is funny. You know what is the answer? His answer is your toto they smell. Yes or no?
Oh God.
All right. So
People like this, you don't engage because they will go to the bottom of the
they go
they
low to hell.
to the lowest of the low. You don't engage them. No, you don't. I said I don't even no, I don't have anything to say.
So
You
your
see,
online
your photo is-
sister,
no,
your
no,
online
don't
sister,
engage someone like that.
your online sister say you will forever live a miserable and painful life because you can never get sense. Foolish
You
old
will not
man.
get to him. He will still say another thing.
Wait now. I'm gonna say the other thing. For those of you reading on the screen, you can see it. It says, so you cannot explain how you got to know my mouth is smelling like your rotten fish, Toto.
Oh,
Simple yes or no, you cannot answer. Is this the brain you
God.
want to use to teach your children? I pity them.
God.
All right.
Men like this, you don't. Even if it's a woman that is, fighting or waging war against me, you don't engage them. Their mind is blocked. They cannot receive anything that is different from what they know. No.
Okay. So funny enough, funny enough, right? This is all 1 hour ago. This is after we already did on this show. So your online sister, in my opinion, your online sister and John Dido, they deserve each other.
They deserve each other because you won't find me engaging such a person. Never.
They deserve each other. So he
Never.
took a screenshot, and you know how you go to somebody's page on Twitter, I tell you that person's following you. So your online sister actually follows Agbajondo.
Imagine.
So
that means there's some things that he's saying that she agree with, but this time around, she does not agree with this one in particular.
yeah, our face is right now on our screen because she decided to engage with it. So
See, that is how you're going to put my face.
If you are a young lady and you are hanging out in the manosphere and you are tagged on to every talking point over there because it makes sense to you because they gave you numbers, you deserve all the woto that comes to you.
Even if it makes sense, I would rather nod my head. Oh, okay. Then I'll swipe off.
You deserve every single woto that you receive, either from a generalized standpoint about Tabai, personally, any one of it, you deserve it. And let me repeat the same thing for men too. Men, if you go to feminism platform where they are saying they should delete all young baby boys, and that's when you've been hanging out to come back and be repeating the talking point to me because you think I should use that to drag all women, you deserve all the woto that comes from that as well.
Yeah.
Because anybody that have sense, when they see something toxic, they know how to waka pass.
Yeah.
They know how to walk past it. And if you've gone through some situation that make you not have sense, some ladies, maybe they feel like they haven't been married and it must be something about me. Okay, so now you decided that only a 21-year-old boy will teach you how to get married on the internet. Then you deserve all the woto. No, there are many 21-year-old repeating this talking point online.
Oh, God.
You deserve all the woto because you clearly don't have any sense. You deserve all the woto that comes to
you. For him to be talking like this, no.
Sometimes it takes the while for them to detect that he's 25 years old. So like, wait, Ola, you just said 21. Yeah, you see, you just checked me. There's a difference. Is there a difference between 21 and 25 in this context? There's not much difference. They don't have any experience.
Yeah, they're young boys.
They can't teach you anything.
Nothing.
So auntie old woman too, that you are like 50 something and you keep saying marriage is not an achievement. Check yourself. Where did you hear that from? Why do you feel the need to keep repeating that?
Yeah.
There's something going on with you. If you're in a good marriage, you will never say that statement. Marriage is not an achievement.
Because you know the work that you put in to make it work to that point whereby you can claim it as an achievement.
Yes, and that will be what you'll be repeating naturally from time to time.
Yeah.
You know, at the very minimum, you'll be able to say a good marriage is an achievement. We can all say a good marriage is an achievement. We can all say that. But for you to end at marriage is not an achievement and then full stop, check yourself. There's something going on. There's something going on for you to internalize that and make that your truth. And then try to teach that to other people. We have to be careful because some things, again, many things will sound very like it makes sense on the surface. But then when you realize how people internalize it and use it in their life, they're toxic. They're toxic. You know? So, but we tend to do that only with personal relationships. We don't do it with our job. We don't
Yes.
say a job is not an achievement. Says who?
Like you go to school for 4 years, it's an achievement.
He said, what do you mean a job is not an achievement?
Yeah.
You don't feel fulfilled at work or something?
You put in
Because
work to lose weight, it's an achievement.
exactly. Because some of us we love what we do.
Yeah.
You know, and if you don't love what you do, then let's talk about that. Tell us the rest of the story. I have the anti-face on the screen, unfortunately, by mistake. let me take.
All over the world.
We don't even have Agbado. How are you engaging somebody that has no face online?
Imagine.
Gotta be
No,
careful.
I will not. When you ask me, I said no, I don't have anything. Because
You don't have the energy.
I don't know. No. I will not know.
I don't know if this is the real guy, but this person looks like they're just using some random picture. Agbafian's community. He looks like he's a popular. He has 380,000 followers online.
Those are the very toxic one like that. Now let me bring this to you. Imagine if this guy eventually down the line, maybe in 3 years' time, got transformed, changed his mindset. Now all these gullible 300 and something that is following him will be mad that why did you change?
Yeah.
Like, did you expect me to stay like this? Let's say that is Ife.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
say 5 years ago.
Exactly.
It's a journey of his own life. He's not lost. In 5 years' time, you cannot tell. He can be transformed.
We never know. He might have a life transforming experience that will change everything
and all
for him.
People will be angry like, oh, you left us here. Did I drag you before?
Yeah. So but those are the most popular platforms online. I just want you all to be careful. They are.
I don't even know him. I don't engage.
They are popular because they are popular, not by themselves.
I don't care. Still don't care.
because somebody is following them, because their talking points resonate with somebody's pain.
Yes.
So you need to, again, the only solution in all of this is to really continue to work on yourself. Yes. Because you are a powerful being. You are a powerful presence on this planet, and everywhere if you enter a room, they feel your energy. Trust me.
Yes.
Trust me. They might not look at you directly in your face, but when you enter a room, they feel your energy. You need to recognize that, whoever you are, and find out why is it that they feel your energy. What is the strength? They could also feel your energy because your weakness is that it's radiating through the room, right? But the point here is that everybody has strength and weaknesses. Everybody are presented with opportunities from time to time. You can miss them. It might not be God's fault.
Yes.
You can miss opportunities. But if you are still alive, that's why I said opportunities. More of them are coming. Don't keep missing them. In the name of God's time is the best. Because, again, a lot of people are getting left behind. And they followed Ife blindly at some point. You go, because that's where the conversation is coming from.
Now they collect.
Yes.
Blame him for us now.
Yeah. If you listen to Ife in recent times, I'll say in the last 6 months. No, I don't even think the toxic one are still following her. If you were listening in the last 6 months, you know that young lady has been going through some personal growth.
Yes.
You know it. And if your spirit is aligned, you would be curious to learn more and more.
Yes.
Go watch that particular video. It's called, if you search Adenike Ifedayo of Naija Girl, it will come up.
And did you see
YouTube.
They also talk about religion?
Yes.
Yes.
They did.
I enjoyed it.
They did. And the young lady is also a church woman too.
Yes.
So yeah, it's good. I just think people should find more balance. Do you watch Hardly Initiated?
I used to watch it when at the time of the election. I stopped because now it is about all these same sex. They kept. I'm like, what exactly is this?
Really?
I cannot. Yeah.
I missed that part. They were talking about the
same-sex marriage.
Oh, okay.
I got tired at that point.
Yes.
So
Yes. Because one of the reasons why I like those young men, but I just like them. But what they're doing right now, I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
It's like they are jumping on every trendy conversation.
Yes.
That is not why they created their platform.
Yes. Yes.
No. Now it is about election. What Trump is doing. The community 40 days
Show more.
that Dr. Brian said. What is my
Show more reasons so she call me Leno.
What?
I don't like knocking people's hustle. I really don't like it. Yeah.
I know, but you know me, I am just digesting them.
But let me
with me anymore. I move on.
Let me say, as a fan, let me say my full chest.
Yeah, I'm a fan too, but not anymore.
What I don't like, what I don't like about what they're doing right now is, I really believe that, you know, when the Bible says, how do you say that in English? Lord help me. It's only a lunatic that will say there's no God.
There's no God. Yeah.
Okay. The way I interpret that is that you can't really argue people's faith. It's a losing battle.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you say it is constructive criticism? Is it? I don't know. I'm just making my opinion. They might find it offensive. It's all good though.
That's okay. They have their own opinion too.
Yeah. So as you were in your loma so alone will see. I can't teach those young men how to YouTube, because they figured that part out.
Yeah.
Yeah. How to gather a lot of people on YouTube and win. I can't teach them that.
Yeah.
But what I can see is, for long term, right? If they continue to engage controversial topic, that's just their business model.
So they, there's no point. I mean, that's what I said. I don't, one thing that I like about myself, I mean, I don't know if I should put it that way. You are not my fan for life. I don't know you. I don't know what is fueling what you're doing. Thereby, I cannot be connected to it. When you're saying something, I mean, like Dear Future Wifey, when it first started, I like it. I never miss an episode. Right now, I can't remember the last time I watched it.
You don't like him anymore?
I wouldn't say I don't like him anymore.
But you got bored.
I'm like, I will pass. Honestly,
I think it's from that same camp. I think they're over spiritual. So they're
God said.
Yeah, they're over spiritualizing these real life issues.
Yeah.
And I think
and the way we say, so God told me. You are not talking to a child. I mean,
that's the thing, because people literally believe you heard a voice.
No, I don't.
When you say that, eventually, if a person is notorious enough, they will start saying God said too, and they're lying. It's just them talking to themselves.
No, those are the things that pisses me off. Like, what is all this?
So here's the question I have, Jum. Why are you bringing a person on your platform to talk about witchcraft?
Thank you. What is my business with witchcraft?
Why do I want to talk to a witchcraft? I don't understand. Okay. And it's supposed to be a platform where young people and then when the people in the platform, the majority of their followers, when they want to push against it, they come from the extreme spiritualized standpoint.
Yes.
Right?
Pushing against what God is doing.
So and then and then you're having people talking about the alphabet community, how they're running their church, and then you're having them debate against themselves. And then I
don't like that.
And then you have somebody who doesn't believe in God debating against somebody who believes in God. Why?
Like that.
Why does anybody who doesn't believe in God need to debate with the person that believes in God?
Did you watch Jubilee?
Who is Jubilee?
You need to check Jubilee on YouTube.
Oh, Jubilee, Jubilee that cruise copied.
About God or anything, that is what they do.
Yeah. Right.
But when you're coming to say God said, yes, you people should stop now. Example, like all these gospel artists that they were talking about, like you will say body of Christ. By the end of the day, you're collecting money. I am part of body of Christ. Leave us alone.
Let me read. D will never call into the show, but let me read her comment. Shout out to D. I appreciate you, D. Let's see. She said, for DF to correct you, not caring about the views, it must be really bad. I know Clayton personally. I told you guys, right? So
that's the first time I come across.
It's been like that. I've known him like that for at least 3 years. And
imagine.
Yeah. So when I brought him on here, to come and talk, I wanted to debate him so that he can. The problem with me debating people is that they might end up getting convinced to my side. or they will chicken in to a corner where they, and I don't like to discourage authentic conversations. I want to see your full chest. Like, tell me with your full chest that you don't like women. Abi, you don't like African women. Abi, you despise African women. Tell me, and I want to ask you some hard questions.
Yeah.
Like,
how did you arrive at
how
that?
did we get here?
Yes.
Right?
How?
And at some point, you will have to talk about yourself personally. They also on Clubhouse, for example, they like to say, "Why must I talk about myself?" Nigga, because you're talking about something that you care so much about. That
You're talking about
connect.
people.
Yeah. Like, how did you get here?
Yeah.
In this, okay, don't talk about yourself. Say it's my friend. Just say it's my friend, somebody. But tell me, give me some examples, right? So we can, because I will ask you. And when they used to say, I don't want to talk about myself or anything like that, I had another way. I came up with another way. And eventually, you know what? They get comfortable when they start telling on themselves.
No.
You
are very patient. You will deal with them. They will not have anywhere to run to.
Thank you. So you can call yourself a simp all you want all day long. Me, I have the next question ready to go. And if you are still having a conversation with me, the worst case scenario is that they get pissed off and just leave. So he's that bad. And eventually, in fact, there was one time he covered his face. He called himself Dream Knight on Clubhouse.
Imagine.
Eventually, he got doxxed. He got doxxed because those ones are the feminists on Clubhouse are crazy. They doxed him. They released all his life history. Police reports everything. They brought everything out.
Because you cannot hide, especially here. It's a public record.
In America. they told him his life story.
Come correct. Don't lie.
So Ola, yes. Ola, wait. Yeah. So, and another reason why I accord him certain respect is like, I feel a certain level of empathy for men in general, but especially him, because he's 50-something years old. Funny enough.
I mean, if he can't save himself, you can't save him.
Shout out to the mom of 5. I was watching a replay of our show earlier on. His ex-wife reached out to her.
Oh, okay.
And she's alleging, whoever reached out to the mom of 5 is alleging that Clayton owes $200,000.
Wow.
In child
support?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Child support, yeah. So you can see now why he was able to relate badly.
Of course. Just that the lady is yet to buy him because he should not be able to relate because they did not buy you. The person we're talking about, they buying him, the person. Why are you relating?
He by himself.
He remained for the. I mean, we don't even know what happened. You people will come out with your full chest saying, I believe this is what happened. How do you believe?
Yeah.
Are you crazy? You're not there.
They will pick up the parts that confirm their biases. It pays them to be willfully obtuse. See English, lawyer.
English.
This dude that once said that he shot himself and his wife is so submissive that she cleaned up after him.
If it works for them, I'm happy for them because really.
That man spews a lot of toxic trash. People, including his fellow men, come for his views. I wonder why he singled out Ife for dragging. Oh, so you followed him before? I didn't know that guy. I blocked the account on Twitter. Oh, you blocked it? I didn't know him. God is saving you, D. You will not follow people like this again in Jesus' name.
Amen.
I be in the name of the God you serve.
Oh my God, geez, sorry, we are just
See, I blocked all the well-known gender warriors and all the accompanying words and isms. That app is getting too toxic because of the Elon pay out. Oh, you talk about Twitter, huh?
Yeah. Now they pay them.
Oh, they pay them now.
To make their money.
I haven't paid attention. Yeah, I do not understand heavy Yoruba. Oh, okay, sorry. Motisona, only a lunatic will say there is no God. The way I interpret that is that it is lunatic to argue for or against God.
Yes.
If you are going to recruit a person into your faith, either you're preaching the gospel, you must lead with value. Like anything else I teach you, you must seduce them. Find out where you can add value to them. Don't just go there and be debating them all in the name of you just want to argue that there's no God. I think it's foolish.
Very
but again, what I don't like about hardly initiated, because they say the God said, but then they are mixing it up with the business model that is about debating. If you're going to do God said, do that.
Yeah.
Don't be
Yes.
having people on the platform debating against each other.
So
It's
what is the goal of
inflammatory.
that debating at the end of the day? What's the goal?
Yes. You have to be very, very careful with that. And they got
They
dragged
don't
by
care.
another
They care about the
platform.
money. They don't care.
Right. So there's a
They care
prophet
about the
lady.
engagement.
I don't know if you know her. There's a prophet lady that goes up there.
What's what's her name? I don't listen.
Yeah, but
don't listen.
she basically told them to their face that you don't fear God. So now there's another podcast called Track Stars or something like that. They're now saying that they got called out, that they said they're not fearing God. Those ones are heavily judgmental too. So
all of them are on the same.
you were talking about a 40-day thing with Jamal Bryan. What is that?
Yeah, there's one time he came out to declare 40
Shout out to
days
Zilla. Hi Zilla.
fasting from Target due to the DEI stuff, that the black community should not buy from Target for 40 days due to DEI.
like a boycott?
Like a boycott. So
Oh.
I heard them, all these adly initiated, also to bring in different people to come and talk about it. I'm like,
so they wanted us to boycott Target?
yeah, because of the DEI, also Walmart and all of that.
No, wait, I didn't get that. Yes, they want us to boycott Target.
Yeah, because Target is part of those that have, supported DEI.
I don't mind me. I just wanted to play this. That's all.
You doing what?
I just wanted to play the wine. No.
It doesn't work like that. I understand DEI.
Yeah.
And again, my question is, many of them claim that black community does not benefit from this DEI. So what exactly are you guys fighting? If it is, you claim that it is other ethnic group that benefited from it. So what's the problem?
Attire.
I buy all my baby stuff from Walmart, from Target. Where do you want me to go? Costco is so fast.
Go to a black-owned company.
Let me tell you, all those ones, they do their thing in smaller quantity, and it's always very expensive.
It's more expensive.
Yeah.
It's more expensive.
You have to consider me too. It's not only about.
Yeah, it's not feasible. It's not feasible. Yeah. I saw that when they were talking about it, the DEI thing.
Yeah.
I'm very in between when it comes to the DEI thing. I don't
understand American politics, so I just have the little,
just little bit
to know what is going on. I don't understand that much.
Yeah.
Because really, I'm a self-employed. I don't work for anybody. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
So all the stuff that the people that benefit from the system will complain about, you're like,
It does not concern me, but I want to be empathetic to them. Like, how can I, but not buy from them. Where do you want me to buy?
Yeah. It's very tricky. I wouldn't have thrown it out completely.
Thrown it out.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. But I think there was a need for a shake-up in the country.
Yeah.
Because the other side.
Pastor, So you always love all those controversy as well.
By the way, the Christians here, the holier than thou ones, they don't like him. By the way, they don't like. They don't like him.
They don't like the wife too.
They don't like. In fact,
and if you see the way they talked about her, oh God.
Yeah, they said BBL.
Yeah, baby. I didn't want to say it. Yeah.
They call her BBL as
Jesus did not come for judgment. I don't know where I stand there. When she caught this lady in adultery, he wasn't there saying, "How dare you, adultery? What's your problem? You have husband." No, you have. This is a very long conversation, and I don't know how Christians got to the point of thinking they are so Christian. Then the next thing that they have to do is to be pointing out those that are not Christian enough. Like, go and preach the gospel is the only verdict that you guys have. Either they accept or not does not concern you. Either they chose to know.
Yeah.
The example of Jesus that gave you guys access to Christianity, Christ-like, is that Jesus did not condemn. He healed. He worked with them.
He went to eat with them, dine with them.
Yeah, dine with them. He did not to say he accepted them, because I think part of the problem is, we did not accept. How can you be a gay pastor? We are not accepting you. At the end of the day, the goal of Jesus is your soul.
Yeah.
Is your soul.
Yeah.
So how can I, be patient with you till Jesus does his work in you? How did you even expect them to come when you keep chasing them away?
Yeah. Anyway, so let me switch gears a little bit here before I let you go, Jum. So Jum, I don't know, did you follow I think we're done with Ife. Shout out to Ife. Congratulations to Ife. And when you are following people blindly because they're speaking to your pain, be careful. That's the point we're making here today. But I want to touch a little bit of our update on Dr. Ikena story and Mercy Chinwo story. I want us to do a little bit of update on that. Now, what do you want to go with first? Hold on, wait. Oh, sorry. D said our brothers Sheyi, Ekene, Dipo have been awfully quiet. I know that at least two of those people are quietly here from time to time. At least two. I know they might not come out with their full chest, but at least two of them. But Sheyi sometimes will say hello. Shout out to Sheyi, by the way. I never followed him. The algorithms bring this. I know, right? Marriage has really been hungering me this year. Don't worry.
Who's
you
that?
Make D.
Oh,
don't worry.
Is he a man or a woman?
D is definitely a woman.
Oh, God will do it for you.
But I don't know anything else
outside
of that.
This is the desire that I talk about. Like, there's some people that should be. They can be vocal about, I want marriage.
Yeah.
I want it.
It's D is coming. It's coming.
Yeah. Position yourself.
You will just attract it.
Yes.
It's what you feed yourself. It will attract it.
Yes.
That's what you're feeling already. It's coming. Just trust me on that.
Don't let anybody talk you out of you're being no, I want it and you get it.
Yeah. I go there for news, but I'm blasted with gender wars. It must be keeping the Twitter ecosystem. Yeah, if you notice it's too toxic, just chill on that, Yeah, congrats to Ife. So which one do you want to go with first? Messaging will be Dr. Ikena.
Anyone is fine. I'm down for anyone.
You're down for anyone. Okay.
Yes.
So there's a person that left a comment here yesterday. Let's do Mercy Chinwo. Yeah, let's do Mercy Chinwo. Somebody left a comment here yesterday. Said, I love you, sir.
For putting sir at the back. Know that disrespect is coming.
You already know what time it is once they do that. Let me, where did it go now? I have too many screens open. Where did it go? I don't know. All my pages have disappeared. Hold on 1 second. I'll find it. Okay, found it. He said, I love you, sir. Actually, let me read the positive one before I go to the negative one. Shout out to some Mercy. Say me, I believe in mercy. Somebody said rock bottom is nobody's mate. That's Chidima. Shout out to Chidima.
Of course, that sounds like a in-house comment.
Yeah, that's definitely our talking point here. We've created some too. Anyway, so the person said, I love you, sir, but you are not supposed to make a video on a topic you don't have a lot of information about yet. There's a lot that has happened between two of them that you seem not to know, but you are already trying to take a side. Testimony Jagger is also not close to easy concept or Mercy Chinwo, so he also doesn't have much to say. I think you should do a lot of research before you comment on the topic, because this borders on the body of Christ and humanity.
Oh God, leave
at
body
large.
Of Christ.
Love and where's the rest of the thing? Where did it go?
Oh God.
Love. Okay, hold on. You know what I want to do? I'm going to chop this up I'm going to cut this up later on. So let me play my sound bite. We'll be right back, guys. We'll be right back.
It's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
All right, we're back. Let's talk about Mercy Chinwo. Just in case you're not familiar with Mercy Chinwo, she's a gospel star, and she's a gospel star in Nigeria. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, excess love, oh, something like that. She's the crooner behind excess love crooner. But the producer behind it is Easy Concept, Easy T, Dr. Ezekiel. They've been dragging themselves on the internet because of royalties. And of course, a young man by the name of drum roll has chimed in, and that's very the dark man. Somebody said very dark brain.
Very dollars man.
Very dollar man.
Boy.
He's decided to chime in on the conversation, and all the rattle, they swear up and down is logical, but someone is the one that took sides and is emotional about it.
Okay.
So we've covered it at length here. I'm not going to go back and forth, and we just want to do a quick catch-up update. Chiye says, Ola, she loves you with the love of God. Who loves me with love of God? Who we talking about? Oh, it's not a she. It's a man. It's a man. The comment. She's talking about the comment.
Oh, okay.
The comment I was reading, that's what Chiye is talking about. So I'm going to read the comment again. I love you, sir. I think it's a man. It says the preacher 3726.
I'm saying this, sir.
Say I love you, sir. I think it's just a Naija boy. Naija boys will do you, sir, and they will disrespect you.
And they will disrespect you. Keep your sir to yourself.
Anyway, say, but you are not supposed to make a video on a topic you don't have a lot of information about. There's a lot that has happened between the two of them that you seem not to know, but you are already trying to take a side. Testimony Jagger is also not close to Easy Concept or Mercy Chinwo, so he also doesn't have much to say. I think you should do a lot of research before you comment on a topic as this, because this borders on the body of Christ and humanity at large. I think he said love and peace, but somehow that got cut off. Anyway, what are your thoughts about that comment so far?
It's the sir that attracted me first.
The sir, like he was coming.
I mean, see, everybody is saying their own part, just that mainly there have been a large number of people that just want to, this to be settled, right? And they are not taking side. But of course, you will see some that will take side and all of that. And my own stand is always like, if I'm not there, I can only try to be fair in my, whatever I want to say, because really you don't know the truth.
Yes.
And both of them coming out to talk will talk based on whatever that will favor them, because if they really want this to be settled, there is a way to go about it without coming online. So really, this uncle that is using SAR up and down also do not know what happened, and everybody's just speculating to the best that we could.
Yes. So I do shout out to Being Real George. Do you watch Being Real George?
Oh, I watch that guy all the time. He went on very dark, man. Like, what are you talking about?
In fact, this would be a good time because
let
me see something. Maybe I should play that one, because he did a video today that I thought was a fantastic response. I'm actually rooting for him to continue to answer to Very Dark Man until Very Dark Man drags in, so he can get his next 100,000 subscribers easily.
He's doing a lot of job.
I think
think
that'll be nice.
It is not possible for you to agree with someone 100%. There's some aspects that I might agree with. There's some aspects that you might not. But over the year, I see that it always comes from the place of, wanting to balance equation or something. Not really because they want to, back someone.
Exactly. See, you can agree and disagree, or agree and disagree with what do you call it, with the person who is doing an analysis.
Yes.
But if it's an analysis, your disagreement is probably more likely going to fall on dry land, because they are analyzing. They are already they're already not taking sides. So now for me, it's very easy to think I'm taking sides because I'm analyzing one person's viewpoint without necessarily listening to the other side.
Yeah.
I'm picking apart patterns in the way they structure their sentences, their
Yeah.
thought process. For example,
And
what I
probably
picked
that
up.
would be Ezekiel because he's the one coming across like that.
And before Mercy said anything, right? Now, the fact that Mercy cried, yes, it can be interpreted as emotional manipulation because at the end of the day,
Both
it's
of
business
them
and
are
money.
come across like manipulator then because the
Yes.
guy, remember, Izzy also was talking in this gathering of people saying when you make
Yeah,
them,
no, he started it.
so,
He started, no, his own is definitely, I've already declared that here from day one before I heard Mercy. He was definitely
I was
emotionally
at the
manipulating.
video.
Yes.
Yeah.
I gave Mercy a pass because she's a woman and she's talking about something dear to her and she
So
cried.
it's possible that she cried. Yeah.
Now, the part where she started to talk about the paid bloggers to drag her and what's his name, Nathaniel Bassey, because of the baby, right? That they say that she slept with Nathaniel Bassey and stuff like that. That part is also manipulation unless she has proof of it. I said that also when I analyzed it, you know. But most people are focused on dragging. I won't say most, but a lot of people are also focused on dragging Mercy Chinwo. One thing I've noticed about people that are focused on dragging Mercy Chinwo is that they don't like that musicians charge or get paid in church. Oh Lord. I can relate with this one because I'm a musician in church. I haven't gotten paid in church since 2000 and I think it must have been 2007. Last time I got paid in church. I still play in church. I'm still a music director in church. I stopped primarily because of the same. A part of that is my mindset as well. Like, you know, we're all raised to frown at two things, even though it's our reality. You want to guess what they are?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, what they are is sex and money. We're all raised to frown at sex and money, even though it's our reality, right? Those that are also celibate and those that are virgins, that thing is literally about sex. It's your reality. You're literally fasting from sex, right? So same thing, if you are fasting from food, you don't want to touch a certain type of food or something. Why? Because it is also a type of drug, right? So I also have the same mindset. So anything that looks like mixing God and money is a little iffy and spooky, as some people put it. Like, why would you want to collect money, something you're supposed to do for God, right? I put it to you like this. That is manipulative spirit that says people cannot get paid for doing the work of God. That is emotionalism at its finest. Because all the resources that are going to be used in either serving God or serving God's people cost money. Now, each individual gets to choose how far they want to go with it, how much of charity they want to do, but it's called charity. That is still about money. Each individual gets to choose how far they want to go with it. So when somebody jumps out there before the other person talks at all, and the first thing they want to say, all these so-called men, you are trying to manipulate us. I don't need to listen to the other side of the story to tell you that one for free. What happened? Tell us the rest of the story. Why are you shaming your partner? Your once upon a time business partner that you guys made money together. Same thing will be true if it was a marriage. Once upon a time you were having sex, good old full-blown out sex with this person. What happened? Where's the rest of the story? If you don't do that, you're just, well, it's public platform. No, you're manipulating us. And it's not going to work. Not with me. It's not going to work. And that's what I called out first. So when Mercy Chinwo came back with, you don't like Derieze. That's also manipulation. She didn't need to record that video. It wasn't necessary. She has such a powerful brand. She never needed to answer as a T. As a T is a person who doesn't have a... I think he's been lucky thus far. It's time for him to actually gather some skills with regards to, especially PR, public relations. And that's what I called out. But Very Dark Man decided to chime in on the conversation. Of course, I think Very Dark Man is trying not to... He doesn't want to answer to... He doesn't want to make Being Real Judge popular. I think that's a great mistake. I think he should just do us all a favor and get this young man. Being Real Judge has about... he has, I don't know, 100,000 subscribers or so. Maybe 150, I'm not sure now. But something like that. He's done well. But it's okay if you drag him so he can get to the next 100,000. Let's do that. So let's listen to this. This is how he responded to... Because Very Dark Man video is going to play here in a second. So listen in.
Difference between investigation and analysis.
They're going to carry all these small children influencer where claims that they do analysis for where I did. You people know.
Just mention his name now. Just call his name. What small children? Just mention his name.
Influencer where claims that they do analysis for where I did. You people know my level on this internet at all? Are you people mad? When I don't know the level when I did, don't you know the level that I am? If I talk for this country now, not be mouth. If I talk, even the president said no, say I no lie. There's nobody that you bring when Very Dark Man talk. We're going to say na lie.
All right. So, what do people like the most about Very Dark Man? He tells it as it is. He tells the truth. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. Right? He's a truth teller. Chie, how far are you did? How's your Saturday going? He's a truth teller. That's what most people love about him. Who am I to discount a truth teller? Who am I? A whole me. Oh Lord. Analysis. Let's keep going.
The only thing they will tell you, they'll say he's sentimental. He doesn't like women. Who are the How can I live without women?
So this guy, I don't want him to drag me there. Okay. He used his own mouth to tell the whole world that he wanked men for money before. And then he has the audacity to ask us, who are the F? How would I know? What kind of stupid question is that? The only person I've seen around you in these videos that you're popular for is Coco P. He's another man. And I'm not suggesting anything, but how would I know? Wait till the F. Anyway, if you drag us, so we have nothing to lose but to gain.
Explain. Oh, blessed they never tell you now. Oh God. You don't ask yourself, say, why Very Dark Man never ever entered a relationship before? They know me. So I am strong because I am contented. Now, back to the messaging. Now, please.
Did he just try to put himself on a pedestal? Oh my God. I can't believe that this day will come.
We go explain because no evidence.
Actually, we don't care if you have relationships or who you the F or not. All we care about these talking points that some of us have seen through. Some people are waking up because of this message where they are saying clearly, why are you dragging her? Why are you taking sides? You know they listen. So he's not listening. You know, anybody who can't listen, they can't help. You know, if they help, anything is short term. It's not going to last, and that's what we're seeing right now.
If you want to go and send them message, if you want to type in her page, you can ask her that where is part 2. She has posted part 1. Talking about the easy concept. When I eventually contacted that guy, when me and him started the talk.
Okay, another thing confirmed. He contacted the guy. Do I need to hear the other side of the story to know this? Jum, you're unmuted though. You want to talk?
I'm not. You make me listen to this guy. I can't remember the last time I hear his voice. God is
Do
my
I-
witness. I don't listen because it reduces my IQ anytime I listen to it. Which one? Did you know who I am? Who are you? Are you crazy? You know that all these stupid people that have given you all these. I mean, his fans are here. Let me not. I don't want to do back and forth, but
If you
I
are his
don't
fan, I
need
will
to
drag
be.
you along because I want you to go and
Oh,
report me to him so he can drag us.
me. No, I don't. Did you see how it started? Like, this
Mhm.
is not about you. I will always say that. Did you know who I am? Your president even know who I am. When I
All
contact him,
these
he
small,
does
small
not have
children.
any job. Why did you contact him? Then
Yeah.
when you contact him, you cannot. If you're trying to be
I mean,
fair,
he
like you
just told
say,
us, he's been telling us anything I've ever said about Very Dark Man is something he told us with his own mouth.
yes, MOP. When
Mm.
I made my comment in the at the first time, I
Right.
said everybody that have tried to, not everybody, some have tried to be fair. If he's trying to find justice to this as a justice fighter that he is, you contacted Easy, contact Mercy as well to understand and bring
Yeah.
out what the problem. But you are not after
I'm not a
peace.
judge. Yeah.
You are not after peace. You just want to take a side, and
Oh,
that
yeah.
side is the side of Easy. So with the fact that he's the one that contacted him, I don't
Mm.
care. Still don't care. We never care. Bye.
Well, wait now, wait. So he
No, I'm
contacted
not
him.
going. I'm here.
Let's hear what he has. Let's hear what he got from it.
The only thing when I tell her and say, give me evidence. When he brought one or two evidence, I said, okay.
Wait, oh, the integrity thing is coming up right now. Wait. Okay.
I said, see, my brother, the worst thing you can do is to lie.
This is
Trying
how
to
they get you.
establish credibility. This is him
This is
trying to establish credibility. Like,
this.
oh, you
Yep.
told me all the truth. No, because I'm a fool.
That's all you have to do. That's all you
No,
want to get people. Just tell them I'm telling you the truth. Don't lie to me.
no,
Oh, I
that's
will
not
never
enough.
lie. I am the king of integrity.
No,
I
that's
am.
not enough.
That's all it takes to get the crowd, especially if they are hungry.
Which part be your own fault? Which part be your own fault?
Which part be your own fault?
No,
We
so
play
he's the
equal.
one to talk about his own fault. Oh
Uh,
dear, oh dear, oh
let's
dear.
do equal balance. I've told you guys here before. I don't do balance. We do one person at a time. Your responsibility, what to do for yourself, how you take care of yourself, how you nurture your brain, your mindset. That's all I focus on here. The rest of it, if you can't do that, you will end up in court. They will help you in court.
Yes.
You will end up in child support. If you can't do your own part, how you're going to influence this person to be on your side, or vice versa, the other way around, is one way at a time. We've talked about this. You know how people say, it's two-way. I said, I know what you're trying to say, but really this is just a one way at a time. It might be an interaction, but it's an interaction. It's not a simultaneous two-way. Stop waiting for other people to equally meet you on an equal ground before you have sense. But tell me what your own fault is and the other fault. So it's not going to tell you. A person in their right mind will tell you how they are at fault.
Did they even know? This is a very stupid
Do they
question to
even
ask.
know?
Do they even know? They didn't
Because
know what
if
they
I
are
knew I was
doing.
at fault, I would have corrected it.
Yeah, see, who are the see your role model in the mud.
If you could ask me and I can answer you, anybody who say, it's my fault too, sometimes, they're still being manipulated by their
Please.
emotions.
Thank you. One bottle of beer for you.
That's why when my clients come to me, I was saying that earlier on, when they say, I know my fault, don't worry about your fault. It's not you that will tell me your fault. It's not you. I'm not worried about your fault. Tell me how you feel. Tell me what's going on. What do you feel? Do you feel somebody hurt you? Tell me the hurt you're feeling. What are the goals you're trying to accomplish? Obviously, it's going to involve another person, but I want to know how you authentically feel. If you're telling me sometimes I'm fault, maybe my mouth is too much sometimes. Who told you that? How did you learn that? Well, I know. I just know myself. So why are you talking to me? You should have just corrected it.
Yeah. If you know yourself that much.
So it's bullshit when people say, I know my own fault. Why did you tell me your own fault? Oh, come and tell me. Anytime people say I'm telling the truth, it's mostly bullshit. Let me just tell you right now. Okay? So we don't care about truth? No, we know. But you have to look at other things to know truth. Results, time, pattern. Patterns will tell you truth. Their actions will tell you the truth. Not their mouth. The mouth will tell you a lie. Or will tell you what you want to hear.
Cut the long story short, I only told him, I said, see, our advice that you people should look for a way to go and settle yourself outside of court. But the guy still they shout, she cheated me, they arrested me, they detained me, they forced me to give them money. Now wait till they pay the guy.
So wait till, if it's truth, what he just said right now, if it's actually the truth, then everything I said about Easy T from day one is true. If he would actually give a very dark man audience, they cheated me, they did that, what they did to me is unfair. Meaning a person who is obsessed with fairness.
Yeah. That means he's not even at the place of settlement yet.
He's not a negotiator. He's not negotiating.
Yeah.
He's a person who thinks somebody is out to destroy them.
Yes.
It's a person who is playing the victim.
So there's no settlement in view at all.
No.
Thinking, oh, they did this to me. Like, this is someone that I really want to pursue. Like, he's not ready for.
He's looking for sympathy. That's all he's looking for. And he wants, and he might be looking for sympathy, but he doesn't have money to pay right now too. And he resents the fact that he could be dragged through court. They owe him. It's a person operating from a place of pride.
Yeah.
So he's using his mouth. He's telling us, after defending him, after dragging Mercy for a few days.
Yeah.
So now being real judge got to him. Because he was talking about being real judge, that analysis thing he just said. Because being real judge was going viral on Linda AKG and Instablog Naija.
Yeah, I saw him there.
That's what he saw. That's why he was throwing shots at him when he said analysis in the beginning. So now that has touched his own emotions now. So now he's doing shalaye to us.
The same people that say, oh, you say you're emotional. Now you are being emotional.
Now you're being emotional.
They said that you are doing, now you're doing it. Very senseless boy.
Now it's now telling us shalaye. So everything we already knew, he came out and blew it out of proportion. And then, in spite of the power of attention that this boy has, it's not enough. He still needed to come and do shalaye for us because he's a small YouTuber.
He's been quiet.
Yeah, he went quiet because he made a boo-boo. You know what he said? He said they did. He said they did. I'll see if I can play it. He said they did. They did a verbal contract in 2017. He just mixed it up, and it's something that Bill Judge said that really got that was just like, this guy he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's analyzing something he knows not. They said they did a verbal contract into a whole person's career. You're doing verbal contract, and then you see a bunch of dumbos on Instablog Naija, and they say, there is such a thing as verbal contract. You'll be the one to tell me there's a verbal contract.
Yeah.
Will you sign your whole life away with a verbal contract, you dumbass?
What I'm saying is, it's been a while that he doesn't jump on viral story. It's been quite a while. So this story is like a very...
He was going to jump on it and drag it.
To jump on it, like we always do, without really wanting to, bring peace to both parties, but just want to blow his ego and then become more popular in the eyes of his, followers.
He said, I would advise
as a judge or lawyer that he is,
that you guys do this. Well, you're advising.
Who are you?
It's not your fault. It's the person that consulted with you. So easy. So it looks like, okay, I'm not dragging Mercy because there's not much to drag Mercy with. The only thing I wouldn't have done is I wouldn't have brought Jerry Ezes or Nathaniel Bass's name into it. In fact, I wouldn't have done the video. The statement was perfectly good enough. That was good enough. That's how you play. It will hurt. If she stuck with just the statement, it will hurt more.
Yeah.
But she did the video. Once you start talking and then they join the video, you could tell they were
She
trying to paint
tell
a
on
picture.
herself too. She tell on herself.
Yeah, she did. So it's a messy situation. No pun intended. Right? But it is what it is. But but the person who was the larger person had more responsibility from what we can see so far is the record label owner. You signed a contract. And you're holding back $250,000 plus, half $250,000 that you admitted that you paid back, and in your right mind you're comparing it to $3,500. Like, I don't understand. Like, what are you talking about? You know. So for me, it wasn't about. It was like, okay, this guy is trying to manipulate public. Of course, but this one jumped on it, and then made a whole mess out of it, and then tried to drag the woman. And then you're surprised that they're saying you hate women. I don't know what you... Every single opportunity you get, the way you drag women is obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious. He's to be fair to him, he's dragged other people like UB Franklin. UB Franklin is still out there doing shalaye too. But it's okay.
If I read out the message this morning, if I read out the message, they for this one why they take do TikTok, I can read it out for you people. The man is emotional. But there's no problem.
Do tell. What do you mean emotional?
Just as he is emotional.
What did you say?
I said just as he is emotional. Two emotional people.
They're all emotional now. The least emotional person in all of this is Mercy.
Yeah.
She's the least emotional in this. I saw some other videos. Some people went to radio station. They were taking sides and stuff like that. But it doesn't even matter to me. The court has the final say on this.
Yes.
When it comes to the
judge, contract binding.
That's it.
It's only judge that can speak to.
That's it. That's it.
Except if they willingly want to settle, both of them.
Yes.
If they don't,
if they can, like I can tell right now that Mercy is done with that man.
Of course.
Because Dr. Akinta, you're trying to invite them to mediation, and she has not answered him. So she know what she has seen, and she's done. She's what we can call it agidi, coconut head, or whatever, but she's done. She's saying the court. Okay. That's fine. She's saying it's in court. Let the court handle it. Yeah. You know, I thought she already did too much with the video. It's too much. Yeah. Calling mediation and then shooting a video and putting it on social media, I don't agree with that. Why do you need to put that on social media? If you have a relationship with them on a personal level, finish it behind closed doors. You don't need to put that on social media. I'm talking to Dr. Akintayo now and their method they were trying to use.
Yeah.
They didn't need to put that on social media. We're trying to call mediation. Why? They don't owe us any explanation. They really don't.
Yes.
You know, the only reason why people jump out into this internet street to do explanation is because they are trying to manipulate the narrative. They're trying to take the shortcut.
Yeah. And again, because of the stakes of this is Christian thing, all the churches are involved, the members that pay tithe. This is a lot of money.
Yeah, all
different conversation.
They even brought Pastor Chris into it today.
Yeah. So it's not as small as both of them think it is. No, it is not. Especially that you keep saying body of Christ. Now you are calling all of us into it. Because we all, identify with body of Christ.
Yep. This one is trying to be another very dark man. Oh. This radio guard guy.
Oh, that one is so stupid. More stupid than VDM. Oh, God. Why is he always facing the wall, though?
Who knows? It's like asking. It's like asking why is very dark man always sitting in the house with a dark background
and pure water.
Yeah, they do something stupid, hoping to gain some clout from it. Congratulations to Yabo Ojo's daughter. She got married.
Yes, they did. Beautiful.
And Nigerians are rightfully saying you're supposed to come to Nigeria and take a wife, not the other way around.
No, they will still do Nigerian wedding now. People will just drop their comments with that. Even if they don't want to come and do it in Nigeria, it is their life. I mean, but I believe Yabo has done for a lot of people. They would definitely do in Nigeria. That is just a small thing. It's like, to honor the husband's family as well, that our son is getting married.
Yeah.
Because all the people that attended that one will not be able to travel down to Nigeria. So that is like in honor for their own family.
So that's to take care. Okay. People, yeah, it's probably in faces. Oh
they
God.
will still do the Nigerian one.
Oh God. Anyway, check this one out.
Everything to them before their brain pick.
So this is the whole talk about the contract, right? Listen to Bill Real George here.
In 2017, they did a 5-year contract, but they didn't write it on a paper.
It still sounds funny. Did you hear that? In 20, let me play it again. You guys need to hear that again. I should clip that up all the way. Oh Lord. Listen.
In 2017, they did a 5-year contract, but they didn't write it on a paper.
Wait. They did a 5-year contract. So me and you get on the phone.
How do you know it is a contract? How do we call it a contract if there is nothing to back it up?
No, there's verbal agreement, right? There is, I don't know if they call it verbal contract. Maybe D can help us. There is such a thing as a verbal agreement, right? It's simply not enforceable in the court of law. I don't know if it's ever enforceable in the court of law. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, D, please. I don't think so. But there is such a thing as a verbal contract. But the consent of that has to be an ongoing thing. You have to keep saying, yes, we do have a contract, because it's not documented anywhere, right? Unless it's verbal and it's recorded, it's documented on the tape or something like that, right? But this guy with his full chest is saying there's a record label contract. Contract.
He brought out the evidence.
It's like saying I have.
She's signing here. Look, I thought you said the guy told you all the truth. So what is? Let me not jump ahead of.
Yeah, no, you're good. So imagine I say we have a prenup, is verbal. We have a prenup contract, is verbal. I can't give you any money because we're divorced now. Is that how that works? Even the one that they wrote in paper, the court sometimes will throw them out. They say it's not fair. They tear it out up. Even the one that they wrote on paper. Listen, I need to hear that again.
In 2017, they did a 5-year contract, but they didn't write it on a paper.
How can you do a contract without writing it on paper? Was it a word of mouth contract? How do you do a contract for 5 years and you don't write it on paper? Does it make sense? Let me listen to you again. Probably I'm misinterpreting you.
They did a 5-year contract, but they didn't write it on a paper because the record label was still growing.
Well, EZT himself said they signed the contract in 2017. Are you being serious right now?
EZT himself said they signed the contract in 17. It was Mercy Chinwo that actually brought out, said the contract they saw got cancelled, they crossed out something and they wrote 2019. And this one, in effort to try to take sides with EZT, he made a mess of himself.
EZT himself said they signed the contract in 2017. Why are you now saying that they didn't sign anything in 2017 because the record label was still growing? What did they sign? They were doing practice. Now, let me show you in 2017. Maybe you didn't get to do your digging very well. Please look at the screen right here. The picture you see here, I think I showed you guys. I went all the way down to the same time. She signed the contract according to her on her birthday. That is it as well here. It's very laughable. So what were they signing there? The CEO was there. Toby Godwin was there. I didn't see EZT in the picture, of course, because he's Toby Godwin is the Nigerian CEO. They have other CEOs, I think, in other countries. Probably, I don't know. Please, very dark black man. You need to ask EZT what were they signing at this point. You need to ask EZT what were they signing at this point, because even when she wrote
in 2017,
she wrote under the post, she said that she was signing to record label. What were they signing at that point? How can you jump that she signed the contract, but it was not on paper? And then, like what you're saying, does it even make logical sense to you that is talking about it? I was just wondering to myself, this young man is very, very smart. I would say, I'll give it to him. See, the post before that was him helping someone, this and this and this and this. Okay. Now, Mr. Chinwo, open comment section. Why? Vidiam, I follow you, but if I have to speak truth to you, I'll say it to your face. Go and ask him what were they signing there in 2017. The facts are there. If you are saying that what happened in 2019, which they changed the date to 2017, and you said it's forgery, this is a picture of when Judy K signed the same contract from the same legal firm. Odoma. Look at it there. I showed you people. I zoomed it to show you that this was a document that EZT posted as what Mr. Chinwo had signed in 2019 when they changed it to 2017 on the top. But Mr. Chinwo is saying that she didn't sign that particular document. Now I see, of course, right there. Look at Mr. Chinwo standing there. Judy K was signing the same paper, the same document. Look at the weight of it, blue cover, everything. Why don't they have a picture of Mr. Chinwo signing that contract, just like how they have a picture of Judy K signing that contract? But the only picture they have of Mr. Chinwo signing a contract was over in 2017, when they gave her a car, gave her office, she wrote under the post, she said that she was signing to record label. What were they signing at that point? How can you jump that she signed the contract, but it was not on paper? And then, like what you're saying, does it even make logical sense to you that is talking about it? I was just wondering to myself, this young man is very, very smart. I would say, I'll give it to him. See, the post before that was him helping someone, this and this and this and this. Okay. Now, Mr. Chinwo, open comment section. Why? VDM, I follow you, but if I have to speak to you, I'll say it to your face. Go and ask him what were they signing there in 2017. The facts are there. If you are saying what said it herself with her own mouth, how come Mr. Chinwo could not make a post that she signed the contract in 2019, backdated to 2017 with the record label and all of the shenanigans you're talking about now?
A former record label boss, Easy, seized a royalty for over 1 year. It is true, but why did he do it? She was collecting gigs and she was not remitting money to the record label. And when the record label found out, they sent her this email, and it is self-explanatory that they will hold her royalties until they come together and sit down and go back to what is on the drawing board. Because why are you going back outside the record label to make money for your own self? Now, when this happened, it became a when the record label now collected money from different people that Messi Chinwo will come and perform, Messi Chinwo now refused, which made them started refunding money to different people. Messi Chinwo had now written a petition with EFCC that this guy tried to take away a royalty forcefully. Now, this is why it got nowhere. They blocked the guy's accounts, all his accounts in Nigeria. They now sent him invitations.
Now, Pastor was saying that he didn't hear from EZT again after they had agreed on having an independent audit.
Anyway, we get that gist there, right? So in the comments on Instablog Naija, you see somebody say, if waiting VDM they do, they give you joy. Please gather here. Let's appreciate him.
Oh God.
And there's 273 people that hit like on that. Let me hit it because it's giving me joy too. How many
people?
It's content. I just give you one more since it's giving me content.
How many people?
273.
It's not too much. It's not so much of a stupid people. He's not smart. George said he's smart. No, he's not.
Who said he's smart?
He's not. George, he said he's gonna give it to him. He's a smart. No, he's not.
You know, it was giving him soft landing.
Yeah, no, he's not smart. This is not smart.
Dwayne said, you said Mercy Chinwo only mistake is that she doesn't have the copy of the contract she signed in 2017. LOL. You can't deny she didn't take deals behind the label. You can't deny she did not arrest the label boss with EFCC. You can't deny she's trying to take a catalog from the label, which is the label's investment assets. Actually, that one is not documented anywhere. You can't deny the label withheld her royalties because they found out. You can't deny the label didn't give her room severally for amicable resolution. Bro, you sound stupid. You see? They're talking to be real George now. So that's what they end up with. They end up with abuses because very dark man, their father have raised them to do exactly that.
Of course.
He came from that. They just rain abuses. They get attention with it. It's entertaining because it's entertaining to watch lunatic dance in the markets. But let's be clear. That's why these kind of things go viral. Okay? I'm addressing it because I want you to be able to recognize this kind of stuff when you see them. There's written and unwritten agreements. Do you know, Olodo? You see, they think it's an opportunity for them to become a sudden educator. Even though we're talking about a whole label, a record label contract. That's the stupidest shit ever. To think that you can sign a record label verbal and to completely pretend that that wasn't the conversation. The conversation is that there's a contract that's been crossed out and they changed the years on it. There's actually a written contract somewhere. But hey, he gives them power. This person, if the contract is fake, why did Mercy Chinwo agree to pay $3,500 back that she breached contract? If VDM is lying, why can't you? So it's not about if he's lying or not. It's about he's talking about stuff he doesn't know anything about. It says deny. Nobody's trying to deny anything. We don't even know what's going on. For real,
we don't know. That's it.
We don't know. That's why we said the court. Now, court, this guy is trying to avoid or evade the court. He needs to allow the court to go through. It was because he kept trying to drag her for days before she answered with that video. He was actively trying to destroy her reputation online.
If he's not guilty, why didn't he want to go to court? I mean, he's the one that is still angry that the EFCC arrested him. So why don't you want to go to court and get the justice that you think you deserve? I mean, make it make sense.
Let's see if Egosa makes sense. Egosa says, this whole situation is funny. Verbal contracts do exist. However, there are several parameters it had to meet for that contract to be legally enforced. Judging from both ends, their verbal contract does not meet those standards, thereby making it null and void. If there are no papers or the proper standards put in place for a verbal contract, she's not actually signed to a record label. Hence, why she is well within her right to sign a petition against the label owner concerning seizing her royalties. Another angle. There's nothing legally binding them together, unfortunately. That's why they've taken this issue to social media, because before the law, the label owner has no legal grounds to her income and her royalties, and she just figured that out. Now, this doesn't negate the moral aspect of this situation, that is her going back on her promise agreement in 2017. It just doesn't mean he can pursue this case and win, unfortunately. I don't know. I guess it's small sense. Somebody said there's no contract binding them. Why did she quote the contract? See, now they argue with each other. How are they doing? Who noticed that since VDM entered this case, Mercy don't hide face? She never talked, actually. I think she was actually performing at Jerry's event yesterday. Over 10 Mercy bloggers versus VDM. They can still make a valid evidence to back their claims. All right, so all that will tell you how many dumb people are on the internet. Now, this one is a skit maker. Let me see what it says. It says, my own be say, since na money they cause issues, make una give charity, make case close. After all, now for the body of Christ. Anyway, a lot of people try to bring in the idea if people should get paid. I'm going to come to your comments right now, ladies and gentlemen. Jimjo, let me ask you this one last question. Then we'll call it a day. Are you there? Are you there?
Okay. I quickly went to get food for my baby.
I understand, Pele. Do you think musicians should get paid in church or not?
I think they should. It is not the question of they shouldn't. They can pay them because Pastor Chris that is talking, they pay him too. They pay him on honorarium. So they feed their family. This is what they do. Like, this is professional. They dedicate their time. They have sorry if the background is from my kid.
Yeah, no problem.
This is what they do professionally. Or maybe I don't know. This is very tricky.
Go on, I got your answer. Go and take care of those babies. I will elaborate more later. But thank you for coming up, All right, so that's Jumi. Make sure you're supporting Jum on YouTube. Our username channel is called Beyond Beauty. If you guys can help me post it in the chat, that'll be nice. Thank you. All right, so let me see here. Chinye say he sure did very dark. The dark man. He loves attracting court cases. He does it intentionally. Yeah, because we saw that with him trying to drag the Falana family, right? It was obvious. You know, very dark man is clout. You can't tell me nothing, okay? So that's all it is. Just because he's helping a few people along the way. Kudos to him. Shout out to him for that. Congratulations to him and all the people he's helping. But please don't get it twisted. That's a very uneducated human being. And I'm not talking about school. Just uneducated, period. I'm not talking about English. I'm talking about just uneducated, period. And whoever has a lot to lose should be careful when you engage them, because he will make the issues messier for you. That's all that's going to happen. Okay. Now, if you're truly hungry, again, slide in his DM. He will send you 1 million naira. You can eat, you can feed your family. It's okay. And don't worry, there are people donating money, including Don Jazzy. Let's see. I hope she continues to ignore him, starve him of attention. Yeah, that will get very dark, man. Don't give him attention. She was too emotional in the video, understandably so, but she should have left the pastor Jerry and not talk out of it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I should have also spelled that out more. VDM, what is your grouse against women? He was just doing shalaye just now. He said, what is the F? You're asking me, how am I supposed to know that? You told us the last time you told us what you were effing. It doesn't sound good. What do you mean? What kind of question is that? VDM is the most stupidity I can handle. I cannot expand my stupidity tolerance bandwidth beyond VDM, please. Oh. Verbal, oral, yes. They can be enforced in limited circumstances. Okay, yes. But let me ask you this question. If somebody says, no, I did not do any verbal contract with you, can that still be enforced? Is that a possibility? Anything is possible, of course. But is that a possibility that the other party that you supposedly in a contract with, they say, I don't have any verbal contract with you. Can you enforce it still at that point? I'm thinking something, but tell me. They signed the contract on here. Being rude, Judge, it seemed like he was shocked. He's a very intelligent guy, but it seemed like he was shocked with the whole verbal, but maybe he was comparing it to a whole record label on verbal. Are you okay? So where did the paperwork come from? Why did he get cancelled out? Was that an addendum or some sort? Yeah, ZT is not thinking, if he's able to think at all. So these fools that are calling being real Judge Olodo, did they not hear EZT himself say they signed a 5-year contract? Yeah, that's the whole thing he's been fighting for. That's the whole thing he's been fighting for. Ingrates. People that are ungrateful, that will sign a record label and will not fulfill their promise. Nonsense. Musicians should be paid. It's their craft. Absolutely. If you want to change the name to honorarium, feel free to change the name to honorarium. But when people, the scripture talks about their gift will make ways for them, something like that. So I don't understand the manipulation in trying to manipulate people, because they also brought out, what do you call it? They brought out, Daddy Gio, the other one, Pastor Chris, talking about all the people that left him after he helped them, whatever. Well, listen, people, it's sad, but people will move on sometimes. Okay, I get it can hurt if you feel like you've helped people and they paid no dues or anything. Well, it is what it is. They moved on. Just saying, So let's see. All right, so this is Jum Jum. Go follow Jum Jum, please. Okay, that's Jum Jum right there. I call her Jum Jum. D says, yes, if their conduct and other intrinsic evidence show an essential to be contractually bound. Yes, I get exactly what you're saying. Just like I would listen in beyond, tell me a little bit more. We can basically, we could probably say, okay, you're lying. You did have a verbal contract with that person, and it can be enforced, but in limited circumstances. I doubt that somebody will go to court and say, I have a verbal contract of a record label, record contract with you, including publishing, and it's verbal. I doubt that. Yeah, I don't think so. If anything, you'll be an oppressor easily. Because they could just jump out on the internet and make a lot of noise about you and say, you're an oppressor. Okay, and more than enough people will jump behind them just because of the emotions of it. Okay, I couldn't stand what Pastor Chris was saying. It was very manipulative. It was but my Pastor Chris also have a way of talking. He talked exactly like that when they were talking about his wife that left him. He was very manipulative in a lot of his rhetoric. Maybe not intentionally, but it was manipulative. How can you be unintentionally manipulative? No, I'm rounding up. Don't do me like that.
Halfway.
I'm rounding up. All right. But no, I didn't buy into it. But I really want to finish this video right here. This video.
I be senior man now because now truths are the talk. And so far as I did this internet, they don't burn anybody. Where I keep saying it. Nobody can come online to say they paid very dark man to do this.
We can go on the internet and say you're doing it purely for clout. Okay? And it's very obvious.
Where one girl can't drive me for internet, and to say, okay, yes. He fuck me, I know if he stand up.
If you are
oh, so no girls is gonna jump out there. He's not even, he's so stupid he doesn't realize that actually paints another picture entirely. Terrible. Let me hear being Royal Judge a little bit more.
looking to be a social media commentator, probably like I am over the years, I think what I'm about to share with you is the most important detail you have to know in this particular line of quote-unquote content creation. There's a big difference between investigation and analysis. So I'm going to break it down in the simplest possible way for you to...
Anyway, go check out being Royal Judge. Thought he made some good points. If anybody accused me of jumping on anybody's side, that's called Oyo, because I know they shalaye. But anyway, I felt the need to engage this person that called me sir earlier on. So the person is saying I didn't do any research or anything like that. I said, okay. I said, I love you too. You know I was going to say I love you too. Some of you guys know me well. Of course I was going to say I love you too. Oh Lord. Voila. So I said I love you too. What's your actual opinion, sir? You come into a video and all you want to talk about is how they do things. And you had the audacity to watch the whole video. You watched the whole video, but then you want to teach the person who did the video why they shouldn't have done the video the way they did it. Including when there's no research at all done.
Not be juju be that.
Eh?
Will you keep quiet?
You think say you did wise?
You think say you dey wise?
Anyway, I said I love you too, but what's your actual opinion, sir? Since you want to sir me. Also, did you look at the date the video was made? I would also want to know if you watch this full video before commenting. By the way, I generally don't respond, but occasionally I do. Every time I do, they will beat me at my own game. Because guess what somebody like that is going to go do when I say, did you even look at the date? They're going to go look at the date and tell me. The argument is not going to get anywhere. They're going to engage a need to make a point, a stupid point, that honestly, it wasn't the conversation. The conversation was, that guy was manipulative. All right? The other conversation is go to court. Everybody here in the chat, everybody said go to court. So of course he said, I watched your full video. I doubt it. I wasn't expecting him or her, I don't know, to tell me the truth. It's more likely her. Oh, sorry, more likely him, by the way. So he said, timeline says 2 days ago. My opinion is that you would love to be a reliable content creator with researchable knowledge and evidence on your channel, but you can't achieve that by sharing a very shallow content like this one. So again, let's do analysis. Let's be being real judge now for a second. Okay, let's see, how long was this video? I don't even recall which video this is, concept. Let me see.
453,000.
Let me see, how long was this video, Seth? This is the one where this video is 8 minutes 56 seconds of somebody's life. That's 8 minutes 56 seconds of somebody's life. Let me give you guys a quick math. The average view duration of my videos, I'm telling you the numbers here now. The average view duration, okay, is 5 minutes. I want to verify that before I go show you guys. Yeah, I think it's 5 minutes. Or even less. 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Let's check average, right? When you average everybody together, you can see the screen now, right? The average is 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Okay, and somebody admitted to watching the full video, meaning somehow out of my average 4 minutes and 19 seconds, I managed to engage you. Either what I'm saying is stupid enough or intelligent enough. Somehow I'm smart enough to use my method to engage you for the full video. Just think about it. And in that same breath, you're calling it shallow content. Think about it.
Should you be that?
In that same breath, Chiye said, "Oh, did you see that my long comment on Ikena's video?" I see most of the comments. We're not that big here. We have 9 people watching us live stream. What was it about Chiye? I see most of the comments. I know I saw a comment you made, but I don't recall now. Well, on the Ikena video, I will see. I think I'm going to pull that up actually. Let me see. There's an Ikena video. You made a couple of comments, as a matter of fact, but we had a video here that went viral. That went absolutely not viral. The video, what really happened to Dr. Ikena, right? I'm gonna address that before I leave. So anyway, so he said very shallow content like this one. You can do more research on this topic before making this video so that your viewers can anticipate any content from you. Best believe you will come loaded. Easy has spoken a lot on this issue, and so has Masichinwo and Judy K, but your content didn't make any insight to their previous discussions. Just more research to enrich your content and have a better informed opinion. I love you, sir. That's I love you, sir came again. All right. So if this person now, this is a very good man, by the way. If they end up in a terrible relationship or they create a terrible relationship, they'll be like, but I'm a good man. But I called you, sir. But I said I'm sorry every time I offended you. And then they'll be shocked. They won't understand what is happening to them. Anyway, I wanted to say, so did you watch the series? Because we did about 3 videos on this. But I was like, nah, let me just play with him. So I said, so you've watched this video and you have no opinion of the actual topic. I went back to my first question, which is, what is your opinion of the topic? Just on the art. So you just have opinion on just the art of research and content creation? Though I engaged you for the full video, please help me make sense of it, sir. Help me make sense of it, sir. Still on the question, sir. Looking forward to your answer, sir. No, I didn't put sir on that one. And then he came back. He said, from research, the origin of this started when Mercy Chiwo. If this person has any type of emotional intelligence left in their head, they should know that I'm playing with them at this point. Chinye said, the one that I engaged, a lady who felt they were not holding men accountable. Oh yeah, I think I'm going to come to that. I wanted to touch it earlier on. It just happened to be a free day for me, so I think I'll touch on it before we leave. I promise. So let's do an update on Dr. Ikena before we leave. Let's do that. Yep. So yep. Let's see. So let's finish this the preacher person first. So he said, from research, the origin of this started when Mercy Chiwo broke our contract. The person that asking me, well, kind of indirectly to not take side, I think that's what was shallow for him, because he probably felt I was taking sides with Mercy Chiwo. He's clearly taking sides with Easy here, right? See, when Mercy Chiwo broke her contract with Easy Concepts by not dropping a 3rd album as signed in her contract. Here's additional information for everybody that needs to know. She did not drop the 3rd album because the contract became questionable. And he was also tiptoeing and dragging the process of doing the album out. In fact, she recorded some songs on her own. She would send it in, but the guy actually, according to Mercy Chinwo, allegedly dragged the process out because he was trying, allegedly, to punish her for basically trying to do her own thing, which is getting her own gigs, because she felt as though they were not doing things fairly at the label. The only thing she was due was to send money in if she get gigs. This is something that both of them have corroborated. So that's additional information. So why they didn't have a third album? They actually said they have songs for the third album. It just never came to fruition because it got dragged out. Because maybe somebody was trying to manipulate another person and then drag the process out. Can you picture that out and not be a lame person? Yeah, contract. What else are the nuances that will happen in real life when you are actually interacting with real human beings that you have to work with outside of the black and white of the situation? What else could you picture? Could a person drag their feet out to frustrate your life in spite of a contract? Maybe, yes. Okay. So that's additional information for you, the preacher man. The one that you clearly did not come up with. Then she started going for programs behind the label and receiving honorarium behind the label. This man that used the language honorarium is a church person who is taking sides against anybody who is charging the church money. I promise you. I can't guarantee it, but I promise you. Consequently, Easy Concepts began to withhold her royalties for breach of contract. This is what has led us here. He's accusing him of withholding her royalties, and he has not denied that. He's accusing her of breaching the contract, and she has not denied that. All right, so I ended up frustrating the preacher person out in my last comment. It looks like I snuffed the life out of those fingers. So I said, you must have done your research in our videos. You repeated everything we covered and still have no personal opinion. My video is a personal opinion. My opinion is that EZT conducts bad business, evident by crossing out dates on contracts. It has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence of Mercy. Thanks for watching though. Anyway, I just thought you guys would like to see that. Yeah, he also wanted to extend a verbal contract to 12 years. I said, no be juju be that.
No be juju be that.
All right, so I'll be right back. Let's do some quick update on hopefully it'll be very quick on Dr. Ikena. Yes, I'll be right back.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
All right, welcome back. So we did this video. This video on the story of Dr. Ikena, who sadly self-deleted himself from frustrations of child support, child custody battle. A quick update on that real quick before I go into the comment section and react to some of the comments. The comments were not women. I shouldn't be generalizing. Many women were triggered by some of the things I said in this video. One of the things being a lot of men are in fact going to frustrations and battles between them and their ex-partner on child support issues, and a lot of women do weaponize the fact that the social construct allows for double standard when it comes to custody. Okay, I left some facts. Let me see if I can pull up those facts. Where did I pull them? Oh, I thought I put them somewhere, but no worries. Okay, Bottom line is that there's some data that reveals to us that most men that are actually due child support, they don't get the child support, and they're not really enforced because the men generally don't just run to court even if they were awarded child support. Some men do. Okay, you know why I said that? Because somebody's about to say some men do. Yes, you're right, some men do. Okay, keyword some. Okay, but generally speaking, this is something that women are capable of weaponizing. It doesn't mean that all women are weaponizing them. That's not what it means. So anyway, he self-deleted himself, and it became a viral news because my friend Clayton decided to make it popular. And then he went viral for dragging African women and then interjecting the whole thing with his own story. And I was saying earlier, shout out to the mom of 5, because she said the ex-wife Clayton actually reached out, and he's actually allegedly owing about $200,000 in child support. It's no wonder that he can relate. So anyway, why are we saying this today? There's no need to be triggered. You're absolutely correct. Some women pay child support. That point is not relevant to the point I was making in the video. It's absolutely, like I said, that's absolutely irrelevant. Okay, it's irrelevant. The point is that, especially here in America, there is a need for some type of reform when it comes to how they enforce child support. Asking for reform in child support is not relevant to a person should be able to take care of their children. Irrelevant, absolutely irrelevant. If you said that, it's an indication that you didn't understand the topic. Wait, but isn't child support for taking care of children? It was supposed to be, yes. Okay, it was supposed to be. But a person that divorced another person and they're now awarded $15,000, right? That is a lot of money. That's a lot of money beyond their lifestyle. Okay. Well, it's kind of fair because they were living together and they were used to a certain lifestyle. You can make that argument, absolutely. Okay. But what I'm telling you is that there's no perfect systems. Like I said earlier on in this live stream, there's no perfect systems. Every solution creates new problems. Somebody is going to abuse it. Somebody is going to bastardize it, even though it was designed for a useful purpose initially. The child support laws fall in that category. Yes, initially it's designed to take care of children so that they don't have to miss or skip a beat in case something happens to the marriage between their parents. But anything that involves money, over time will get bastardized. It will continue to need reform as time goes on. We might get into another cycle where now people are irresponsible and they think they're just entitled to just saying no child support. And then we have to force them to take care of their children. We might end up in that cycle again at some point. Okay. So that's what we're dealing with here. So let's get back to some of the comments. Let me scroll up here. All right. So lots and lots of comments. Okay. Hopefully I see. Okay, I think I found it. This should have been the most popular comment. I don't know why it's not rising to the top. But let's just go from top to bottom. I asked a simple question. Do you think child support laws in the Western world are fair to men? It's a general question. I'm curious. Let me see who answered. It's a general question. The question does not say, do you think child support laws in the Western world is a necessity? That's not what the question said. It said, is it fair to men? Now, if you follow me long enough, you know that if a man comes to me, I'm not going to be asking him to be asking for fair. I will ask him to learn the game and may the best player win. That's what I'll be telling him. Okay. And I will tell him also that if he continues to play that fairness thing, he's going to lose. All right. But so it was a trick question, you know. But I was hoping a few people would get it right. So it went let's see. I see Adebusola. I think Adebusola is in Nigeria. I think Adebusola is part of the Prestige family. She said, I don't know about fair. That's somebody that's been listening. But I do think, don't do that. Let's go back. Why are you doing this? Why are you gay? Let's go back. Okay. So she said, I don't know about fair, but I do think it's morally okay to pay for the care of the... Oh, just in case, sorry about that. This is the story that we're talking about. This is the story right here. That's Dr. Ikena. So this will be somewhat of a continuation of part 2. Okay. All right. So I have too many tabs open, so pardon me. I'm just closing them. Okay. All right. So Adebusa said, I don't know about fair, but I do think it's morally okay to pay for the care of the children, right? So this is one of those bare minimum, right? Of course, you're supposed to pay for the care of your own children. Unfortunately, the direction she's going is not relevant to the topic. She said to pay for the child, but you help create man or woman if things do not work out between the parents. All right. So I don't think she got the full grasp of the context of the topic. The topic is child support laws, not child support. The child support laws. Where? Not in Nigeria, not in Dubai, not in UK. Okay, maybe in UK. The Western world particularly, but I think my mistake, I meant to say in the United States. Okay, that's my mistake. But I think most people kind of like know I'm talking about the United States. They know what I'm talking about. If you have been engaged with this topic, you know what I'm talking about. So the idea is, though, not child support laws. The laws, is it fair? Okay. So, but of course she went another route. I don't think it's okay to pay child care, to pay for money to take care of your children. It's not okay. It's a duty. But it's a different topic entirely. It's a duty that you take care of the children. But I also think most people know it's a duty. I think, or I think when matters arise, sometimes it becomes a different story entirely, right? Every song's become a proverb. That's the loose translation of what I said in Yoruba. So Nanette says they wouldn't like this response. Okay, I'm actually gonna like the response. And then Tonya, shout out to Tonya, Prestige family, Tonya, my G. She said, I think child support is there for a reason and okay regardless of sex. It is good because both parties procreate the child, mothers to pay child support. As you can see, if you edit a comment, it doesn't say edit on it, right? It doesn't say edit on it. So if I do this, I'm teaching you guys something real quick, right? I'm gonna say sorry. I meant in the United States. So that will add some context to it, right? You will notice that it says edited on it once I edit it, right? But it didn't say it earlier, right? Once you touch it like that, it will basically say edited. So I didn't edit it. But Tonya, my G, missed the point. She was talking about child support, not child support laws. You get it? You get it? Anybody get it? No?
You get it? Okay. If you don't get it, forget about it. All right.
She said, when you said in the West, I assume US, UK, Canada. That's what I meant. Yeah. But I should have been more specific and say US because I know I don't know the laws in UK, but I know the men are also complaining about family laws in general over there. You know, now it's just because they're complaining doesn't mean they're right. So I want to be correct on that. Doesn't mean that, but it's a point of contention. We have to pay attention to it, right? All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay, we already got rid of that one. All right, so Tonya was talking about something else entirely. She was talking about child support. I'm talking about the laws. My question was about the laws. Let's see if the next person gets it right. I didn't realize this was going to turn to a pop quiz. Jesus! Somebody wrote a whole type of, I'm glad I met this. Regenerated mind 3799. Oh, I'm so happy I found this. Zilla said we get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so Regenerate Mind says there are too many misconceptions about child support. Ouch. Instantly odo loju eja, instant odo. Instantly I'm slashing like 30 points. More like she's gonna miss, he or she is gonna miss the whole point. More likely. Okay, we might build back up from there. Let's just take away 60 points for now. So this person has 40 points left on 100. Okay, because I wasn't talking about child support. I asked questions about child support laws. It is very fair. All right, but let's finish it. I'm not going to take any other points. Okay, right? Because I think in love and war, all is fair. Me personally, the law of a land. Who are you as an individual to say something is not fair? You better learn the game and make sure you are well positioned so that the sword of the government does not cut you off. So I will agree with that. You know what? I'll put 10 points because in love and war, all is fair. Okay, but it is not love and war. At the judge, it's at the discretion of the judge. Anyway, but you have a lot of power in your hands. But you have to be educated, and I'm not talking classroom educated. Okay, you have to be educated. If you've never been on the receiving end of unfair child support laws, I have. I'll tell you that story one day. If you've never been on the receiving end of child support laws, not directly, personally, not personally, but I have. Okay, indirectly. If you've never been on the receiving end of it, you're not educated. It's highly likely you're not educated, because you will make the same mistake. When I say child support laws, you would think it's child support we're talking about. Your moral compass will kick in and say, of course you should take care of the children you created, until your son collect in this family called streets, and then you will not be like, this woman, it is woman that is the enemy of women. That's when you now remember to tell us that. And then I will remind you, say, no, calm down. Don't drag. If you drag your fellow women mate, I will look at you funny too, just by the way. Okay. Anyway, so women are never favored over men. Never. A person that used the word never in this conversation, I'm going to slash another 20 points off instantly. There's no such thing as never or always in this conversation. It simply doesn't exist. Okay. What you will need to tell me is the rest of your story, your personal story, because I'm sure you're telling your truth with that never or always thing. You will need to tell me your truth for me to have 10 points off, down to 30 now on 100. All right, so let's keep going. Women are never favored over men. It is purely based on the income of both parties and who, male or female, has full custody of the children or shared custody. Now, that's true. It's based on income. The issue is that one side tends to make more money than the other side. Usually. Okay? Of course, we have situations where a wife is making more money than the husband. Okay? But one side tend to make more money. I'm not going to tell you what side it is, right? Because it will depend on what stats you pull up, right? But go and find out the stats. Who makes the most money in any household? Even if you want to say it's because of overtime, you can say it's because of overtime. But who makes the most money? Who is required? Who is expected to make the most money in any household? in most households, I should say. So if something happens to that marriage, who is making the most money? Who go collect wuto for child support laws? What do you think? Your thoughts are aligning with mine. I'm not telling you the answer. I just want you to think it. Okay, because my answers are probably no good. So based on the evidences, it is purely based on income of both parties and who, male or female, has full custody of the children or shared custody. Okay. Based on the evidences is capitalized. They're trying to emphasize something. Make your point. Based on the evidences presented to the court will determine who will have full custody or shared custody. Like I said in that video, it is more likely everything else being equal. Everything else equal means life is perfect. Life is not perfect. Everything else being equal, the mother is going to get a minimum of shared custody. Okay? Minimum. Always. The only way she will get less than a shared custody, there are two ways I can think of. There might be some other ones. Either she's abusing drug or abusing the children with evidence. Outside of that, there's no chance. There's nothing you can tell me. And you cannot say the same thing about men chances. The most a man is going to get, unless he can prove that she's on drugs or she's not safe for the children, the most he's going to get is shared custody. Can you say that about the other side? No, you can't. It's not a gender war, it's just reality. Now, there are other aspects of life where men have the upper hand. It's called double standards. It exists on both sides. It exists everywhere. But in this one, no, you're going to tell on yourself right now. I'm going to keep reading. I'm reading this for the first time because the first time I saw somebody left, I did remember somebody left a long time and said, I'm not reading. If I'm going to read this, I will have to do a video. So I'm glad that Chinye pulled me back to do this. Based on the evidence presented in court, the court will determine who will have full custody and shared custody. In most cases of shared custody, no child support payment is required, but each parent will share any financial responsibility 50-50 on their minor child. That thing is not that perfect. Whatever that person just said is off. It's never that perfect. There's always something to it. Okay. If one parent, male or female, this person is actively trying to equal male or female. It's a struggle. This person has a need to equal male or female.
You doing what?
It's not a competition. A male is a male, a female is a female. Okay? It's not a competition. All right? The moment you compete with your wife, you will lose instantly. Okay? Because clearly, you don't know yourself, you're not sure of yourself, and you don't deserve to be a king. Absolutely not. The same thing is true. If you're a woman and you feel the need to compete with a man, there's nuances to that, but whatever, if overall we just deem it like, okay, we're equal, we equal. If that's what you're obsessed over, that whatever you have going on there is going to diminish down to zero, because clearly you didn't need it. You don't need that man. You don't need that man. What do you need him for? You don't need him. So I see a lot of male or female. I do say that too, by the way, but I'm looking at the overall context. If one parent, male or female, makes significantly more money than the other, that parent may be required by the court to pay more. Let me even shock you. That's not the only time that women pay child support. There are so many Nigerian women that have paid child support to American men simply because he beat her to the court and tell the court that I'm afraid that she's going to take my child away to Africa. And the judge decided to not take the chance. They gave him the full custody and she has to pay child support. Okay? I can think of at least 5 cases in my head right now. It wasn't about income. He was making more money. It was about he has full custody. So again, this black and white thing, this mindset, they work in real life anywhere. If you go to court, it is either that or not. No, you're a liar. You're just trying to tell us a lie that fits your narrative. In court, the judge has to use their discretion too. And sometimes they can't take chances. Same reason why Dr. Ikena might have lost access to those kids, because the judge was not going to take a chance. Maybe there was some events. In fact, that's what we're hearing. There were some events that took, and she filed case, and the judge is like, you might be telling me lies, but I'm not going to take a chance. We're going to file the restraining order for now. Do you think somebody is going to think that's fair? It's not going to think that's fair. Are you going to think that's fair if that was your son? No, you're not going to think that's fair. But the judge is not going to take a chance, because there have been times that they took a chance and then the worst happened. So no, the court of law is not black and white. The written one is black and white. They still have to interpret it and then apply it accordingly to case by case by case. But over time, we can see some patterns, which is why we tell you, like, there's no need for you to compete with men when it comes to, oh, they can get child custody. No, chill. Especially when we engage with the argument in that manner. No, chill. It's not relevant, as a matter of fact. That's not what we need to be teaching Ikena. What we need to teach Ikena is that his power was not inside of court. He should have spoken to someone so we can help him. Right? His power, once you enter that court system, all bets are off. When it comes to family law, it's not, generally speaking, it's not in favor of men. If you cannot be a leader in your household, if the government come and help you lead your household, you're not going to like it. It's not a matter of fairness. If I have to use the word fair, it is fair. Because they can't take a chance. Especially if there's issues of DV and stuff like that. They're not going to take a chance. And even the way he self-deleted, that correlates. Because that's violence. Right? Allegedly. Let's see here. So if one parent, male or female, makes it, okay, every child custody case is absolutely unique. Okay. All right. Looks like we're getting somewhere good, right? So there are definitely cases where men pay child support to men. Okay. In some divorce cases, women pay spousal support to men. Some, you know the percentage, because I never said there weren't some cases. But that's okay. Educate us. In all divorce cases where both parties are gainfully employed, each spouse is entitled to a portion of the other spouse's retirement benefit. Tread lightly. Easy. If only one spouse is employed, then the other spouse, male or female, is entitled to a portion of the employment spouse's retirement benefit. I'm smelling common sense. The major point is that women are generally natural nurturers. Wait. Okay, you will get extra 20 points for that. So that person's point just came up to what, like 60? Natural nurturers. Okay, so nature and nurture at the same time. You think? Do you think that affects anything? Let's see if they go there. Hence, most child custody cases end up swinging the woman's way. Most of the evidences presented to the court, you just get another 10 points, by the way, so we're now 70. Most of the evidences presented to the court quite often, not always, indicate that it is in the best interest of the child to be with their mother. I'll put 5 more points on that. This is a good place for the men to read, right? It's not just this world is your enemy and everybody's against you. They are real, tangible, maybe not so tangible, but if you think deeper, it becomes tangible. Reasons why things happen the way they happen, or you see the stats that you see. But if your reading starts with your pain, you're going to misinterpret it to think the whole world is against you. I'm liking this. We're back to 75. All right, so Sometimes the father may have full custody as well, regardless of who has the full custody. The court gives the other parent the right to visit and spend some time with the child, unless the parent is evidentially abusive. There you go. Incarcerated, a pedophile, etc. Regarding the lady's father, let every parent be sincere. If a news of someone taking his or own life suddenly goes viral on the internet and your child was wrongfully accused of being the cause, will you not be moved to defend your child? Especially when you have an in-depth knowledge of the entire situation, but the narrative out there is twisted against your child. A father's previous irresponsible behavior has absolutely nothing to do with the case. I did say that. Yeah, but I will still not jump out there and start responding to strangers. I still won't do that. It's still a testament to Mr. Francis. That's just him. That's just his behavior. By the way, here in America, it is very easy to verify professional license information. There's time lags as well. There's also time lags. You might be verifying something that's not in effect yet. Maybe by the time he took himself out, they didn't even get to it. So I see a lot of people saying that, oh, was not. No, stop trying to be an investigator. You're not FBI. Stop it. Anyway, I have looked up Ikena's license, and according to the records, Ikena was licensed to practice as a medical doctor in both Maryland and New York State. His licenses were never revoked, yes, before his passing. But we don't know if he was in line. There's a narrative out there that he was thinking there's no way with the cases against him right now. Maybe they're setting up some kind of tribunal against him as we speak, that he's about to lose his license. Somebody can hear that, and all they will repeat to the next person that he lost his license. The issue is that there's no need to disprove that. It's no longer here, you know. But I get what he's trying to say. His was never revoked. Neither was there ever any disciplinary action against any of his licenses. Hopefully, we'll get to know the truth of this matter soon. Hopefully, we don't actually, because I'm tired. Hopefully, we can get the lessons we've got so far and leverage it in our lives. If you find yourself in a situation in a court and you feel like it's unfair, remember, in love and war, all is fair. You remember you have the right to feel how you feel, but you need to understand that that's your feelings. You need to educate yourself so you can learn the game and learn how to play it in your favor and the favor of your loved ones. Okay? Because there's no system that's perfect. So that's why there are lawyers. That's why there are courts. That's why you have a doctor somewhere in Nigeria who was using YouTube videos to do C-section on a person. Did you guys see that news? Oh my God. All right, so I'll hit thank you for that person. Overall, thank you. 95. So a person said fair to men, women pay too. If they are the higher income earners, so the only reason why that person lost the point is because of the part where this child support the laws. They still didn't address the laws. That's 5 points lost, you know. But good job. Somebody said, cause I don't understand the men part, since it's the only men that pay. Let me read that again. Women pay too if they are the higher income earners. So are you asking if the concept of child support is fair? No, I asked what I asked. I said child support laws. Because I don't understand the men part, since it's not only men that pay. Oh, let me see here. Let's see. We might find something. Again, interpreting stats is as useful as it's useless, just so you know. So I don't really count on that. Okay, but I'm going to read some things here for you that Google pulled out. Men are more likely to pay child support than women in the United States. Is that a useful information? Let's see. Men are more likely to pay child support than women in the United States. Okay. Just because they also rule a child support case against them doesn't mean they are paying. Let's be clear about that. I'm talking about the ruling itself. Okay. But even this statement is saying pay. Okay. But women do pay child support. But B-U-T-T, big old but, women do pay child support. Agreed? Okay. You get it? Let me come to the chat. You get it? Let me see. Marriott, when did you enter the room? How far? How you did? We are still on this child support. Did you see all the comments in the last video? MOP is tired of men losing their kids and their money. No, it's deeper than that. If you lost your kids and your money, there's something you don't know. So I'm not, I sympathize with you. That's about it. But there's something you don't know, and there's a high likelihood you're not going to listen to me. I'm being honest. You're not going to listen to me. You're going to think it's the world against you. Precisely African women that are out to get you. That's what you're going to think. Zilla says state is sad state of affairs. This battle of child support between the two genders. Yeah, it is what it is. Every system gets manipulated and abused. That's just all we're saying. It's being abused, and but you really don't have to be a victim. You can choose to be a victim. But it might be a blurry thing. You might feel like somebody's just out to destroy you. Particularly your ex-wife. So, however, the number of mothers paying child support has been increasing in recent years. That's also important to note. They're saying the number of mothers paying child support has been increasing in recent years. And then there's an explanation. It says child support orders. In 2020, 51% of custodial mothers had a child support order, compared to 41% of custodial fathers. Let's say this properly. In 2020, 51% of custodial mothers, meaning they have full custody or they have custody or some stuff, right? They had child support order. No. It means they have the custody of children, so they have child support order, compared to 41% of custodial fathers. So fathers that have full custody, only 41% of them have a child support order that they are getting, right? But as compared to women who are 51%, to be frank with you, I'm willing to tell you, like, it's not that much different, but they're saying it's been growing, right? So it's growing from a certain place. In 2020, in terms of payments, the actual payments, there's a difference between the order and the actual payments. In 2020, 46% of custodial mothers and 43% of custodial fathers received full child support payment, meaning a lot of people have order, but they are not paying it. Also, if you don't pay child support, they will take you and lock you up in jail. Daddy freeze. No, that's not how it works. Okay, this number is saying most people that actually have orders against them that they're supposed to pay, they are not actually paying. It takes a minute. Imagine if they start locking up everybody that have children, that have sex and have children, and they're not paying child support. They're not locking them up. The street will be empty. However, they can't go to jail. Okay, if you have arrears against you and they're looking for you, if you have a warrant out there, or they are looking for you, they can't find you, yes, you might end up going to jail. But they're usually willing to work it out. You can always go back and say, hey, these are my income. And from what we know too, some people can actually drop their full-time job and go and find menial job so that they can evade the system. We know that's happening too. I just don't think normal people do that. Non-cash support. In 2020, 65% of custodial fathers received non-cash support, compared to 56% of custodial mothers. Okay. The shift in maternal responsibility, according to the American Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers, more mothers are paying child support due to societal changes. So the societal changes are actually moving in the favor of it's no longer fair. Actually, I just think just stay out of the child support courts. Secret. Don't tell anybody. Just do everything in your power. Stay out of the system. They don't know you like that. They will not only will they make you pay the best player, you will pay them a fee for it. for participating in your life. It's not worth it. If you can find a way to settle it, what did very dark man say? It is better if you guys go and settle this in house, right? That's the best way to do it. Once you end up in the court and the do balls, especially if somebody have enough coconut head, they don't want mediation. So that's that. Women do pay, the exception to the rule. I answered somebody said women do pay, the exception to the rule of the conversation. I was specific. I said the conversation. Some people know here. Somebody said, as a woman and mother, I would think the child support laws all over the world tend to favor mothers, as they are mostly seen as the custodians of children after divorce. I am and my siblings are living witnesses of what a protracted battle between parents can cause children and their parents. Lots of trauma. RIP to Dr. Ikena. And my prayers are with the children who are the real victims, because they have been forever denied the chance to bond with their father later in life, when all the dust and bitterness of their parents' murky divorce would have settled down. Good point, Fatima Ahmed. PDM says there's nothing like exception to the rule, because when is the woman that needs to pay is still a burden. My friend paid her husband hundreds of thousands of dollars, even as a doctor. She borrowed money from colleagues to make up to pay him, and now he's back asking for more. I said I disagree. There's no such thing as exceptions. Wala. Oh my God. There's no such thing as exception. There's no such thing as there's exception to the exception.
We go explain because no evidence.
Oh my God. I finally got through the comments. You're going to the comment with me? Said best to make out of court arrangements. Even then, the higher earners carries more burden. Yes. Who wants their children to suffer? If you end up in court, anything can shell. Yeah. It's do everything in your power. Don't be a loser. Talking about I don't care. We're gonna take it. Don't be a loser. That's a very easy way to be a loser, because the reality is that you do care. So I said there's no such thing as there's no such thing as exceptions. I put them in quote. That defiles the laws and principles of our very existence and experiences as humans. No system or persons is perfect. If you have listened long enough to me and my wife, you will know that we are part of the exceptions that we speak. There is no simple question here. Do we have as many women paying child support to men as much as the other way around? Not if women also pay child support or not. Two different questions, but answer. Yeah, let me see. Okay, they were done with that thread. Okay, so Binkwe, shout out to Binkwe. Binkwe is always here after the live show. Like D. I think D went to bed now. Binkwe said, thank you so much, Brother, for your wisdom. For the first time, I see a balanced perspective on this issue. I hope people are learning the lessons you're dropping. It takes a lot and something deeper and more complex for someone to decide to end. Yes. Because some people are here saying he deserved it or something like that. I'm going to get to that in a second. I pray that Ikena's soul rest in peace and healing. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Anike Adegoke, shout out to Anike Adegoke, say, I like the fact that the young doctor's family has remained silent. That's the best. That's like the best comment here. It's one of the best comments here. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's good. Somebody said, sometimes it's good to speak up and defend your honor, just like the ladies. Yeah, but that's sometimes. But in this case, once it's a matter of life and death, I think silence for the most part is best. Once you have thickened emotions, silence is the best. Yes, sometimes you should speak up. This is not one of those cases. I disagree. Gloria ODJ says, you are a fabulous narrator. Oh, thank you, Gloria. I appreciate that. Gloria gets 100. Sorry. Your commentary, opinion, analysis on the issue was very. Oh, another person gets 100. Oh, let's see. There are don't because of 100. Don't give me your authentic opinion. I will find you out. There are exceptions. I, for one, was the one who came out from divorce with the short end of the stick. Yes. And no, at least 2 friends. We are the primary caregiver. So there are no exceptions. Okay, there are exceptions is the point, actually. Okay. And I was talking about the rule. The rule is what I was talking about, not the exceptions. But there are exceptions, absolutely. You know, I actually appreciate when somebody say there are exceptions because they understand that these are just the exceptions, right? We are the primary caregivers is frustrating, but we move. All right, so let's see here. People are getting it wrong. Olukemi Okewusi said, people are getting it wrong. He must have ended it up because he felt the lady cost him losing his license and access to his children. Certainly, he loved and enjoyed his profession and practice. It's just all sad. When the woman is the one making the money, this same law applies. Please don't get it twisted. Yeah, Priscilla. Hi, Priscilla. I think Priscilla was here earlier on. I said that's true. It's usually the man making the most money. Adebusola is here. She said, and it's mostly the mothers who are primary caregivers. Adebusola is like, what about the woman that's also the primary giver? Huh? What is wrong with praying for? Okay, Adebusola, you're right. Shout out to Adebusola. That's one of our day ones here. Yes.
Oh, you're right.
All right, so I sure love your fair analysis of this case. Another person gets 100, Josephina. Aladegbami, okay. It happens all the time. It's unfortunate he took his own life. May we not take a knife for a wife. Hami, but goddamn. These are a part of the reasons most Nigerian women. Oh, come on, Alade, don't do that. Alade, stop. These are the reasons why most Nigerian women abroad will not get married as African men run away. African men are not running. If you present kwekus on a silver platter for African men, they eat it up and then they'll come and tell us they don't collect shege later on. It's still happening. They are not running.
You doing what?
They're not running anywhere. All right. So, bros, I could tell that's a bros. Let's stop the cap all
Stop the cap.
Well, let's speak to yourself. You're not running. Okay. Oh, Lord. Problems everywhere. May we not take a wife as a knife. There are African men are running from too many men are struggling, suffering in quiet, pretending. Pastors are quiet. They do not want to lose members. Greed and laziness everywhere. I think this is Clayton. There's no way this is not Clayton. So you will never understand until you experience the hatred in the heart of a woman. Hey. You can smell when a man has collected shege from one woman, it's usually not more than one woman. They will just say it, everybody. I'm taking a deep breath. It's a lot. You will never understand until you experience the hatred in the heart of a woman. Listen, Oberyn is not your mate. Oberyn is not your mate. If that's what he's talking about,
Oberyn.
Yeah, I get it, but not really. There's a lot of venom in what he's saying. It's a lot in what he's saying. Pastors, everybody, it sounds like Clayton. You will never understand until you experience it. Okay, very few of them do own up to men, that what they did 10, 20 years ago was evil. I rest my case. Oh my shit. That brother don't collect shege from a woman somewhere. You can't tell me nothing. Why is it gotta be a man that's hurt? I said what I said. You need to find healing. I said what I said. Find healing because you go collect again. You're not running from women. You're obsessed with women, and that was the original problem, by the way. But it showed up. You're trying to paint it into something else. Yeah, you go still collect with that mindset. So it's sad. As a mother, I felt the pain of his parent. I think it includes alimony too. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Alimony, child support is not really the issue here, by the way. It's people not. This is just the worst case scenario. It's people not getting the skills they need. Yes, even inside of marriage. Before marriage, no, I don't really care about what you learn before marriage. I tell you guys that all the time. It's good for you. Shout out to yourself. Congratulations. You learned everything you should learn before marriage. If you're not obsessed with crisis and conflict handling, you didn't learn anything before marriage. If all you know is that both of you should love each other, just make sure you marry a kind person. If that's what you learned before marriage, you don't know shit. Let's see here. I'm getting there. Chia, I'll get to your comment in a session very soon here. I think I see your name coming up. Kind 2423. Shout out to Kind 2423. Speaking of kindness, you should be kind. You be kind. Stop looking for kind spouses. You be kind. Okay? You become as kind as you need to be, and you attract what you are. Okay? Kind 2423 said, raising a child is a full time. The courts know that. Majority of the time, the mothers are feeding, clothing the child, not the father. I agree with that, except that any law can be manipulated, especially if a man is naive and he thinks he can use masculinity to solve the problem. That man go collect. Any law can be weaponized. That's the point we're making here, ladies. The child support law in the United States is weaponized a lot. It has nothing to do with the person's desire to care for his children. That's not the conversation. Okay? Everyone should take care of their children. And a person who doesn't want to take care of his children deserves a child support lawsuit. Okay? The person says, does it cost $15,000? No, wait. The question the person said, okay, let me say, wait. So some people came for kind 2420. They said, does it cost $15,000 to raise 2 children in the US? Yes, depends on their lifestyle. If they were used to a certain lifestyle, I keep telling you, it's not about the size of money. This is another example of myopic mindset. It's not about $15,000. Okay? It's not about $15,000. $15,000 with respect to how much money does it make every month. That's how you do it. If you don't know how much money he makes every month, you cannot ask this very stupid question. If you know how much he makes every month, and then you now come back and say, I still think it's a stupid question, because again, if those kids are used to a certain lifestyle, the judge is going to ensure, especially if you've hired a very good lawyer, that they maintain that same type of lifestyle. Does it cost $15,000 to raise some children in America? Are you okay? Yes. Okay? Not your children, obviously, right? But yes. So your write-up is the main reason why women are not getting married anymore. This is a shaming language. And it was edited. The court only looks out for itself. It's okay to edit, by the way. I'm only calling it out when it seems like the person don't get sense. The court only looks out for itself and not the well-being of the child. No, the court is looking out for the well-being of your child because you couldn't keep your household together. It's not a crime. You just don't know what you don't know. And you refuse to get help when you need it the most. Because to you, common sense is all you need. It's as simple as that. $15,000 is just too much. Only common sense will say $15,000 is just too much. Too much to what? What's the reference? Say, oh God, you speak too much English. Exactly. A large portion of the child support fund is for the court. That's not true. A man who has managed his life, you can say a large portion is for the lawyers. That part. But even that is not true. A man who has managed his life and career well before mingling with this woman is now the issue. He self-deleted himself. That's a very sad situation, but that's not something you and I can speak to for or against. You should just shut up when you get to that point. just shut up. Okay? Women will always support each other, but I pray this does not happen to your brothers or sons. The reality is that women, from my observation, actually do a poor job at supporting each other. Another point in the poto. Now, let her take care of both kids herself. Shaming language. It doesn't work. Well, let her take it. She will. She will take care of. She doesn't have a choice. It's you that you are interpreting this case this way that we need to talk to. Okay? You will collect shege if this is your mindset. You never see anything yet. Wait for it. Let her take care of both of our kids herself. Our reputation, I'm doing all the action this person is doing, typing this. Her reputation is damaged and no reason man would want to ever deal with her and her family. Social media and the internet do not forget. Oh Lord. Okay, thank you, Jimmy, for giving me a break. Finally, somebody is allowing me. Somebody remember to let me breathe so I can. Let's dance a little bit.
Let the poor breathe.
Let the poor. Thank you so much, Jim. I appreciate you for the super chat. Thank you. Where are we? Anyway, so Kind 2024-23 said, again, very self-centered comment. You're victimizing the fathers instead of holding them accountable. Men need to take their responsibilities seriously. If you're not capable of being a father, or don't want to pay child support, don't procreate. It's that simple. Don't come and cry when you are held responsible for your own actions by the court. She lost 50 points because she missed the point that is about child support laws, not child support. Okay, that man who is talking over there will get a 0. J-man, or man, something like that. He gets a 0 because he's on the extreme end, right? He's the victim. No, I didn't give you 0. It's just that you're a victim. Now we need to help you up. You're a victim. I need that soundbite too. Right? So they're both missing the point. Gentlemen, my point to you is that the child support laws, family courts, is most likely not going to go in your favor if you end up in that system. The only thing that will work in your favor is you getting the skill set you need to lead your household, divorced or not. I'm not even talking about divorce. You can divorce, but you're still responsible for that woman and the child she had for you. Particularly the emotional centeredness you need to manage that forever relationship. It's forever. Why? Because that relationship exists for the rest of the life of those kids, which means for the rest of your life, hopefully. That's what it means. It's not in your favor to be thinking African women are out to get you. That your self-sabotaging is going to destroy you. It's going to destroy you because now you fall into another kpekus, and now that person will show you shege 5 years from now, and you'll be like, oh, it's just all African women. No, it's you. You're the common denominator. There's something about you that's attracting toxic women, or you don't know how to keep a household together. It's one of those two. It could be many things. And you can be a very smart, intelligent, multiple six-figure earner, by the way. Just letting you know, if you see results, you have to know that the best truth is the results you're generating. Anyway, It's the laws, they're not going to go in your favor. Don't do whatever you need to do to be a man and keep everything outside of the. And by the way, let's say somebody's mad enough after you're a man. Let's say the very rare occasion, right? And that person just wants to show you shaggy. They told you once upon a time they're going to destroy you. So now they are dragging you in court. Baba, as long as we're breathing, it's a game. Learn the game, bruh. Learn the game. What do you mean? Learn the game. And it doesn't mean you're going to try to hurt her. That's not what it means, because you will hurt yourself if you do that. By the way, if she's dragging you with child support, which many women do, she's hurting herself already. Now, if you know that and you know that and you know that for a fact, you will just calm down, just drink water. You say, okay, there's something I need to learn here. As long as there's a human being involved and they care. I'm not talking about they say they don't care. I'm saying they actually care. You're able to read and know that this, because the person that don't care is not just going to be dragging you. The person that's indifferent, they can't wait to get rid of you. They just, I don't want in my life anymore. I don't want to have anything. The person that, only people that care, right, are dragging you. It might be in the form of hate, right? But there's the person that's dragging you. If they care, then you have a certain level of power that you just don't know how to use. That's all I'm saying. That's this conversation. This conversation is not gender warrior conversation. It's not men and women against each other. Okay? It's about people self-sabotaging because they always think the other side is evil. They would rather play the victim than learn their own power. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, Daniela says payments were $1,900, not $15K. Stop the lie. It won't matter. And the update I was sharing with you guys earlier is that he just got an order. Saw on Facebook somewhere allegedly that recently they just ruled for $10,000 plus per month. He was on $1,900. Of course, you won't see that in paper yet if it's not filed. It takes a while to file it. The fastest courts in this nation still might take 24 hours before they file the paperwork. So you might not see in the public record if the death certificate beats it to it. Do you understand? So you might not see everything. Investigators, everything is public. So I say you don't know what you don't know. What we're saying is a possibility of what happened is that there was a new court ruling that was hefty. He lost custody because of a potential violence that happened, right? Or something about holding them hostage at gunpoint, and then took himself out. Obviously, we know it ended up in that same angle, right? There was a ruling for allegedly there was a ruling for $10,000 plus. Is that possible? Yes. If you're making $300,000, if you're making $300,000 a year and you're already pissed off the judge, no, but he's such a gentleman, you can't piss off the judge. Says, ooh. So that lady is actually right when she said the partners are the one that know each other. Your parents don't know you like the person that you're consistently having sex with to the point that you're having kids. That's a fact. It doesn't mean you're still not gentle. It's just irrelevant. Okay? How you act with the person that you're having sex with on the regular, that you're doing life with, the people outside don't know. They don't know that stuff. They will never know you. Doesn't matter. And it doesn't mean they're pretending. It's just that person has the power to bring the worst out of you. And you see all those comments across social media. Majority of people are making those comments. Everybody said he was such a nice guy. May we not marry a knife as a wife? Whereas we're talking about somebody that we actually self-deleted. So we're not getting the necessary lessons we're supposed to be getting out of it. We're just catching crews, looking for a way to pick a side, as opposed to, wait, these were human beings. Could this be me ever? Yeah. Oh no, that would never be me. I'm never that angry. Says who? If you never get angry, you're actually worse. Because you're not when you know that G. Because sometimes we need to know what you're feeling so we can know what we're dealing with. Anyway, somebody, JMaj came back and said the court only looks out for itself and a portion of the child support goes to the court. It's called fees, okay? Not a portion of child support. And you're exaggerating it like somebody who has been hurt by the child support court or hurt somehow, some way, and you're just regurgitating stupid talking points. Men in the US no longer marry like they used to. No, that's marry who? That means women are not marrying. That's both sides. It's a double-edged sword, right? So if people are not marrying, people are not marrying. Which one is men are not marrying? Oh, because men choose to marriage? Stop the cap. We just celebrated Ife today. She's going to get married. And that looks like a very healthy relationship, in my opinion. Stop the cap. They no longer rest. You could tell this one. He said, we take our passport overseas in search of love and not be tied by the crazy Western court system. I pray that this does not happen to your brother soon or soon. Dear my son Colette today. Oh. Hey. Dear my Odo. Olodo.
Sorry, yo.
Dear Marge is probably one of my brothers. He just needs to learn. Yeah. Obìnrin is obìnrin. Women are not your mates. Anywhere you go in the world. If you've been watching the Passport Bros long enough, you know this. Obìnrin is not your mate. Anywhere you go in the world, now Obìnrin you go meet there now. They're poor feminine. Says who, Baba? You collect.
Oh my days.
Oh Lord. Tia, you're still there? I'll get your comment, I promise. I'm just cooking some content that we can probably release over the next few days. Everything are content. Forget that thing. Anyway, so let's see. You must not know how the court calculates child support. Okay. Please go take a course on this, then come back to edit your comments. He's talking to Daniela. Because Daniela is saying it's not $15,000. He got hit with something significant recently. That's probably why he lost his mind. You know, probably. You must not know how the court calculates child support. Please go take a course on this, then come back to edit your comment. In MD, for 2 children, 25% of your income goes to child support. Case closed. It could be true, you know, but the lesson is don't end up there. The lesson is not that African women are your enemy. That's not the lesson. That's a terrible lesson. The lesson is not that you should take a passport and go overseas. If you were going to do that, you would have done that already. You're full of shit and you're just crying wolf about something else. Woman's value isn't only in marriage. Ha! Hey, Alonjo. Another one, don't call me no.
Oh my days.
We have a... Oh Lord, Lord help me. The problem is that people like Gia March, they attract each other. They attract the opposite extreme end of themselves. Shout out to Gracious Graceness with the £10. I appreciate it, bro. Let me take another sip real quick. Oh man, awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Gracious Grace. So, Jum, he called you out. So you're going to be the one to educate him on what we're talking about in the chat. He said, Kai, the auntie at Beyond Beauty, don't begin the spraying already with the H. I beg, who is Ife? Who are these people? Prestige fam. I salute all of you now. Welcome, brother. Thank you for the support. All right, so my life as Raphael, he said, woman's value isn't only in marriage. He was just a bitter father and he killed himself. No one asked him to kill himself. He did. He held his family at gunpoint, and that is wickedness. All right, my life as Raphael. How do I start? if you can say this out loud on the internet, damn. Whoever is married to you, Jesus Obaye. Anyway, let's keep going. My Mr. Man, child support is based on income. It can never be 1900 per child. Yeah. And that person,
You are a mumu man.
and they said it with their full chest too. Child support could never be $1,900. Even though the screenshot all over the place of the fact that he had an order for $1,900 that he wasn't even paying up to date all the time, but he was paying $1,900. The father-in-law showed a screenshot. And Obìnrin is my mate too. My representative now only one is my like your soulmate. Oh, this brother is gonna fall in love. And Obìnrin or one or two? Abi, you have one already. Tell us.
You they use your function to play.
Tell us. No, you don't worry. You carry your own bones of bones, and it will be your own Obìnrin with your full chest. Okay, with your full chest. You'll be simping for her. All by yourself. Oh Lord. So thank you for the 5 pounds. I appreciate you. I'll play this one for you. Yeah. Gracious goodness, found someone though. He said Obìnrin is his soulmate. Anyway. So okay, I think we got to Chiye's comment here. She said, Chiye, my G, she said, Ikenna wasn't married. So whether one is married or not, once you have children, you will have responsibility for child support. It's really sad that he lost his life. I wished all parties put their emotions on the side and address the matter at hand. You know what? You got 100. Even though you didn't say child support law, but I'm being partial. Okay? You get 100 for that, Chiye. Absolutely. Let me see though. Did I reply? Oh, I did reply. I think I saw this. Yeah. Buji said he didn't lose his life. He took his. Hey, another one. Another one. He took his own life. He's selfish and is no victim. The only victim is the child. Buji Black.
How possible we hear of this?
I pray for you and your romantic relationship. You will figure it out in Jesus' name. Let me say that. Say amen. Amen.
Are you playing? What type of playing is this? This is playing.
No, but good observation. I think we found out that they did marry. We don't know, but some people are saying they actually did court marriage. They just never made it to the wedding. There were all kind of conflicting stories that are basically, based on your point here, is irrelevant. You have a child and you don't know how to keep that relationship together and not end up in court, you will end up with child support lawsuits. It's very simple. Okay. Now, if your partner end up with me and they say you're not paying, I'll be the one to advise them first. If he's not paying, you can't force him, but he's responsible. You have to make him accountable. Go to the court and file the paperwork. How could you do that to your own brothers? What do you mean? We don't want to take care of the children. Like me. Of course, we have to take care of the children. Or you have disagreement. Sometimes it's true. They might tell me stories. Sweet story. I can find them out. Trust me. My clients are all over the place. They'll tell you. When they tell me bullshit, I call it out. Okay? I can find them out. They would tell on themselves one way or the other. Okay? So, but no, you're not paying and you're not doing anything and you just walking scot-free. No, you'll file a lawsuit now. That's what the courts are there for. They will file. That's what it's there for. Okay? But somebody said, no, Chinye, he didn't lose his life. He took it. They will be the first to tell us that we didn't know that before. That's the problem with truth tellers. They don't get it. Be barakuni. Anyway, I think there was another comment you left somewhere though. Well, in Nigeria, the woman and children would likely, shout out to Patricia, would likely get absolutely nothing unless we have the court documents. We won't know the truth. That's another angle. My life as Raphael, who I prayed for their marriage earlier on, said 100%. Hopefully, there will be active courts that will hold irresponsible men accountable like this. Amen. All right. The point of this video is that it's not just irresponsible men that end up with unfair child support rulings. Sometimes there's an extremely embittered woman with some very poisonous venom that say, I will show you shege, and the system is actually built in their favor by men to protect women and children. And now we're seeing the downside of it, and it needs to be reformed to prevent people that manipulate the system to hurt a person that they just hate. That's what we're saying. It has nothing to do with child support itself. People should take care of their children, and irresponsible men should be held accountable. I absolutely agree with that. But I have to make sure that I'm painting this and driving this home so that you can be aware. So that next time you see somebody saying child support is unfair, you're not so quick to say, what do you mean it's unfair? Don't you want to take care of your child? You'll be like, what happened? You have some empathy and say, what happened? You don't have to wait until it's your son or your brother to say, what happened? Okay, why don't you try this? Why don't you talk to a counselor? Why don't you talk to... Okay, because if that person is with an ex that's bitter, and we're talking about a man, there's a lot of forces against them. Okay, we're talking about situations that will make people say, let me go back to Nigeria, let me disturb, because they're saying a percentage of your income must go this direction, and it's nothing other than the person doesn't want. You've actually tried to have conversation with the person, they'll rather just use the court for reasons best known to them. So they're digging hands into your paycheck before you touch it. And some of you are making it equals to you should want to take care of your children. No, it's not that simple. If somebody is digging hands into my paycheck before I touch it, I can feel some type of way. I have the right to feel some type of way, right? But what I was telling the brothers is that overreaction or just painting all African women as the same as just evil women is probably going to make you hurt yourself more. That's what I was telling the brothers. All right, so it's more to it. Betty Angel says he can challenge that in court. That's a good point. What his father-in-law said seems realistic. I agree. Even though he didn't have much credibility, the father-in-law was saying some things that make sense. You know, because a lot of African women try to avoid paying child support, not realizing it follows them. Okay, that's another angle. Some would have heard that, oh, African women want to use it to hurt you, so they will now be trying to cook up measures to avoid it. You go collect. They will find you out. You won't have your life of freedom. If you can't have credit, you can't use your own name as income. You are using all kinds of LLCs. That's another accusation that the father-in-law said he was using LLCs all over the place for services. There's something called, somebody said, oh, we know if his license is revoked or something like that, or he's only making money in New York, not that part, this part. He's only making in New York and Maryland, and that's it. That's not true. Okay, that's not true. I'm a consultant, and I work with a lot of doctors that take side gigs as consultants. Okay, it's extra nice income that they make on top of. They have a little small vacation or something, they will take it, or they just want a little break from their regular. Is he hiding those type of income? Possibly. Did he create a consulting company somewhere where he hired some doctors to be working for him, but he's making some money from that, but he's hiding it in trust? And there was a guy that was on that free show that was saying you can hide it in trust and stuff. There are lawyers that are paid enough to uncover all those things. So just so you know, you pay a lawyer good amount of money, they will find everything out. And the judge will say, child support is like your taxes. It's taxes. Yeah, on my job, you have to take care of them. Why? Because you were trying to cut corners, because you're overreacting to Clayton once upon a time on the internet saying all African men are out to hurt you. So you self-sabotage. For either side you fall in, when you overreact, you will self-sabotage. You will hurt yourself. You slap yourself in the face trying to defend yourself. So now realizing that it follows them that their social security will be garnished after retirement. He could have easily paid 2,000. We don't know if he could have easily paid that. Easily BT Bawu. He could have easily paid $2,000 per month as a cardiologist. Maybe. The story is too fishy and there is more to it. If he paid himself for this, his death is unfortunate. He did not get good advice. I could rock with that. I think, okay, I asked, what if a new monthly payment of $10,000 was awarded a day before the unfortunate event? This person didn't answer yet. So shout out to Cherish Olivia TV. A lot of factors definitely contributed towards this passing. I agree with that 100%. Tony Rowe says, I've been there giving my sons, fathers, many opportunities to pay without going to the court. But again, he quit jobs and giving me the run around. Stop making excuses for men like this. Okay, so Tony is assuming that all men who are complaining that the child support laws are unfair are people that are basically trying to evade and run from their baby mother and not trying to pay. That's the assumption that Tony Rowe is making. That's why Tony Rowe is saying, I am making excuses for our own person. I don't know your husband, Tony Rowe. I don't know who you slept with or have children with. I wasn't talking about them. And guess what? You're right. That person is quitting jobs, running away. Your story is valid.
Oh, you're right.
But I wasn't talking about your husband, lady. I wasn't. I promise you, I wasn't. That is just your one story, right? So Valentine is coming. Time to give love. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate that. Mario says Nigerians are cruel to each other, very much to people who eliminate themselves. We still see as a shame and cowardice. It makes me sad. Mario, you get that, right? Yeah, sad. It's sad. He said that was a foolish comment. If you take your life, you still lost your life. Yeah, that person's a dumbass. I'll just even say that person's a dumbass. I said that. Anybody that insinuated, if you come to this platform and you say, and you said he said anything remotely close to he deserve it or anything like that, you're a dumbass. Okay, and if that hits wrongly, that's okay. Don't come back here again. We have 6,000 subscribers. Only 5 of us are here right now. We're happy with it. All right. But if you gather your brain, I'm not going to teach you. Go and find somebody to tell you why that's a dumbass statement to make. That's not the comment I was talking about. I responded to someone. Okay, I think there was another one. It's gonna come up. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, under this comment we're on right now. Yeah, I'll find it. Let's see. Terrible. Okay, yeah, it's this one. I actually. So I wasn't talking about your husband, Tony Rowe. I wasn't. I promise you. But again, he quit jobs, giving me, stop making excuses for men like this. No, you stop making every man the man that you dealt with. Stop that. You will self-sabotage if you do that. You're essentially the same person as Clayton when you do that. You make everybody the same person you've dealt with. You will self-sabotage. There are good people with good skill set that can sustain a good relationship, but they're not coming to you if you're hurt, if you have poison. Okay, they will run from you every day. I'm not saying that's you. I'm saying just in case. And don't call them men. They are emotionally unstable little boys. Men take responsibility and accountability, period. I don't care what you think. Oh, people that say I don't care, usually they care more than we ask them to care. And the reality is that we actually don't care.
Don't care, don't care, don't care, still don't care. I don't care, I don't care. We
actually don't care. And the fact that you will leave a long sentence, comment, thesis, comment, it's a telltale sign that you care. So I don't believe you. And of course, I don't care what you think about the USA legal system, because if men take responsibility for their actions, most women don't want to go to court unless they are greedy, money hungry women. Okay, and they are most. What's the numbers? But you have some exceptions here, right? We were talking about the greedy, hungry, money hungry women. So you're mixing all kind of points together. We don't even know which side you're falling on. Are you talking about the greedy, money hungry women, or you're talking about most women? The most loudest noise on this platform are made by the weirdos, the greedy, money hungry women, or men that don't know what they're doing. Okay? But we just don't want it. There's certain situations, they're still minority, but they're one too many. If a person took themselves out because of family issues, that's one too many. We don't need that to be 3% before we say, hey, hey. Can you talk to the people around you if anybody's trying to weaponize the system? Like any system gets weaponized, we need to make sure we block them while we still make sure that the people that actually need it gets to use it. So that's all we're saying. So responsibility, grown women, greedy men, women ungrown. Most grown women want the men to be, a lot of the grown thing is you're using terminologies to drive home a point. I get that. Most grown women want the men to be accountable and responsible, period. What do you mean period? There's no period there. Jesus Christ. Okay, it meant like in period. And so many men who still act like little boys complain about taking accountability, and that's why the government made a system like this, period. You can't put actual spell out period. You actually have to put a period in your type up so I can read it like a human being. I need commas and actual periods like a dot. Not period you say out loud with your thumbs at work. Shout out to Tony Rowe. I drag you small, but you get 0 on this one. Complete 0. He took his life because he'd rather kill himself than take responsibility. That's terrible. That's a terrible thing to say. And you should be ashamed of yourself for saying that. Wow, is all I can say. Change your mindset. It seems a bit one-sided and selfish. No, you're selfish. You were actually talking about your son's father. And you need to seek the help that you need. That's what you need to do. I was speechless when I saw it. So, of course, I said, why is anyone alive trying to comprehend why another human being would take themselves out completely? That's my main question to you right now. These comments are so scary. It's like, no wonder. So you told me the story of a terrible man that you attracted that wouldn't want to pay. And then you want me to be surprised. I'm not surprised based on what you just typed. It's terrible. You will continue to attract men like that if you don't change your ways. So, Chinye, this is the comment you're talking about. Chinye said, did you ever watch the show and listen without projecting from your personal experiences? At Man of Prestige was not making any excuses for men and had a balanced view on this matter. I am one of the women at the short end of the stick. Don't I know? But I can put my personal frustrating experiences aside to hear him clearly so that I can extract the necessary lessons. I know it's hard not to project at times, especially when we've been experiencing something similar, but we need to work on getting some healing so that we don't project when tragic situations like this happen. You see, Prestige family getting 200. She got another 100. 200. This is what we're talking about. The best of them so far got a 95. 200. Here you get sense. That's exactly what I just said. It's terrible. Write a type up just to tell us that you're hurt. Why don't you just seek help? Oh no, but it was the other person's fault. Why don't you hold the men accountable? No. You complaining. I don't know that person. Sorry, they are a bad person. I don't know them. Why don't you seek the help that you need? Of course, my life as Raphael came back and tagged me and said he killed himself and he should be held accountable. How you want to hold a dead person accountable? Does that even make any? That's a very, very stupid thing to say. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're not telling us anything new. We knew that he killed himself, but you're repeating it to drive home. You want to hold a dead person accountable? Does that make any sense? Tell us the rest of your story till my life as Raphael. He should not be held accountable, not his former wife. If you listen to me long enough, I barely touched, I don't even know her name. She's Chi something. I barely touched us because honestly, I think she's a victim of the circumstances, just like the children, just like him. You have no idea when people hit their threshold. You have no idea what voices people are hearing in their head. And then you're going to sit there and just judge a person. And you think I'm just going to let that slide. I wasn't going to let it slide. Thank God that you slowed me down today. I wasn't going to let that slide. Terrible. You're a terrible person. You need to fix that. Yes, I said it. Tony Rowe came back and tagged Tony Chinye, said, yes, I watched it again, that the mindset you all have, never wanting to take accountability or responsibility and pointing blame on systems. And if this man, again, Tony Rowe is typing with no actual periods, but probably going to say period in a second. Terrible. Terrible. Tony Rowe, I remember this name. I feel like he's somebody that's engaged us in the past. It's kind of sad. It's sad. You need to fix this mindset. Yes, it is systems. It is systems. When people break the law and it's a crime, there's a reason why there's a difference between family law and criminal law. Okay? Unless it doesn't pay child support, which is kind of like taxes, he's not going to go to, they're not going to take him to jail. You could sue him all you want for civil cases. You can fight it. They'll file judgment. He won't be able to get past his judgment. He can garnish his wages. But it's not criminal. You know why? Because even the court system recognizes a systemic thing and they use systems to fix it. But you're sitting here, you're pointing blaming finger, you're calling us pointing blaming finger. We're not going to argue. We will only create content with this, just so you know. We're not going to argue. Me, I will just give you free advice, like a gay type of advice. You need to talk to someone. This is not good. It doesn't look good. It's not about Dr. Ikena. It's about you now. You put yourself out, not me. Okay? It's about you now. It's not about Dr. Ikena or the ex-wife or girlfriend, whoever it is. It's about you now. It's how you interpret life events. That's why we cover trendy topics so we can extract life and relationship lessons from them. Not just so we can catch crews and express stupid opinions. The opinion is stupid. No, I don't allow every opinion. I don't know if you know that. No, I do, but I will also give my own opinion. I do allow every opinion, but I also give my own opinion. And you will give me a chance to give my own opinion. So I haven't seen this. Yes, I watched it again, and the mindset of take responsibility, accountability, and pointing blame on system. If these men get put in the systems because they are either greedy or just plain selfish and not wanting to take responsibility, no women truly want to file. You're lying. There are women that understand they can weaponize this, and they're starting to weaponize it. That's the point. Okay? And I'm telling men, don't wait until you end up in that situation. It wasn't a message for you at all. The message for you, if anything, is go and file a lawsuit if a person is irresponsible. You should do that. That's the only message I gave on this for women. For men, I said, don't end up in that system, because you never know. If you end up in that system, it will drag you. Yes, even like there are many men that will say, what about the money I give you? What about this one? What about this one? What if I say, well, I gave you money. Did you report that? I told you the story that there are people, there's somebody that have no income. They went to Nigeria. By the time they came back, they have a $20,000 bill. So me, I should come and be telling you all the stories and then tell you it's everybody, it's every woman that acts like that. Like, come on. It's not true. It's a systemic issue. There's a loophole in the system. You best believe somebody is going to weaponize it. That's a fact of life. And that's all we're talking about. Oh, Lord. Because they are either greedy and blah, blah, blah. But most men don't want to pay. So who suffers We have to be willing to tell the truth. See, truth teller. Tony is a truth teller. Tony, shout out to you. I know that name. That name sounds very familiar. But this one, you're off. Chinye is back. Chinye, I didn't see all this. So when did this happen? 2 days ago. You see, you notice I'm just hitting like on them, right? This video is in no way encouraging men to not take responsibility or accountability or responsibility. If he was in support of men not taking responsibility or accountability, he would not have acknowledged that there are some deadbeat dads. Even tag the timeline. Thank you, Jerry. I definitely agreed with you that some men, no matter how you try to work with them or be lenient, that's Tony's story, right? Now we can talk about that. If you tell us the rest of your story, we can focus on yours and help on that. But don't come into this video and generalize it and make it about they're making excuses for all men. No, you thought we were making excuses for the men you've dealt with, and it's simply Jesus, Chiye. Oh my God. Okay, before I read this, everybody hit the like button right now. Hit the like button before I read. This is a long one you're talking about. Hit the like button right now. Hit the like button. All 5 of you getting this free thing right now. I'm 5 hours night all by myself. Okay, well, Jim helped me a little bit earlier. That's crazy. Chidima Alpha, how you doing? Welcome, Chidima. MOP, why are you giving us grammar lessons? Me mamo, she must have grammar ni problems. After that comment, I had a longer one when she responded to me. I'm going to read. I'm just saying it for the first time. I am going to read. She came back with another nonsense like, what? You had time too. You had time. I should take 50 points away from that time that you have, but it's okay. I'll leave you alone, Chinye. I was shocked that after reading my comments, she come with that response. I don't get it. I get it. It's pain. Pain is a bastard. If you have pain and you don't walk through healing, you will basically be looking for people to dish shege to all around the internet streets. Okay? Feelings are not your mate. And when people are triggered and in their feelings, it's all over. Chidima gets it. Yep. You guys get it. Of course. She. Yeah. Gracious going to say, which video is that you are reacting to? It's called Dr. Ikena on our platform. It's called What Truly Happened to Dr. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's called What Really Happened to Dr. Ikena and His Tragic End. So, oh my God. Okay, so let me see. So Chinye said, okay, this video is in no way, okay, so I was still reading that and then it dropped down, right? However, in this, okay, child support, I'm trying to scan back to where I was. I definitely agree with you that some men, no matter how they try lenient, they do not want to pay child support at all, and it needs to be addressed in court, speaking from personal experience. However, in this particular video, Ola is addressing how men should be adults and be aware of responsibilities that arise when you procreate a child, and should make wise decisions before embarking on a relationship to do so. What are the responsibilities, I may ask? Being aware that he needs to be financially responsible for his seeds, and or being aware that child support will be a responsibility that will arise if the romantic relationship is to break apart. That is what he's implying here. Ola, please correct me if I'm wrong. He is also advising men to put their emotions in check. Yes, if you go into that court with your emotions, you cannot beat a woman at that. You see what just happened in this text right here? Yeah, that will be your real life. Right? If not, they will start doing things like avoiding court cases, not paying child support at all. That is a way of him holding men accountable. Yeah, I was telling them, don't do it. Just whatever you do, try to avoid going to court with a woman who has venom for you. When he's talking about the system, he's letting people to be aware that yes, they might feel slighted by the system by feeling like the amount they are being asked to pay is way too much. Yes, the amount, even if it's 1 kobo, if you feel that woman doesn't deserve it, feelings, I said it in the video, I think, you're going to feel like it's unfair. It's not about $15,000. It's about periods. I don't want to give her my money. I don't want her to live a lifestyle around my money, whatever the amount is. That's the real issue. I don't want anybody digging hands into my money without my control because some court ruled against it because some woman didn't want to agree with me. And of course, it's possible. I'm not saying that's your story, Tony. It's possible that I'm being dragged, right? I'm being dragged when she's just mad at me with child support. Like, why is that so hard to understand? It's possible that now she said, I don't want to come to the table, but I've actually tried in the past. It's possible that he's actually lying, but that's what he remembers, and that's the story he's telling. It's possible that, yes, he's actually trying to get you out on the street, homeless. It's very unlikely that people just want to hurt each other. It's more likely that they are caught up in their emotions when we're talking about this, and they can't really see that they are being unkind. They can't even see it. You have to call them out of their name sometimes to get their attention. Because people like us, we talk too diplomatic. They won't get their attention. It's when we call them out of their name that you get their attention sometimes. Why? Because feelings, your emotions are that powerful. That's why we ask you, take control of it. It's an emotional intelligent thing to not say a person who took their own life deserve it in any shape, form, or the other. It's not, you're not smarter than us. You don't know truth better than us. It just tells us more about your mindset. That's all it tells us. And you would do anything in the name of I'm telling the truth. It's not good. It's terrible behavior. It's destructive, and if you argue with it, that's with your destiny. I'm just letting you know. Okay. Now I'm the truth teller. Let's see. Let's keep going. Ola, please correct me if I'm wrong. It's also advising men to put their emotions in check. If not, they will start doing things like avoiding court cases, not paying, or overreacting in front of a judge. A judge has the power to show you shaggy. No, the law is the law. No, it's not. It's subjected to their interpretation and how they choose to, of course, within certain confinement. But no, it is not black and white. You will collect shaggy. They are lenient to others than the others. If you don't know how to behave yourself, you're angry at your ex-wife, you go into that court, you will come back and be crying to us like Tyrese. Right? If my right is my right, I'm going to put this judge on blast. Hey, good luck. That is a way of him holding men accountable. Okay. When he's talking about the system, he's letting men to be aware that, yes, they might feel slighted by the system by feeling like the amount is too much, irresponsible, but instead of being irresponsible, they should seek wise counsel and negotiate. Thank you for using that word, Chinye. Negotiate instead of allowing things to fester to result in a tragic loss like Ikena. Oh no, it's not tragic loss. He did it to himself. Again, you think you're smarter than us. See? You're not smarter than us. We just chose to have sense. That's all. He also discouraged the rhetoric men like Clayton is pushing out there of gender war against women, which is not helping anybody. Again, holding men accountable. And that is more complex than gender war rhetoric. On the other hand, he's advising women to be aware that their lawyers, thank you, I forgot I said that, Chinye, that their lawyers usually do not have their best interest at heart, but are pushing for the most money from the woman, pushing for the most money that the woman will get. The fee you're paying, the money you will get. The lawyer is not your new husband. They just want to fill their pockets. That's their job. So how do they do that? They have to drag the father of your kids. You have to drag him woto. You're not there when you open those letters and he's pissed off all over again. And you have no idea what kind of emotions and rage is going through him when he's doing that. And we're talking about the father of your kids. So it's not as simple as I don't care. No, you do care. Now you just want to drag. You just want to drag him. You do care. Stop lying. Maximizing financial outcomes at the cost of real solutions. Not you. The lawyers will help you in doing that. Okay? I told you guys, one of my clients recently told me, like, she's stressed out because the lawyer is trying to get her to do more, get more out of him. And she's like, no, I don't want to do all that. Like, I just want peace. And they are trained to convince you and sell you that don't be unfair to yourself. To some extent, I said, no, you need to hire a lawyer so you can make sure that your interests are protected. Not go there and get greedy, because they would say some things to you to help you get greedy. Greed is an emotion. It's not something that bad people do. Nigerians, greed is an emotion. It's not something that bad people do. It's a double-edged sword. It can work or for against you. It can work against or for you. And lawyers will use that. And it's considered ethical until you can't even be on the same room. You can't see that your children are hurting. So I'm saying to both men and women, majority of the responsibility on the man, because he gets to recreate himself, at least. If you see certain disrespect, certain behavior, calm down. Be the man. We say that all the time. You're not going to come here and say we're excusing for men. That doesn't make any sense. Go somewhere else if that's how you feel. You're not going to come here and say that, because we don't make excuses for anybody. We're just trying to show you some insight deeper than the regular surface level myopic right or wrong. Let's just tell them the truth. No, you are telling a lie. You don't understand. Your feelings is one that's saying you are telling truth. It's everything you are saying is actually a lie. So Chinye continues, maximizing financial outcomes at the cost of real solutions. Let's be honest with ourselves. The attorneys usually try to maximize the income and are not necessarily looking out for the best interest of the family structure for their client. That's not their job. That is just the honest truth. But when our emotions are involved, there are high chances that we want the other party to hurt. You want them to hurt at your own level, not realizing that your own level might be them self-deleting. Everybody's threshold is different. It's a mental thing. You don't get to jump out in the internet street and say somebody deserves taking themselves out. You should just shut up if you don't have something nice to say about that. I understand you. Sometimes you might be caught like, you shouldn't have. No, just shut up. If you can't say, I understand it might be difficult to say something nice. You should just say, Ogao. And know that those of us that say Ogao, you're not wiser than us. Is what I'm trying to tell you. It's just that we're also trying to be humble, like, so that we don't cross certain lines that we can't see, because it gets very blurry. It gets very blurry. You know that blurry, that blackout you're about to feel when you have anger against your baby father. That blur thing right there, right? When you get to that space, back off. It tells me you don't know how to back off when you're feeling rage. That's what it tells me. If you feel the need to tell me that somebody who self-deleted did it and they deserve it, that tells me that you don't know how to back off of rage, internal rage, your own issues, not Dr. Ikena, you personally. That's what it tells me. And it's dangerous. Because by the time it's too late, unfortunately. Like Dr. Ikena. You think Dr. Ikena is hurting? No, you're wrong. She's hurting. From what we know as hurt, pain, as human beings, he's not hurting, he's gone. She's hurting. Those kids, we have to deal with these stories. We have no idea what the internet looks like 50 years from now when people are digging up what they wrote about their loved ones. We have no idea what it looks like. There, take it easy. Chill, man. Chill on that truth bullshit, man. Just chill. Relax. Relax. Let me take a deep breath. But then again, there are women. She is just looking for balance here. She's like, let me see if I can convince her. Nibo for where? I will bet on it right now that there's no convincing going on here. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is content creation. It's for everybody else that will read this and learn from it. Okay? Me, I will not be arguing with my own destiny. I'm not doing it. She said, that is just the honest truth. But when our emotions are involved, there are high chances that we want the other party to hurt for whatever pain they've caused us. But then again, there are women that went to work with the men, but the men do not want to take care of their responsibility and not contribute anything at all. You are saying that again, like probably like the third time, just so you can appease. When people are caught up in emotions, it's the worst thing to try to appease them. Like, just let you warn you right now, okay? Simply just trifling, okay? Let's, of course, it's trifling to not be responsible for the children you made, but that wasn't the conversation, right? Let's all just extract the lessons and be wise. I hope I was able to explain where I was coming from. My apologies for the long post. She didn't come back with this one though, Chinye. She didn't come back with this one. She didn't come back to do any explanation on this one. I think she was good. Shout out to Tony. I know that name. I feel like that's like somebody who is my G. It's just not registering very well. So if I say anything that's a little offensive, I apologize in advance. Just content. But the other person that I don't know your name, collect every woto that comes with that. You're a bad person. You're a bad person. You should check yourself. If you could jump in comments and be saying nonsense. Not Tony. I know that name for some reason. I'm trying to recall where. My sister, so that people can begin to have. Which video is this one? Let's see. Oh, you sure did have time. Where do we begin? We need an audiobook version. Yes, judges have discretion. Like a whole human being sitting behind the desk saying, this is what the law says, but you're supposed to get 20. The person that came here yesterday, I gave them 3 and 6 months parole. I'm giving your ass 15. Are you yelling that? Right? Law is law. Black and white. Black and white is not.
Got him! Got him!
Let's just tell the truth. Truth tellers. Get my face with that. That was a long one, Chia. You put me to work. Let me see. This one has some long comment. I think the laws are too harsh on men. That's what Miss Priscilla said. Priscilla is Prestige Family. Shout out to her. I also think some women are taking advantage of the fact. I wish there was an instrument to measure true love before my marrying, or self-work. Self-work is the closest to it. I know it sounds like a broken record, but self-love is the closest to it. Adebusala said, if the men think the laws are too harsh when it comes to child support, let them fight in court for the primary custody of their children. That was the point of the video. It's very unlikely they will get primary custody in United States. I know Adebusala is in Nigeria, I think. No, they are holding men accountable. Most of you don't actively raise your children. You dump that on mothers. Jesus. Kind 24-23. That's not a kind to say, but it's okay. I'll move. I said, unless the mother has substance abuse and lack of safety for the children is substantially proven, it's unlikely for a man to win custody in court. Adibus said, if the man has always been involved in the children's care life, he can get 50-50 or any form of joint custody. Not if she means business. You ask me, what do I mean by means business? I gotta ask Clayton. Not ask Clayton what it mean business. You think women don't pay child support? Oh God. I said, I do not think that. Because it's a simple question, right? I do not think women don't pay child support. Double negative. Women do pay child support. Somebody said, but this is not actually what happened. I said, please tell us what happened. Of course, there's nowhere to be found again. And it didn't have mental problem as the father-in-law is claiming. Oh Lord. And the name says African Nanyama. Yasmi. African Yasmi. Kindly said, really? Apparently there is multiple documentations, police reports filed. Lord help us. Bougie Black, this person is a bad person. Bougie Black Pina is a bad person. Yes, I said it. Yes, I said it. Oh, see, there's no sympathy for him. He chose to not wear a condom. A person had 2 children with a person. Is that a condom issue? Please, somebody help me in the chat. Somebody had 2 children with you. Is that really a condom issue? All right. He chose to off himself instead of taking accountability for his poor choice. That's the second time I'll see this kind of comment. This is bad behavior. Okay? Maybe you're not a bad person. This is bad behavior. You should be ashamed of yourself for that comment. Daniela supporting, yep, and it was men evil and controlling. You should be ashamed of yourself. Go self-correct. I said, where is this information? And then tagged me and said he held his child and their mother at gunpoint. Not only that, there are several documents. So you're not telling us anything new. If you watched our video long enough, you will know that we've already covered that. You're still wrong. So I said, too many people get mean and wicked when they are heartbroken. He is not here to tell his own side of the story. This comment is disgusting, not kind at all. Kind 2423 said, there's no justification for our abuse. There is. You are abusive to us right now, and you are trying to justify it. That means somehow you came up with a justification of it. Yeah, exactly. Not only that, you are also abusive to those children that lost their father, and you call it in the name of you're telling the truth. You see, exactly. You're abusive and you're trying to justify it at the same time, and you won't stop the shalaye. I have a feeling you won't stop. If you watch this video, you're going to try to do shalaye again. You're going to literally try to justify it. And then goes, yes, he took his life, which is sad. No, you don't mean that. But we can't ignore the fact. There's no facts in what you're saying. You're speaking your feelings. Ignore the fact that he was abusive. Maybe, we don't know that. But you are definitely being abusive in this comment. I'll tell you that right now. Kind 2423. Chinye came back. Chinye said, that's really cruel to say. We need to be careful at things that we say when it happens to others. My goodness, you do not know the full circumstances surrounding his life and what tipped him off to the edge. Now, wow. Chinye tag Daniela says, all these claims of him being abusive, you have no idea of the full story. People fight really dirty and they can go and make false claims of abuse. I do not trust Francis Van Leer as far as I can throw him. However, it is not right if it is the claim of being held them at gunpoint actually happened. If you're wondering what we're talking about the story. This is like a part 2, I guess, of Dr. Ikena. Yes, we stopped talking about Ife. Shout out to Ife. Problems everywhere. My point is there are holes in this story and he is not here to defend himself. So let's take it easy when we are making these statements. Often times we project what's happening in our personal lives when incidents like this happen. We need to be mindful of that. If that was true, he would have plied them and proved himself to not just himself. No, it could have happened the way it happened. Some people have the other version of the story that he went to his own house after he heard the message. He now left and went to his own house and then just knew that there's nothing else to live for. People are speculating. It's all speculation, right? So we won't know until we won't know. You know, I think there was more than enough lesson on the name Dr. Ikena already. Even these reactions are more than enough lessons. Be careful how you interpret some of this stuff. Chinye, I personally will not be telling people that sometimes they hurt personally. Like, I won't be telling them. I would generalize that, you know, but I will not tell people. I wouldn't do that because they are sensitive to it. They know that's what's happening with them. They know hurt people. They know they are hurt. I can say that because I'm creating content. I don't care. I'll block you if I don't want to see you on my platform. I've blocked people on this platform, maybe 2 people ever. I barely ever, but I will if I have to, you know. But this is a platform that YouTube gave me to offer my own value. You know, I allow people to have opinions, but also I will call it out if you are moving completely mad. I would definitely call it out, and it takes me a while to get to that point. This one is extreme. If you want like a cookie cutter formula to what pushes Ola to the extreme, that it's life and death. It's very simple, life and death. If it involves life and death, that's it. That's the line drawn right there. Okay, and it doesn't have to happen as death first, but if you smell like it, right? If you're moving closer, I say, hey, back up, slow down. Okay, so of course, I tagged kind. I said you're right, unless you are the abuser. Of course, see, funny enough, I already said that. That was sarcasm, by the way. I said if you were the abuser, then that's when suddenly all the rules change. No, I could never be an abuser, says who? Can you smell your own breath? Daniela Daniela, I say, just shut up. There is evidence to back up everything. Oh, Daniela. I said, I'm reading as we're going. I didn't remember all my interactions, so I actually did ask. I said, are you angry? It's like, Wosa, are you angry? And then, shout out to Kind2423. Kind2423, whoa. This one has taken the way to another level. Kind2423 says, Madam, let's respect ourselves. He has a platform. No need to tell him to shut up. We are adults here. I didn't even think he was telling me to shut up. I thought he was talking to Chie. Because I think they were engaging before. Yeah. This person is a weary. It doesn't matter who he's talking to, but Daniela is a weary. Daniela, you don't know where he is? Ask a friend who is in Nigeria. They'll tell you. So, Kind2423 said, no wala. It's okay. No wala, Kind2423. Let's be a little bit kinder. When we're addressing this stuff. You should marry a kind person. This is a good opportunity to be kind. And you're struggling all over YouTube comments. Jesus Christ. Everything we're talking about demonstrated itself in these comments. Can you imagine these people in your face angry and they feel like you've hurt them? They will go to any length to make sure you're destroyed. That's why I tell you, in love and war, all is fair. You need to learn the game. Don't wait for other people to be kind. Stop asking people to be kind. You remove yourself if people are not kind. And be kind. The benefit in being kind is for you. Stop asking people to be kind. That tells me something else about you. Like, why are you asking people to be kind? Are you attracting unkind people? Let's talk about you. I don't know any unkind people around me. I have seen the kind people around me be unkind because they're caught up in their emotions. They're upset. You get it? You get it?
You get it? If you don't get it, forget about
it. Chidima just joined us at 5 hours 46 seconds. She said, women also do pay child support equals to whataboutism. We've already talked about bundles. If she came back, I would have completely left it alone. I have tried. After that long one, I would hope so. But it was good. It creates an opportunity for us to really extract these lessons. It's easy to make this about Dr. Ikena. No, it's about us. How do we interpret? It's gone. How do we interpret this life event, conflict, crisis, triggers? How do you interpret them? That has to do with you, not about the trendy story. The trendy story is how we try to get your attention because we know they listen to anything that's healthy. Not us here, of course. But those of you that were calling that man out with your full chest without knowing the full story. This is about you. This was just a way for us to call your attention to something about you. Chidima, sometimes when a woman has been in an abusive relationship where she had no voice, operating in greed gives her a sense of power, sometimes for the first time. Yes, that's very, very true. Right? But the issue is that for how long is this sustainable? Intrinsic power, intrinsic value is what you're looking for. Something that's deeply rooted, not in surface stuff like other human beings' behavior and how they influence, but something that is a function of the work you've done yourself. Understanding that you have power without taking it out on another person or try to make another person get under your feet before you can feel like you have power. Sometimes it's a temporary coping mechanism, but you need to understand that it can only last for so long. Eventually, it will deplete and you will struggle, right? Sometimes it might deplete in the form of the person passes away, and then you suddenly decide that you didn't want them to pass away. That wasn't what you wanted, right? You were just hurt. You didn't want that's not, you were just hurt. You didn't know you were going to feel that way. I'm pulling up a post to end the session from Ashanti R&B singer, right? You guys know who Ashanti is, right? Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up. I'll read that last comment over there. So let me read this last comment. So when I say, are you angry, right? And Kind2423 said, Madam should calm down from the worry. She didn't expect it, that the worry will go to that level. So Daniela came back. This is how you know Daniela is a true worry. This is how you know. Daniela came back and said, angry that you all are making a villain into the victim. Daniela came back with full chest to call that dead man a villain. So I said, well, I'm not sorry. Please talk to your favorite counsel about your anger issues. If you leave any other violent comment against fellow viewers, I will silence you from the channel. Daniela never came back. That was 3 days ago. It's not in Daniela's character to never come back. People that lack emotional intelligence, social intelligence will continue to get silenced. They won't have a voice. What they are crying out for is that they don't have a voice, but they will never really have a voice because they feel like they're the victims. Okay? African Ayama came back and said, and he didn't have mental problem as the father of the law is claiming. Oh Lord. Anyway, let's finish this off with what Ashanti says. So Afghani passed away. Afghani is the producer behind Ashanti and Ja Rule and Lloyd and DMX, right? Some of our favorites, hip hop, R&B, right? That was Afghani. So Afghani is the guy who passed away at the age of 54 due to complications from diabetes. His body had been deteriorating for about 3 years. He had a stroke 3 years ago, and then he had a stroke a few days ago, and then he went with it. Some 5 years ago, maybe it didn't last 2 to 5 years ago, he was on a podcast called The Dream Champ, where he was talking about his romantic relationship with Ashanti in the past, when in fact Ashanti was busy moving on with Nelly. People were saying, why are you talking about this young lady when she has moved on? He got dragged all over the internet for talking about a past relationship in a way that seems like he's quite hurt by that relationship. So Ashanti came back today after he passed away. She took her time. That's what wise people do. Or people that have sought wise counsel, they take their time. Took her time, and then she wrote this statement, and I quote, she said, I can't believe things ended like this. And it makes me so sad. We weren't on the best terms the past few years, but as I've always said, through our ups and downs, I will forever be grateful for everything that you've done for me. We made history, and that will remain infinite. I've always respected your musical genius and ability to push me to be my best. All the greatness and positive things that came far outweigh the dark and negative times. You know when people find this out? In death, unfortunately. Or at rock bottom. That's when they finally realize that, oh, maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. It's a maybe. Maybe it was bad, but maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. is at some place of rock bottom. For some people, that's death. Okay, who's rock bottom? Well, he's passed on. They will never have a chance to have a conversation around it anymore. So she goes, I've always prayed for you to find peace. Sending love and prayers to the entire family. Rest well. Rest in peace. There you have it. Find peace. You owe yourself to find peace. It's worth it. Other human beings may not be able to offer you the peace that you desire. Find peace. They dragged this blockers. They did. And he laughed. The one thing that's good about Irv is that he laughed about everything. His last interview on Dream Champ, he was talking about his condition. In fact, I think I should play that. I don't know. Don't let me play it because this will be slapping this BT content and stuff. They asked him about his condition. Like, what is diabetes? He said, I don't know. I don't know. Sugar level, something, but it's deteriorating. You could tell that he's trying to grasp his breath as he was talking. And then Nori, the host of the show, was asking, so you have it under control right now? And he was like, no. and then he started laughing about it. That's one thing that people say. There's always something small that we love about the person that we've engaged. We have a tendency to forget those things when we're caught up in our emotions. A lot of times, rightfully so. Okay, so I'm not saying people are just innocent. I'm just saying maybe you should also reflect. Maybe it's not as bad as you thought. Maybe it was that bad because you feel hurt. Maybe they were also bad. Or maybe not. That's all I'm saying. That's the whole meaning of maybe. When I say maybe, some people here, you are making excuses. Did they realize that it's on the other side? It could be maybe the other side as well. So that's it. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate you guys. Let it be on record that we did our first long live stream for 20. How many more should we do this year? Long live stream. How many more should we do? Should we do another 5? Would you guys show up? Would you guys show up if I do another live stream for like 7 hours again? You show up in between, somewhere around. Don't worry, I'll make it easy for you guys, okay? So there was a lot of lessons here. Shout out to Ife. Congratulations. That lesson in that is be careful when you're following people, including me. Don't follow their pain because they might be on a different journey. Shout out to Jum for that lesson. The second one is Mercy Chinwo and our ex father of the house is Dr. EZT. They need to find peace in court. Only court will solve that case, not VDM. Okay, VDM will make it messy for them. All right, and I think we got the lesson here for this one. When it comes to let's not wait until we hit rock bottom before we say, hey, we can decide this is rock bottom. Let me change the direction. And you can use your own mouth to tell on yourself, like a bunch of people in the comments today. Those comments you were telling on yourself, it wasn't about Dr. Ikena. I told Clayton the same thing in that video. It wasn't about Dr. Ikena. This is your personal issues. I wasn't talking about your husband. No way. I wasn't. So overall, work on yourself. Yes, I know it sounds like a broken record, but that is a path that's least traveled. But it's the path most traveled by winners. I get it. Some people are predetermined to be losers. I don't shy away from that. Some people are just going to be losers. It is what it is. All right. But it's for sure not going to be any member of my Prestige family. For sure not. Okay. So I will keep showing up. Okay. Shout out to all 5 of you that showed up and make this fun. I appreciate you. hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified. Go live. Hopefully you've been enlightened, educated. We'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.